Okay, whew, there we go. Now I'm unmuted. You guys should be able to hear me. Very cool. Hey, Madeline, thank you. Missy, hello again and welcome. Chelsea, hey girl, hey. Babs, I got your email. I just wanted to let you know, look, I didn't see anything bad per se. I just saw the energy was right.
Oh, there we go. Now I'm unmuted.
Being able to do clearing. So, if you want to do a clearing, do a clearing if you feel called to it, especially if you feel like there's any energetic kind of ups and downs that are not normal to you. Things are out of the ordinary for you. Hey, Karen. Elvin, welcome. Marianne, welcome. Chelsea, I'm going to put that up in 1 minute. We do a combination of Venmo and PayPal, so I'm going to set that up for a moment. Thanks for letting me know you hear me. Okay, that's all I needed. Allison, welcome. So grateful to have you here. Let's see. Let me make you a moderator on this channel as well. Awesome. All right, now I can go grab the payment info. So give me 1 second, the payment info. Give me 1 second, guys, and I will put that up for you, okay? 1 moment. I'm in a Madonna kind of mood. I've got some Like a Virgin going on in the background. Might age me a little bit, but who cares? There we go. Fine. Okay, that's the payment info. I'm going to pin this so you guys can all see it. So this is the way this is going to work. The info will also be in the description box in case you missed it, or if you're coming in at a later time. The info is in the description box. I can do one question for you on a single chart mini reading, meaning I will read one chart, one question, and I can do that for 2022. And if you want to add a tarot card pull, or maybe not tarot, but maybe you want to add some info from the Lightworker Oracle deck, or you want to get a better sense of the shadow and light at play here, I've got a few other card decks that I use, Oracle decks and stuff. So I've got those with me so that I can clarify anything that I have pulled. So I'll let you guys get I'll give you guys a moment to go ahead and make your payments. And as soon as we have some payments in, I will go ahead and open the list. Welcome, everyone. Great to have you here. Let me just make sure my tarot deck is where I need it. I've got 2 decks that I like to use. Great. Let's see. One payment coming in. This Lightworker Oracle deck where I need it. And I'll go ahead and open up a list. Oh, Allison, you know every word, do you? I'm glad I'm not alone. That was my first, when I was a little girl, that Madonna, Like a Prayer, Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, and Michael Jackson, Thriller. Those were my first cassette tapes, and I was so in love with them. I know every word on every album by heart. Music has always been an incredibly important part of my life. I even dream in song. It's really odd. Sometimes I get dreams with songs that I've never even heard, fully composed, fully complete songs, and I've never heard these songs in my life. So it's kind of wild. But yeah, song is a super important part of my world. All right, let me jump into PayPal and over to Venmo and get our list started. So if you're just joining, welcome. I'm opening up a list for single question mini readings. So if you'd like me to look at your chart or the chart of someone you love so that you can better understand how the transits of the now time are impacting the connection, or you've got specific questions based on things that we discussed inside of the last full moon and new moon videos, you can make a payment. See the pinned comment at the top. You can just make a payment. I can read one chart, or I can read the chart and do a little bit of oracle card and or tarot clarification for you. Hello, mine. All right, let's get on that. Drop this. Tarot. Right. Thanks for your patience, guys, while I get the list together for the payments that have been received so far. I really appreciate it. We'll be getting started in one moment. All right, cool. Okay. I have payments from Madeline Jones. I see you first. Maddie J. Then I have Corinne. Then I have Angela H. After that, I have V. And then I have Marissa A. Let me just go back and make sure I have. Okay, Corinne. Just doing the read. And then hang on. Chart only. Babs, I have you, hun, for chart and tarot. Angela H is just chart only. Okay. And then I have Elvin, your number 7. And I've got you for chart and tarot. Or no, just chart. Girl in lemon PJs. So Madeline and Corinne, and Angela, if you guys could start getting your question and your information ready, that would be great, so that I can, when I call your name, Madeline, you're going to be first. When I call your name, just hit send on it so that I can pull your chart. Girl in lemon pajamas, chart and tarot. Missy S. Okay, let me just refresh, make sure I didn't miss anything on either page here. Okay, Catherine M. I see you sent a little extra. That's really sweet of you. I can do chart and tarot for you. You're going to be after Missy, your number 10. And then I've got Diana. Diana J. And then I've got Preet G. And then I've got Carolyn F. Okay. So Madeline, I'm going to come back into the live now. Okay, great. I'm going to pull your chart, Madeline, and we'll begin. I just want to set a little intention here that readings, everything is clear. Connection to my guides, nice and clear. Connection to what Madeline's guides want me to show her. Okay, in the United Kingdom, okay. Born in London, 3/8, March 8th, 1998. Okay, I'd like to know what the Sagittarius full moon is about for me. Okay, great, 10:30 a.m. It's a really confusing time, I'll be honest. I don't know if anyone else is having the energy of the confusion energy, but it's definitely here. Where things just seem like, wait, what? It was one way yesterday, now it's a whole another way today. Quincy, I'm gonna go back to the app and I'll check in a moment, okay, hun? Let's see. Okay. All of which you mentioned like your videos being important for. Yes, totally. Okay. So Quincy, I'll double check for you and I'll read out the list in a moment, okay, hun? You're welcome, Allison. Yes, Angela, you can ask about your DM. I just need his birthday. I think Allison told you that. Okay. 3 job offers, Elvin. That's great. Okay, cool. All right. So just making sure I have everything. Let me share screen so that beloved Madeline can see what's going on in her chart. Timer, because I will fly off into the wind if I don't. Okay. All right, Madeline. So going back to May 26th here. Going forward to May 26th. Notice. Okay, so this is lighting up your 12th house. I would say your dreams are about to get way more active, far more vivid, and you're also going to get some signals from the divine through the sleep state and through the dream state about things you need to be focused on at this time. If you don't already, keep a recorder or pen and paper next to your desk so that you're able to recall your dreams. Please start doing that next to your bed so you can recall your dream next to your desk. You guys see where I do most of my work. My bed is where I do most of my work, not waking work, like my fifth dimensional work. I'm in the bed doing it when I'm sleeping. So yeah, keep that stuff next to your nightstand, next to your bed, because you're going to get a lot of downloads there. The other thing I would say too is if there's been any struggle with regard to a health challenge in any capacity for you, that's about to come to a close. Your house of health and well-being is lit up by the lunar eclipse. And the energy here is telling me, because the lunar eclipse and full moon are both about big, big endings, big completions of cycles. What this is telling me is that you're going to move into a place of completing whatever health challenge that was. You also, because it's 6th house is about volunteer work and service work, if there's anything that you've been doing on the service front that it's, just time to wrap up, you may be getting the signal and the indication at this time that it may be time to move on. Let's see what else. Okay, and this is also going to be squaring your north and south nodal axis. And when you get the nodal square, these are kind of checkpoints in your These are checkpoints where you are actually being reminded of what you're here to do and why you're here to do it. And so, you might be feeling a really strong pull at this time to make particular changes in your life. Whatever those changes are, Madeline, I really encourage you to take action toward them. There's a lot of opportunity to open up new cycles on this axis inside. Um, it's way off. When you say way off, I need you to give me a little bit more information, hun. 1993. Oh, 1993. Girl, and I even have on my glasses. Hang on. Let me just edit this for you. There we go. Same axis. Display transits. New transit date. 5/26, 2021. Yep. It's the same axis, hun. The same information. 12th house is lit up, 6th house is lit up. Nothing has changed because the birth time is the same. The birth time is what indicates where the houses fall, Madeline. So what's interesting to me is now, rather than a nodal square, though, is that there's actually a nodal, inverse nodal return. Your north and south node rest on the exact same axis. And again, when you've got the nodes speaking to the nodes by transit, this is a period of time where you're being checked and double checked about getting on your right path. So because this is a nodal return, though, this is specifically for you, going to be you reclaiming information from a past life, information from your past into your present, in order to facilitate what you're here to do in terms of your service and light work, Madeline. But everything else that I said stands the same. Everything, literally everything, because what I was looking at was where this transit fell, where this moon fell in correlation to your houses, Madeline. And where they fall according to your houses is specifically 12th house, 6th house, subconscious mind, dream state, and then house of health and well-being. That's house 6. And all of that is still the same. So pay attention to the messages that you're receiving from the divine and the repeated patterns and themes inside of your dream state and just upon waking. And then pay attention to anything going on health-wise, your day-to-day rhythm, that's house 6, how you take care of yourself in a daily way, those daily kind of habits, rituals, and routines, that's house 6. And your health and well-being, that's house 6. There is something closing out on this axis at this time for you. None of these are close enough to your sun with this particular full moon for it to be impactful to your sun moon opposition, but you'll have future ones that will be, Madeline. And if you want to look into some of that, because you do have new beginning energy as we get into the solar eclipses on June 10th and in November. If you want to look into any of that more deeply, I recommend we do a fuller read so that we can better understand what's going on. But there definitely seems to be a closing out or a completion of cycle in the world of service, and then something else opening up in the world of work as we get into the future eclipses. All right, sweetheart. Thank you so very much, Madeline. I appreciate that you wanted to do a single question, single chart read with me. Hopefully that gave you a little bit of validation for your intuition, because each of the houses can be indicative of different things. Pay attention to the piece that actually resonates for you. Hey, Sparks Can. So great to see you here. Sometimes it really does coming in. It really does come in later. Work, service, I don't know what your life looks like, Madeline, so I can't go more in depth than I've just gone for you during a single question mini reading. But if you want to discuss it more in depth, Madeline, you can certainly book some private time if you'd like to do that. All right. So yeah, but yeah, that's exactly right, Elvin, that sometimes because eclipse energy can happen, you can feel it 90 days prior and 90 days after. And these eclipses work in groups, as I've mentioned in my videos, they never work alone. Corinne, you're next. If you could go ahead and post your question, that would be great. After Corinne, we have Angela. Angela, if you could get ready, that would be great. So yeah, there's just this, there's a thing in the world of work and service which can be combined for you. They're not always combined for everyone, but it can be combined for you. That's coming to a completion. I'm trying to stop emotionally helping my family and friends. I mean, the sixth house could really be indicated in an instance like that. Karen, are you still here? I'm waiting for your question, hon. The sixth house could really be indicated in something like that, only because that sixth house in ancient astrology was the house of things that have power over us. And so if you've been in a cycle and in a pattern of giving your power over giving, and letting your friends and family really occupy more of your emotional state than is healthy for you, that could also be what's indicated as coming to a close, Madeline. 100%. So for you, it would be about reclaiming your power and closing out cycles of being in service in ways that don't actually serve you. All right. So you got to think with a broad mind. You got to also have your own intuition up, especially in something where I don't get to talk to you. Have your own intuition and filter prepared to interpret this in a way that works for you, Madeline. All right, Corinne, thank you. Angela H., you're next. And as soon as I'm done with Angela, I'm going to go back to the payment apps and update the list. Quincy, I haven't forgotten you, okay? Thanks for booking a mini reading, Madeline. And Corinne, let's begin. Hopefully, you can take that broader interpretation and give yourself permission to find what's happening for you in your world. You started a new job last September, Corinne, but I clearly sold myself under my value and feel the frustration rising day by day. And now have started to look for other jobs. What kind of developments do you see in my area of career? Thank you. You're welcome, Corinne. Date and time of birth, May 13th, 1985. And this is Austria. You're in Austria. Thank you. Rohrbach. I have in my software Rohrbach and Oberösterreich or Bürostrike. If you could confirm that that's correct, because that's the only Rohrbach that I have. Rohrbach and Oberösterreich. Oberösterreich. Yeah. 5/13/1987 and 7:50 a.m. Thank you. So you choose to look the other way. Okay, so Corinne, in the area of career, there are a lot of changes going on for you, I see here. Let's go ahead and begin. Thank you for that little bit of background. It's helpful. All right. And Elvin, I just made you a moderator because I noticed you kind of come in and hang for the entire broadcast. So if you're willing to just answer a few questions and continue to be your beautiful, encouraging self, that would be amazing. All right. So first of all, Corinne, happy belated birthday. 1985. Okay. Display, edit. 1985. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay. Still, same, lots of stuff going on here for you. So when I look here at May 13th, or sorry, at your birthday and what's going on in your career house, Corinne, I see opportunity has literally just walked in the door for you. Jupiter hitting that first degree of Pisces and walking right into your 10th house of career, fame, and honors is bringing lots of opportunities for new new work, new business, new jobs. It's basically putting a spotlight on you. I was telling a friend this over the weekend. When Jupiter shows up in any house, it brings luck and opportunity into your world. And with the Pisces midheaven, like you have, it's bringing opportunity for you to be more visible, more seen, and opportunities for you to have more of the kind of work that you really want. Um, what I like about this for you is that Jupiter is also going to hit your moon in the early part of next year. But before all of this happens, Jupiter is going to retrograde back into house 9. House 9 is where we do higher education. And the higher education pieces, this is where it's, if you feel called to take any classes at all, if you feel called at all to take any, take any, extracurricular kind of educational stuff in the world of work, not things that you're supposed to take, but specifically things that you'd love to take at this point for you. This would be really good. Let me just see who the ruler of that house speaks to for you. Uranus does speak harmoniously to Venus. So yeah, things that you want to take. Okay. And not super directly to Saturn. Okay. So yeah, I would go for it. Anything that's going to increase your capacity um, to rock this, um, to rock out the kind of job that you want, I think that's going to help you. Corinne, when I see that Pisces midheaven there and that Cancer first house and majority second, my suspicion for you is that it's like I hear what you said in that you undersold yourself. My suspicion for you has a lot to do with like your capacity probably outstrips what your credentials may look like. Like you may be able to do more than someone with a PhD or an MBA. But at the same time, Corinne, you may not have the credentials. And so part of what you may be asked to do in the second half of this year is just layer on some of the credentials with some classes. If you can, get some classes, get some credentials, just so that when people compare you to other candidates, even though you know you can do what those people with the quote unquote credentials have, this for you is about shoring it up on paper as well. Okay. All right. But yeah, opportunity, definitely some this summer. And then you're going to get even more really big opportunities January through June of 2022. Okay, Corinne? Good luck. Thank you for letting me do a mini reading for you. And we'll take the next one. I'm going to do Angela, like I said. And then after Angela, I'm going to go back to the payment apps and I'm going to double check and add people to the list. So if you've been paying or you have paid in this little chunk of time, just know that I will be adding people to the list. Okay. All right. So we've got Angela, then we've got Val. So Val, if you could get your question ready. Angela, I'm going to do you next. If you could paste your question, Angela, and your birth data, that would be fantastic. List is open. The information is pinned. That would be, you can check it out in the pinned comment. And in the pinned comment is where you can pay if you'd like to pay to get on the list. These are paid mini readings at this time. Okay. All right, let me just see. Angela. Silver Lake, Montana. Okay. So we have the UK, Austria, now Montana. I love it. Silver Lake. November 16th, 1973. 11/16/1973. Let me just double check it. Okay. And then what's going on with my DM in regards to our connection? All right, that's a good question. It's how that's going is really going to be contingent upon some of those steps that have already been taken in the material world. But I can give you a general overview of what the universe is trying to do in your connection on his side. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep. It is, Andre. That's what it is. If that's too steep for you, I totally understand. There are lots of other readers who do stuff for free on YouTube. I'm just not one of them, hon. Okay. Um, let's see. November 16th, Sealy Lake, Montana. Yes. No, 1973. Got it. What's going on with my DM in regards to our connection? All right, cool. So here's what I see the universe is trying to usher in on his side. Now, whether or not he's actually doing anything with that, that you would have to tell me. On his side of things, what the universe is attempting to do, right? Okay, so where's his natal Venus in Cap? Okay, and the eclipses are here. Vertex point is here. Okay, in terms of the connection itself, there's a bit of a shifting going on for him personally. Yes, I need the birthplace, not the place, the location as of now. Okay, so what this is talking about for you, Angela, is he's being prompted to reset some things in his life with regard to relationship and connection. Happy birthday, Ken, sweetheart. He's been prompting to end certain things. So I don't know if he was in a connection previously or currently. But if there's a connection that he's in that's not with you, what I can see the universe is doing is preparing a way for you to come in by completing whatever was going on, Angela. So, whether or not he actually completes it, who knows? But I do see that the transits from last year to this year, which were a closing cycle on this axis, the Sag Gemini eclipse axis, and a opening cycle on this axis. Now that we're getting into 2021, the opening energy is going to rebuild things in this area of this life. The closing energy, if things just weren't aligned, are meant to help him step out of things that are unaligned. So he was in something, let's just see. This completion for him may actually take a bit. The next eclipse cycle that we walk into, and that starts this summer, is the Scorpio Taurus eclipse cycle. And the Scorpio Taurus eclipse cycle starts with an eclipse in June and then finishes off with the rest of them next year. And for him, as a Scorpio sun, this is going to facilitate major changes for him in the arena of relationship, mainly because he's going to be changing. And so his energy for connecting and relating is going to shift as well. So if you're not already in some format of communication, Angela, I would recommend it. That was definitely a big piece of the Sag Gemini eclipse cycle, and going into the union window that opened at the start of this year was restoring communication, restoring connection, restoring whatever was having the connection be at a standstill. It could have been a lack of forgiveness. It could have been fear. Okay, good. So as long as you're staying in communication, I think you'll be in the right position at the right time when the universe decides, hey, you might need to take a second look at Angela and use connection. Yeah, Elvin. Well, fasten your seatbelt, girl, because you're about to get a reset in the world of relationship. Every Scorpio, Taurus, Aquarius, and Leo is. So, as long as you guys stay communicating, and I don't mean like happy birthday and then not talking to each other for months at a time communicating. I'm talking about like actually being part of one another's worlds, Angela. As long as you're doing that, I see the universe will be doing its part to kind of facilitate coming together for the two of you in certain ways. And that'll be really good. things get most harmonious on his side, I would say next June, not this June, but June of 2022, all the way through the end of 2022. He walks into a union window with his divine counterpart, assuming that's you. Since you asked, I'm assuming that's you, beloved. A union window opens up for him on his side of the connection. So, put those dates, into your calendar, because his union window will open. I don't know what that's going to look on your side. But just know that because that union window is open, the opportunities to, connect, to deepen the connection will arise for both of you at that time. Okay, so in whatever way, deepening the connection looks like for you guys, it's going to be whatever the next step is. It's not going to skip you on steps, but it'll take you to the next step. All right. Angela, thank you for doing a mini reading with me. I appreciate it. Hopefully that gave you a better sense of kind of things that were going on. So checking the payment apps now. Val, you're next. And after Val, there's Marissa. Val, if you would be so kind as to prepare your question and go ahead and paste it in the chat. I'm just going to update the list. Okay. Val Campos, Marissa, Catherine, I have you on the list. Pallavi, I'm adding you to the list. Isaurus, I'm adding you to the list. Isaurus. And then let's just see here. Quincy, are you girl in lemon pajamas? Because I don't have, oh no, there you are. Okay, Quincy, I see where you came in. You're right after Babs. I see you, Quincy. You are on the list. All right, so we have Corinne, Angela, H. Are you here on my list? Yeah, we just did Angela. We have Elvin. We have Girl in Lemon Pajamas. We've got Missy, Diana J, Preet, Carol F. Do I have that right? Yeah. Okay, Carol F. Now we have Talene B. I'm adding you to the list. We have Chelsea. I'm adding you to the list, Chelsea. Diva, I have you. Blathan. Blathan G. I mean M. Blathan M. Andronette, I have you. Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah, you're after Bab. So here's where how the list looks, Quincy. I'm going to read for Val now. No, Ken, you can get your reading on. Come on, sweetheart. Go ahead and pay. The list is still open. Val, Marissa A, Babs, Quincy, Elvin, Girl in Lemon Pajamas, Missy, Catherine, Diana J, Preet G, Carol F, Pallavi, Saurus, Talene, Chelsea, Diva, Lathan, and then Andronette. That's the order in the list at this point. Bunfei, your voice is so soothing. I need to get a big cup of coffee or fall asleep when it's my turn. I have reprogramming affirmations coming so that you can fall asleep in peace. Okay. Thank you, Chelsea. Blaheen. What a beautiful name. It must be Irish, yes? Gaelic? Beautiful. Okay. Blaheen, that's such a beautiful name. What you have to tell me what your name means. Or Welsh. Maybe it's a Welsh name. Awesome, Diva. Yeah, you have time to take a shower for sure. Where is Val? Do we have Val's information? Because Val was next. Yes, perfect. Thank you. All right, Val, I'm going to do it up for you, hun. Let's go ahead and get in on it. Val was born in California, in Panorama City. And then we have 10/27/1989. Birth time, 8:30 a.m. 10/27/1989, Panorama City. Okay, great. All right, I'm going to do a few more and then I'll check this out. Okay, hon? Thank you so much, you guys, for the kind words. I really appreciate that you guys are so nice. You're like, Kay's super talented. She knows what she's doing. Thank you. I catch those and I really appreciate it. Okay. All right, Val. So your question is, how can I use the eclipse season to clear some karma with my family and create some more abundance or financial gains? That's two different questions. Val, I need to know, which do you want answered better, more? Do you want karma clearing or do you want abundance and financial stuff? Not oddly. I mean, it's no coincidence. You asked them together. They're connected for you. So let me just get into this. The reason why they are connected for you is the secondary ruler here and the primary ruler of house 4, which is where family roots and home live. They're governed by the planets for you, Uranus and Neptune. And Uranus and Neptune both sit in house 2, which is all about finances and all about wealth and the money you can create, the money you earn. So what's interesting about this is those two entities, Uranus and Neptune, sitting in that house that govern, they kind of indicate how you'll make your money, are tied to your roots and family of origin. Now, let me just see here. The eclipse cycle is going to fall on the Sag Gemini axis here on house 1 and 7. All right. So here's what I would say. This is going to be a really good time for you to get very clear about whatever you have as your money story. Now, if you've never heard the phrase money story, I suggest you Google it. There are lots of people who write on the topic, educate on the topic. But our money story is the template that we incarnated with when it comes to finances. You may have come from a family where dad made all the money, but mom organized it and spent it so that the household could be stable. You may have come from a household where mom made all the money because she was a sole breadwinner, but never kept anything for herself. You may have come from a household where you had joint earners, but they constantly fought about finances. So finances is a sore spot when it comes to the way you deal with your money, because you feel like it always brings haggling and kind of discontent and love. And so you're being asked at this time to surface that money story. Get clear about, what template and blueprint your subconscious mind picked up about money and what it does and how it impacts people from your family of origin. You may also have stuff, like maybe you had the kind of family where, you know, your parents had you at an age where they were so young, they didn't have time to complete higher educational degrees. And so they were really locked in to a financial income level. And so you feel like, well, I'm never going to settle down and have kids until I, you know, earn all my degrees. But then love comes, love passes you by. And instead of coming to terms with I can have love and I can have money, push it away because you don't want to repeat patterns from your childhood, which it's impossible to repeat. You can't do that because you can't go back in time as far as we know. So, Val, you're being asked to really dig into, surfacing what was the money story? What did I see in my household growing up from mom and dad? How did mom treat money? How did dad treat money? What ways did they treat money that I inherently picked up? How did that shape my beliefs about money? And how can what can I let go of at this time? How is that hindering me? How can I let it go? And how can I step into how can I write my own money story? There's interestingly, with this eclipse cycle, there is some connections for you between love and money as well. So really pay attention to the way your parents treated one another around money, even if they weren't together, even if you had a single parent. Pay attention because there's some in your chart, there is connection between the two, and the connection between the two is what's running your life right now or up until this point. And what you're being asked to do is to release the old story so you can get a new one. All right. So Val, you got to let me know how this resonates for you. I'm going to go ahead and do your tarot pull for you. 3-card tarot pull. Val, is that okay for you? Let me know, V. Because that's really what it is. The karma that you're supposed to be clearing at this time with your family is the karma around money. It's money karma, actually, believe it or not. So, maybe you had a parent who was a gambler or one who was constantly in debt or constantly under earning. Your karma to clear at this time has everything to do with relinquishing family stories around money. So great thing that you asked about both of them, because in your chart, they actually happen to be connected. All right, so I'm going to do your 3-card tarot pull, okay? Let's just see what your guides and the universe want to say for you, what the divine wants to say for you about your money. 1. Okay, and these 3 came out together. Let's see. 3-card pull. I've been evaluating my story for the last couple months. Good, so you're right on schedule. And I just started a business with my father. So I am in training and breaking away. Got it. Okay. All right. Let me just tune in to what this is saying. Interestingly, all of these came out reversed for you. Okay. So what this is pointing out specifically has a lot to do with the repression of your personal power. And in repressing your power or shying away from it, you're actually like your ability to manifest in the world of finance, one of the things that's actually happening for you, unfortunately, is that it's actually also blocking love, is what this is talking about. So, what came out first was the Magician reversed. And then, because I do a 3 card pull, 3 all came out at the same time. I was just looking for 2 more, but 3 came out together. And the 3 that came out together were Hierophant reversed, Knight of Wands reversed, Queen of Wands reversed. When all of these are reversed, they're telling a very specific story, especially Queen of Wands and Magician and Knight of Wands. These are talking about power to create, power to manifest, power to generate, power to call something out of the ether and put it into the world by your own hand. And so there is some kind of way where, I don't know if it's because you work with your dad and, you just really respect him and you want him to take the lead, or, because, maybe you've had a tumultuous relationship with him and you don't want to rock the boat a whole lot, but some kind of way, somewhere in your life, there is a repression of your personal power and unwillingness to take a step in the manifestation of what it is you really want. But unfortunately, that particular repression of power when it comes to money is also repressing a lot of stuff in your world when it comes to love. So if you can solve the money problems, let me put that a different way. If you can unlock the part of you that is attempting, that needs to be unleashed when it comes to manifestation. Marissa, it's your turn. Marissa, if you could please paste your question, you're next, hon. If you can unleash that part of you, Val, you're going to find that once that part of you is fully unleashed, everything you've ever wanted in the world of love, connection, and commitment really comes forward. It's like you step into this really beautiful, divine feminine energy. Another way that could also be read while we're waiting here for Marissa to paste is that there's a blockage in your own divine masculine energy that's causing your feminine energy to also be blocked simultaneously. All right. So look for that, and pay attention again to what's going on in the family dynamic, what the family story was around money, who could work, who couldn't work, and why. Who could earn, who couldn't earn, and why. That kind of thing. After Marissa, we have, thank you so much, V. It was great to read for you. I'm going to do Marissa. After Marissa, we have Babs, then Quincy, then Elvin, then Girl in Lemon Pajamas. So Marissa, if you could pace, that would be great. Babs, if you can get ready, that would be great, so that there's no lag time in between my reading for Marissa and you. If you could go ahead and get your question ready. Okay. All right. Ah, Blaween means little flower. Very nice. So lovely to see you. It's Irish. Okay, great. Ken sent payment. Great. I'll be double checking after I finish with Babs. I check like just about every third person or so to add to the list. So the list is definitely open if you want to. I'm probably only going to take about 9 more spots. So if you want to get on the list, now's the time to do it. After the 9th spot hits, I'll probably close the list. Okay. That was a great question, V. I agree. Okay. Madeline. Okay, got it. Now is major about me being on track, but clearly my guides didn't want you telling me more about it. I'm not supposed to know, which I will interpret as it's whatever I decide. Well, hopefully you found some things that really validate your intuition, Madeline. My father has always been the leader. We are in the process of transitioning. He has been trying to support me in taking the lead of the family and our legacy. Thank you. Oh, that's beautiful. It's really sweet. Thanks, Bunfei. I really appreciate it. Pallavi, no, we have a ways before we get to your name, Pallavi. Right now we're waiting on Marissa. Babs, are you here and ready? If you're ready, Babs, if you want to go ahead and put your question, We'll just come back to Marissa. Maybe she had to step away. So the way mini readings work are listed in the description box as well. So if I get past several people and you're not here, I'm just going to put you at the end of the list because there are so many people who just wait really patiently for their turn, and just out of an abundance of respect for their time, I am going to go ahead and read for them, and then I will fit you in at the end when you decide to return. So should Marissa return, just let her know. If she's not ready after Babs, then I'll put her at the end of the list. Okay, got a note that says Marissa is missing at her turn. Babs, what is my DM's energy in regard to us, our child, as we approach family court regarding child support? Your son's date of birth. Okay, got it. Huh. I'm trying to think, is that the right chart for me to read? You asked about your DM's energy, but then you gave me your son's date of birth. I'm just going to trust it. Okay, so it's not this, to get the best answer, Babs, for that, you probably need like a 30-minute private reading because I'm not going to be able to give you the whole picture here. I'm just going to be able to give you like from your child's chart. You asked about your partner's energy, but then you gave me your child's chart information. I would have needed your partner's chart to look at your partner's energy. But what I can do with your son's chart is I can check to see like what kind of father your son will perceive him to be at this time. And that will give you maybe some kind of inclination of things that are going on. Oh, okay, you gave me, but I also need his birthday, like location as well, Babs. Okay. Thank you, Bunfei. I really appreciate it. Bunfei, you're new here, huh? Welcome. Is it Bonnie Fei? Or is it Bunfei? It's probably Bonnie. Oh, man. Babs, if you can hook me up with his birthplace, that would be great. Okay, thank you. Da-da-da. Toronto. 12/12/1975. Okay, let's just see. Alvin, could you just let Marissa know she may be behind, and that she just needs to go out and come back in so that she's caught back up. There may be a lag in her stream on her side. I'll do her after I do Babs. Thanks for letting her know. Okay. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it, Elvin. All right, so let's go ahead and just see what this is talking about. What is his energy in regards to us and our child as we approach family court regarding child support? Okay. Yikes. Okay. I mean, the first hit I'm getting as I look at all of this is that he's just kind of not looking at it, Babs. And I don't know if this is something that you're experiencing, but I see him kind of looking in another direction a little bit, like trying not to pay attention to it. I don't know if this is kind of the way he just is on the whole. It looks like he may. Girl and Who is Bonnie? Okay. All right, cool. So yeah, his personality is one that tends to kind of evade the point sometimes. It looks like. Um, where are you at, Babs? Okay. Yeah, it looks like he kind of looks to the left of whatever the point is at times. So he may kind of be like that here, if I'm being really honest with you. And that's unfortunate. That's the way you experience him. And it's not that he doesn't have strong intention with the Aries moon. Like he's a strongly intended person. He has good intentions, but then it's like the execution and the follow through just get like lost in translation sometimes for him. And this is just his nature, just the way he is. He's with Neptune speaking so closely to his sun and in the same sign as his Mercury, but in the sign of clarity, Neptune's just doing its level best to keep him unclear, unfortunately. She says, so you've met him. I see. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So here's the deal. It's not that he, it's not that he isn't paying attention to it. It's that, how does he deal with challenges and fear? Yeah, and it's Pluto opposite Moon too. So my sense, honestly, Babs, is that he's gonna like do whatever they tell him to do. That's my sense. If you're trying to get him to do something, that's like trying to get a kite on a windy day back to the ground. Like you're just fighting, nature, his nature here. But if they tell him, look, um, this is what you need to pay, this is what needs to happen, it does look like he'll follow through on it, assuming he has the money to do so. He'll follow through, he'll show up, he'll do what needs to be done. But he just the attempt to get it all together for him, he needs outside intervention, Babs. He avoids, deflects, hides, lies. Got it. Okay. Yeah, Babs, I would say the outside intervention is probably really going to be helpful for him. Looking at his chart, it's just in his nature to do the things you just said. I wouldn't have put it so strongly because this is his shadow side. In the light, he's a very deeply spiritual person. With a lot of lofty ideals and intent to do right by people. I see, it's not that he doesn't care. It's just that it's not even one foot is on the ground. No feet are on the ground. And it can be very difficult for him to follow through on concrete things that are really required to exist in the material world. Is what this looks like. And so I don't see that being any different in this circumstance. I do see, with high mutable energy, this is going to be good for him, Babs. This is going to be really helpful for him. Believe it, that, this isn't a bad thing. This is actually going to be a useful way. His energy about it is his energy about everything. That's not different. But this is going to help him get to a place of organization enough just to make sure that he follows through. Like outside intervention it's a necessary part of life for him. All right, I'm doing your tarot pull about what his energy is like. Oh gosh, of course. Right at the center of this, we have the Two of Pentacles. We have the Knight of Pentacles reversed and the Queen of Cups reversed, and the Emperor upright at the bottom of the deck. So here's what I got on this. And you ask, what is his energy towards this whole thing with court? Either he has no money or he's going to play it like he has no money. That's his kind of approach to this. And it's not that he actually has none. It's that this is going to force him to make some choices about the way he's been spending it. And he's going to have to, give up a little of this so that he could give a little of that. And he's, his his orientation is like, but no, I don't want to give anything up. Why should I have to give anything up? There's a little bit of that to this with that 2 of Pentacles upright and the Knight of Pentacles reverse. It's like, but I don't have enough to have all the things I want. Well, that's life. You sometimes have to give up A so that you can get B, C, and D, and you can get A later. But B, C, and D must be attended to now. He's going to play like he may not have any. So just be prepared for that. That's how he's been playing it. He has money. Got it. Okay. Queen of Cups reversed. Whatever softness, gentleness, care, and it like kind of, love that he has really given to you in the past. I just want you to be prepared for the fact that all of that is going to be not on the way, is not on display. He's going to put his soft side away and he's going to show up like that Emperor upright. And with Queen of Cups reversed, expect just a little bit of emotional manipulation in the process. I'm sorry to say that, Babs, but just expect a little bit of like tugging on your heartstrings to get you to see things his way in the process, unfortunately. So just be prepared that this won't be an easy process. It's not going to be a cakewalk. Thanks, Babs. Marissa, if you could go ahead and paste your question, that would be great. Marissa, it is your turn. Yeah. So just be prepared. This is not going to be a cakewalk. You're going to see some sides of him that you'd rather not see. But you remember, he's still a good human. He's not fully grounded in the reality of impact of some of his actions. That's all. Okay. Hey, Vivint, welcome. Thanks so much for doing a second reading with me, Babs. It was great to talk to you today and great to have you back. Okay. I'm ready for that, but that might also be my energy. I put my cups away and I'm feeling emperorish. I'm feeling like the Emperor upright. I get it, Babs. I get it. Melissa, it's your turn. So this might be, like I said, we were exchanging over the email. This might really be a good time to do the clearing, Babs, so that both of you come to this from a much nicer place when you show up to court. Remember, we were talking about that in the last live, and now here it would be a really good time to do that. Changes leading. Okay, thanks, Marissa. Leading up to this time, I'd like to be sure there are any hiccups universally in the forecast. Okay. I mean, I can tell you what kind of changes I see in the forecast, but I don't know what kind of change would be a hiccup for you. Marissa, if you could hit me with those birth details, that would be phenomenal. Thank you. Good luck, Babs. Good luck. Okay. After I do Marissa, I'm going to go back and check the payment apps and update it. As of this moment, and I'm unupdated, we've got 21 people. I'm presently on number 6 and 7 with Marissa. Marissa, where's the birth details, babe? After I do Marissa, I'm going to do Quincy. Quincy, if you could please get your question ready along with your birth details, so there's as little lag time as possible between me reading for Marissa and you pasting your information so I can get started. Thanks, Marissa. I got it. Marissa, by the way, happy birthday. Okay. Kansas. Happy birthday, girl. Okay. All right. So, okay. Thank you so much, Quincy. I really appreciate it. After Quincy will be Elvin. So let's go ahead and do Marissa. Marissa, let me just major changes coming up for Marissa. Let's see. And you've got some financial things going on. Thanks so much for helping out, Elvin. I appreciate it. Major financial decision. Okay. Quincy, if you could just hold it, because I'm about to speak to Marissa and some other people will chat. That would be great. Okay. Just hold it. Don't paste it yet, hon. Because it'll get pushed up and I won't be able to find it. Marissa, I would say one of the things that I see really going on for you financially at this juncture is you're about to come out from under some financial karma that has really kind of like weighed you down, it looks like. Where is Marissa? Okay. Yeah, like if you've had some debt that needed to get paid off, some taxes, or you were about to make an investment. If you told me what the financial thing is, I could give you better insight, Marissa. But this is showing me that things actually look like you're coming out from a place of real financial dark times, to be honest with you. Things look like they're about to get a lot better going into 2022 for you financially. There's just a little bit of cleanup going on in the rest of this year for you. And as long as you can kind of dot the I's and cross the T's when it comes to that financial cleanup, you're going to be good to go, girl. You're going to sell your place. Okay, that's more helpful. Specifics always help. So that is going to be a Mercury influenced thing to do. Oh, okay. Yeah, girl. Great. And where is your natal? Oh, yeah. Yeah, this looks good. This looks really good for that. This is a good year to do it. If you can sell it this year, you're going to be golden. Like I see you being able to do a little bit better than break even. I suspect you probably felt the nudge to sell it a while ago, and you're kind of either now just ready emotionally or just ready. The house is just ready physically, or financially. You're just now ready to, make an investment elsewhere. But Marissa, this looks really good. I would say you'll break even or do just a little bit better on the sale. I would, let me just give you some timing insight here. When does, I want to see when Jupiter goes direct. And let me see who the ruler of house 2 is, Moon, and then Saturn. All right. Jupiter direct 2021 transit dates. Okay. Let me just see. It would be good if it could be sold by, let me give you a date. It would be really good if you could get it sold by either before June 20th or after September 14th. If you could get it sold sometime in September or October, that would be phenomenal if you could do that. Let me just see Saturn retrograde dates 2021 and give you some additional info. Because Saturn's the ruler of that house of investments, which is what a house is. Yeah, in the latter half of the year, like October, November, If you can get the house sold in that latter house of the year, that would be, you'd make a lot more money than you would make if you sell it mid-year. But I would also say trust your timing, Marissa. Trust your timing on this and the timing that the universe has for you. There may be divine reason and divine order if it sells sooner than that, for it to be sold sooner than that. So just trust your timing. But if that timing lines up with what you had in mind, the latter half of the year, September, October, November, you're going to probably make more money than you would if you got it sold over the summer. All right. Thanks, Marissa. Before June 10th, yeah, looks really good as well. Yes, I feel like it should have sold last year, but I was too scared because of COVID. Got it. All right, cool. All right. Marissa, thank you and good luck with selling the place. If you want to look more deeply, we can always do like a 30-minute, that's the shortest kind of personal read I offer if you want to look more deeply at it. But I think, if you just go back and listen to the dates I just shared, you're good. You'll be good to go. Good luck with it. And thanks for choosing me to do a mini reading for you. Quincy, I'm coming for you, boo. I'm coming for you. After I do Quincy, it's Elvin. So Elvin, if you can just get ready, that would be fantastic. Let me go ahead and double check the payment apps and update the list for us. Okay. Okay, Jagmeet, you're on the list. All y'all are out here donating. Well, two of y'all are out here donating other stuff. You guys don't have to give me extra money, but it's sweet that you do. I'm going to do the same job for you that I do for everyone else, which is my best. So hopefully that's okay. You don't have to give any more money, but thank you for doing that. All right. All right. So Jagmeet, Kayla, and KB, you're all on the list. And then, okay. So we have Florine, Andronette, Ken, I have you on the list as well. Stephanie K. Stephanie K. Oh, no, Stephanie K is not on the list. Stephanie K actually just booked an actual reading. Okay, Yesenia, I have you, hun. You guys also, like I asked for the numbers that I asked for a reason. So 22, 22, 33, 33. Like I've had some people come in the past and be like, oh, I'm just going to throw $20 at you and get you to read for me. Or I'm going to throw, $30 at you and get me to do a reading. Like I asked for the numbers I asked for a very specific reason. So if the number says what it says, you don't need to contribute more. Please don't contribute less and expect a reading. Just provide the number asked for in the energetic exchange. It'll make everything easier for everyone. Okay. All right. So Quinn, because more doesn't entitle you to more time, and less doesn't mean like the numbers actually really matter to me. So if you could just honor that, that would be fantastic. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let me pull up Quincy's chart and we can get started. After I do Quincy, let's do Elvin. And so Elvin, if you could get started with typing your stuff out. After I do Elvin, we're going to do Bonnie Faye. Okay. All right. So Quincy is Winnipeg, Canada. '11 to 1978. 8:20 p.m. November 2nd, 1978, Winnipeg, 8:20 p.m. I feel like I've hit a low in my life and hit hard this lunar eclipse. Also a separation. Also a separation with my DM, who's a Cap. This time it may stick to work on ourselves. In a way, it got so low, we can only reset and get better for when the time is right. What's coming up for life, love, whichever message you want to come up with, or a bit of both. Okay, Quincy, thank you so much. Reset and get okay. Take the bribes. I mean, yes, you're hilarious. Ah! I mean, 11 might be fine for you, KB, but I'm working with the number 8, and I'm also working with the number 12, which is 11. I mean, the number 12, which is 13. Sorry, 3. So this I have my number set for me for a reason. So I appreciate that, but no need to send any extra, any of you, but I certainly appreciate it. Um, okay, so let me go over here and just see Quincy solo messages. Things got low. Quincy needs messages. There was a separation at hand. Okay, yeah, I see the separation here. All right, in your chart, divine masculine and divine feminine, the counterparts sit opposite one another. Feminine at the beginning of Aquarius, masculine at the beginning of Leo. Saturn rolled around and approached that 0 degree mark in December of 2021. When Saturn hit, it really forced you from, because I'm looking at your chart, but certainly in the connection as well, to get very honest with yourself about how you are operating in your feminine and masculine energy and inside of your and how you're working in those energies and how you're working inside of your divinity. Inside divine connections, when Saturn hits the divine counterparts in any single person's chart, what'll happen is Saturn is really demanding integrity, wholeness from that person. And where that person is missing in wholeness, where things are misaligned, you're going to find that the connection is put in a timeout, which it sounds like this is what's happened. For you, this is on that second house, eighth house axis. This is talking about the pieces that were misaligned on your side had to do with value. That's the axis of value. Second house is income, earned income, money we make by our own hands and effort. It's also self esteem, self worth, and self value. Eighth house is money that is dealt with from others. And how the world values us. So, if there was any kind of way in which you were being not valued in the connection by him, this transit would have really highlighted for you, Quincy, ways in which that's a direct reflection of ways you're not valuing yourself. It would have been a direct one-to-one kind of mirror in this circumstance about ways that you need to value yourself even more. And it would have shown up in the way he was treating you, and the way he was treating you also would have been a direct reflection of of the way he treats himself and his own feminine and owned masculine energy. Yeah, December 2020 is when this transit hit, and it just got louder the more we went into 2021. It just would have become more and more obvious that if things are misaligned, this just wouldn't work out at this time. And so it's not to say that as divine counterparts, the two of you need to be perfect. That's not it. But it is saying that, for this to come together, s- self invalidation, not acknowledging yourself, not honoring yourself, that really would have played a part in this falling apart. And so the work at this time has to do with coming into self honoring, standing for your value in the world, standing for your value with others, that kind of thing. Um, so yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. I mean, I'm really sorry that the separation happened. However, I will say that once you guys really sort out some of these wholeness issues and the way you value yourselves and one another, the opportunity for coming back together always comes back around. Always. Once the lesson is integrated, the opportunity always comes back around. And lastly, I'll just say, while we wait for Elvin to post her question, Elvin, it's your turn. If you could go ahead and post, please. Um, the last thing I'll just say is that, you really, we all do. Um, we really don't have to be perfect, Quincy. You don't have to be perfect for a union to occur. And I really want to say that here for everyone. There's this kind of idea that goes around in the twin soul world or community that you can only have a union once you've figured it out. That's your dessert after you've eaten all of your lesson vegetables. But that's not how this works, especially if you've seen any of the twin souls with channels who are in union here on YouTube. I mean, they'll tell you they got together and it was still a hot mess. There was still stuff to work on. They were nowhere near perfect. And so I say that as encouragement for you to just know that, look, the reality is at some point, both of you are going to be invited to make a choice about, you know, do you want this or not, challenges and all. And so there comes a point in every person's connection where you have to know for yourself this was never going to be easy. It was always going to have challenges. And the choice is either to stick with it through the challenges or not. If the choice is to not stick with it through the challenges, then separation inevitably occurs. Okay. So thank you, Quincy. I hope that encourages you, because separation at some point becomes a choice on both people's behalf as opposed to a necessity. It's just not necessary if both people have enough tools to be with themselves and one another when the challenges come up. And, depending upon how long you've been at this, there's plenty of time to learn a lot of stuff so that, when things come up, you have new ways of talking about it, new ways of, handling it when these things come up. All right. So thank you so much. Hopefully that provided you just a little bit of solace and understanding about what's happening in the connection from your side. If I had his chart, I could see from his side too, but that's what your side showed and illuminated. If you want to go deeper, you're always welcome, Quincy, to book a private reading with me so we can look at all three charts in a twin soul reading. Okay. All right, Elvin says, I want to know about my relationship to my mom because that sets the energy for other relationships. You're welcome, Quincy. All right, Elvin, let's find out about your relationship to your mama. Here's what I got. So the moms, the moms of the zodiac are represented by Moon, creation goddess, Ceres, who sits here with your south node, got it, and Venus, okay. And where's my third one? Where's my girl? Why don't I see her? Move that out the Cherry Clo, 15 degrees Cancer. Oh, she's right up here at the midheaven. Okay. Very interesting. Um, so this is interesting. This is talking to me about a mom, having had a mom who's very driven, um, who has a lot of, who's done a lot in the world. She's probably accomplished a lot, done a lot, seen a lot in the world. And let me just see the relationship to your son. Got it. Yeah. And so there's some ways in which when I look at this as a chart, it looks like, because I believe we all choose our parents for multiple various reasons, our lessons, their lessons, growth of our soul, growth of their soul, etc. Things we're here to learn. When I look at this for what kind of mom you have, this is showing me a lot about a mom who really kind of laid down the footsteps for you to follow in terms of quality of life and contribution to life. Your son sits here in house 7. All the mothering energy sits here after house 7. So your son literally follows her into 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And the progression of energy here, Elvin. And this is sharing with me that, your mom, hmm, yeah, okay. So this is sharing with me that this is a woman who's like super independent in a lot of ways, who's done a lot, seen a lot, knows a lot, and who really needed to kind of figure stuff out on her own. um, that having a partner, I don't know if you were raised as a single child or if you had a father who was in the picture. Even if your dad was in the picture, this is telling me that your mom was still a very independent woman, that she really kind of did things her way, relied on herself. She really didn't put a lot down to um, a partner or a partner needing to help her or co collaboration. And so that level of independence here, we talked about this last time we did a live together, is really reflected in this Lilith conjuncture sun energy, which it's an unyielding kind of energy. It's non-collaborative. It kind of does what it wants to do in the way that it wants it, and it really struggles to be in a place of some of that softness that's just more malleable. Like, oh, let's just see how this plays out. Lilith conjunct Sun doesn't need to see how things play out. Lilith conjunct Sun knows what it wants and it gets after it. And so my suspicion is that, you probably witnessed a lot of that from your mom because, she's the kind of woman who, n- for whatever reason, incarnated knowing what she wanted and got after it. Um, My mom drove forward, my dad a lot. Okay. She is independent, has lived a lot. Okay. I understand, Elvin. And so one of the things that, you inherited in the energetic template, blueprint, behavioral imprint, if you will, from your mom is that independent streak. And so one of the things you can be mindful of as you're continuing your growth in the world of relationship, Elvin, is, giving yourself permission, lots of permission. Bonnie Faye, if you could pace next, that would be great. I'd love to see your question come up because you're next. After Bonnie, then we have Missy. Um, Missy, please get ready. Catherine, you are right after Missy. Okay. Um, so girl and lemon shot. Okay, right. So what I was saying is um for relationships to flourish at the current place in time. Like your mom probably incarnated during a time where, part of the mission of being a female on planet Earth had a lot to do with stepping out of the shadows, stepping out from behind a man to, get her own place at the table of life. This particular moment in time has a lot more to do with balancing masculine and feminine energies and collaboration. And so, you inherited a strong feminine and strong masculine side from your mom balancing those within yourself will set you free to really have a more collaborative balance with male counterparts. Okay. And so it's not that she did anything wrong. It looks like she was a fine mom, she was great. You just inherited this energy of do it myselfness that does not lend itself to build it togetherness. If you want to have something with others in relationship, we have to be able to let them in and let our walls down and build it with, as opposed to doing it for ourselves. And so she was a great mom. She gave you that part, and you have to take the next step, which is a step after that, which is okay, now I know how to do it by myself. How do I do it with others? Okay, hopefully that was helpful, Elvin. Um, she was too independent, so I want more about, yeah, I understand. Yeah, it makes sense. And she was born at a place and time that really encouraged that independence in women. And that was a necessary step in human evolution. The 70s and 80s were some of the first time where you saw women, doing, financial jobs. You saw women as lawyers. You saw women getting degrees. This is the beginning of a period of time where, at least here in the United States, women were able to get loans without having to have a male cosigner. There was a period of time here where they had to, they weren't trusted with loans on their own. So, just keep that in mind that she was the perfect person to participate in her era and her time, and the perfect mom to give you the first step. And now it's your job to take the next step on your own journey. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Alvin. Let's get into it, Bonnie. Let me go ahead and see 10/16/1982 in the Philippines. Okay. Philippines. Makati. Okay. We've never been in physical contact, only connected through social. Our connection is peaceful until it is not. And I feel that things are one sided at times. She's the only daughter who got a driver's license. Yeah. So you kind of see, Alvin, like there's a continuation of legacy here in terms of evolution of woman from her mom to her mom to her to you. Okay. So what's your question, Bonnie? Help me understand what the question is. Oh, how am I making an impact on my twin's life? Okay. Let me see how I'm gonna be able to answer that. So normally I would need to do a composite chart, but I can't do a composite chart in a mini reading. So let's just see. Oof. And Russia is huge with multiple time zones. So that would be difficult to answer from his chart. Yikety yikes. Okay, so Bonnie, here's the deal. I'm going to answer this from your chart, but I want to be really clear with you. This is not going to be as accurate as it could be because Russia is such a large country, such a large area, and it's getting broken up into smaller parts at this point. So it's just difficult for me without at least the exact place to give you kind of quality information. Um, Moscow. Okay, I'll work with Moscow. Thank you. And hopefully that stands as his birthplace once know more. 8/18/1986. 8/18/986. All right, Bonnie. How are you impacting his life? Let's find out. Okay. Let us find out. After Bonnie, we have Missy. So Missy, if you could get ready, that would be great. Um, when I'm looking here at the transits through his chart for what goes on for divine feminine energy, um, at the moment, I see there's a bit of stimulation here. The biggest thing I can see, there are things about him, about you, that remind him of his home family and roots. There are things that remind him maybe even of his mom, or the kind of mom he'd like to have if his mom was unavailable or absent. And so he is, when interacting with you, especially at this time, because divine feminine energy is rolling through that root part of his chart again this year. It's a cycle that, it comes back round. It's never always in the same place, but she's returned to her home station in his chart. And so with her return there to that home station, this is really talking about a energy of twofold. One, you reminding him of those things in himself that he needs to rebalance in terms of his feminine energy. And if he has like a beef with the feminine, a lot of people do. Even women have a lot of beef with feminine energy. They don't really know how to appreciate it, embrace it, embody it, act on it, share it with other people. A lot of people have beef with feminine energy because we live in a place and time on earth where feminine energy is so starkly repressed. And so if he has beef with feminine energy, this is going to mean that he inherently has beef with you. One of the things that you can do with this energy, as I'm witnessing it in his chart, is to, on your side of the connection, get right with your own femaleness. Whatever that means, whatever that looks like, however you embrace femininity, start the process of really owning it. So, feminine energy, because I see with Saturn conjunct his own feminine energy in his natal chart, he really represses it a lot. And why? Great to see you, sweetie. He really represses it in himself, his own feminine energy. But if you can start to own it in a holistic way for you, Bonnie, you said especially in his culture, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's in every culture. Like you think Americans are so liberated around masculinity and femininity, but we're not. Like I was just seeing a news broadcast this morning as I ran some errands that said that they had taken these girls' photos from their high school yearbook and they edited them for modesty purposes. Now, none of the boys' photos were edited, but they took the girls' photos, who were on the swim team, and then they edited those in a particular way. But the guys in the Speedos, no, none of their photos were edited, only the girls. So we live in a culture, a time, not a culture. We live in a time and a place on planet Earth where appreciation of the feminine body, the feminine energy, is needing to be relearned by human beings and not just sexualized or just utilized for what it can give. And if you yourself, Bonnie, can do that, if you can bring your feminine energy and cultivate it into the light, it will assist him in doing the same thing. Because I do see with Saturn sitting there, he can be a little bit repressed around that. And from a timing perspective, it couldn't be more perfect. His divine feminine energy sits here inside of Sagittarius, and the divine feminine by transit also is moving through the sign of Sagittarius at this time and will be for the remainder of year. Yeah, exactly. Handmaid's Tale. That's exactly what they said on the news broadcast. They were like, are we living in a Handmaid's Tale? What is this? Yeah, Elvin says I live in Sweden, one of the most evolved countries, and it's still not perfect. Yeah. We have a long way to go in terms of appreciating feminine energy. It wasn't until I was in my 30s, my mid 30s, where I actually had to sit down and have a conversation with someone and ask, can you please explain the feminine? What is it? What does it mean? Why would I want to be it? And how is it even different than the masculine? I had no clue, no clue the difference between masculine and feminine energy. So, yeah, it's a real thing, and if you can just cultivate it for yourself, Bonnie. Missy, if you can go ahead and paste your question, hun. We'll go ahead and read you next, Missy. If you can start to cultivate an appreciation for your own feminine body and your own feminine energy, you'll see that he also begins to shift because you're treating femininity different inside the connection. Okay. Now that's the big thing that I see at the moment. The biggest thing. It'll be triggering for him for sure. And for you. But that's the work indicated right now in the connection. Oh yeah, Elvin. Did you not hear my entire like a virgin singing at the beginning, Elvin? Madonna is a thing of my childhood. I am older. All right. Just a second. It was long. Okay, Missy. All good, girl. Catherine, you're going to be after Missy. So, Catherine, if you could um, prepare your question, that would be fantastic. I love it too, Missy. It's great to be here with everyone. Thank you so much for joining, you guys. Okay. Mm, my my smoothie got caught in my throat. I'm so sorry. Okay. Oh, now I have hiccup. Bonnie, you sure did. Let me ask. You did pay 33.33. Okay. I'm going in, Bonnie. I'm going in. I'm going to get you some more information, hon, from these cards. And this time, let me just see. I'm inclined to pull my planetary cards for you because this is going to give me greater insight than my tarot cards into your question. So I'm pulling my astro cards. Let me do the 3 cards pull for you, hon. How does Bonnie impact her counterpart? 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 2 more. Great. Perfect. Ah, interesting. Huh. Oh, yeah. This gives me a much better picture. Okay, so I'm jumping in here to what this is talking about. The cards that came up for you were Aries reversed, Sagittarius upright, and Pluto reversed. Um, hmm. What's interesting about this as I'm looking at this, they're telling a very specific story. Because at the bottom of the deck is Libra, but it's reversed. And the story that this is giving me, um, Bonnie, is that there is this energy of like around you He moves from being immature fire sign Aries into the most mature of the fire signs, and that's Sagittarius. Around you, he moves out of impulsive energy into decisive energy. In your energy and in connecting with you, he moves out of being kind of, brash and a little bit, kind of just acting on instinct and instead acting on his higher ideals. And so you may not always see this side of him where either or, you may not see one or the other side, but what you trigger in him is a desire to do better, to do better on the whole. And what's interesting about this, because I see the Pluto and the Libra reversed here, is that is really, how can I describe what this is showing me, the sense this is giving me? It is at the same time an energy of all of his fears totally coming up, and simultaneously a complete willingness to do what it takes to conquer them, and an unwillingness to be in relationship with you until he has dealt with it, till he has dealt with himself. He's got an idea with that Sagittarius energy. He's got a really clear picture in his mind of, if this comes together with this girl ever actually in the material world, this is how it's got to go. I can't be like this. I can't do that. I got to cut this out. I got to be this way. I got to raise up in the following ways. He has that. And he's also really clear. And until I'm like that, I'm not really going to touch this with a 10-foot pole. You may feel he's a little bit dialed back in his ambition for the connection. And that's mainly because the way you impact him is there is something in this connection and the way he relates and connects with you that just makes him feel like, I got to do better, man. I got to do better, which is actually pretty cool to see. So hopefully that resonates, but that's certainly what it looked like when I examined it there. Thank you. Yes, I am okay, Bonnie. Thank you. You let me know. He may not reveal that to you, that he feels called to do better in your presence, but it's certainly what's written there. All right. It sounds like him. Okay, cool. I'm glad that I could validate a lot of your experience. All right, let me get back to Missy. After Missy, I'm doing Catherine. Missy says a few things. Okay. He ended his relationship a few months ago and is currently in court battle with soulmate fighting for custody of their shared child. He served her. I feel communication coming once everything is finalized soon. You've touched on this type of dynamic in a couple of previous videos. Thank you. The confirmation and validation of my own navigation of this was such a really good, Missy. What can I expect with the current is energies, especially since I am a Gemini for this type of dynamic and how can I best navigate and prepare for it? Thank you, Missy. Let me go back and grab your birthday, Missy. There we go. Missy is born in Sycamore, Illinois. Missy has a birthday of June 6th. Happy upcoming birthday, Missy. 1986. 986 at 7:30 p.m. You must be a lucky star. Share screen. All right, here we go. Okay, and Catherine, get ready because you're next. After Catherine, there's Diana J and then Preet G. So Catherine, Diana, and Preet, please get ready. All right, Missy, let's get into it. How can you expect in the current energies given what you just heard? Okay. Not really, Diana. I can't really sing. It doesn't work so well, but all right. So, hmm. Okay, yeah. Missy, I would actually agree with you on what you just said. Like once things are finalized, you may find some communication roles in, but until then, I actually see he may keep a little silent just so that things don't get messed up on his end. I don't know why. I don't know why things would get messed up, but it's something I do see that he has this idea based on just how things are positioned in your chart. I'm reading him through your chart. And with the context you provided me, I do see that he has this idea that if for some reason he makes a move in your direction at this time, as a divine masculine energy, somehow, some kind of way, this messes things up for him. Um, in particular, with the monies and with the family circumstance. Yeah. So I don't know how long that whole process is going to take with the divorce and the custody, et cetera, et cetera. Um, it could, based on what I'm seeing here, he could delay and kind based on the transit I'm seeing here, he could really delay on the communication into the early part of 2022. I'm just going to be honest about that because the transit that I'm seeing here is indicating, let me just go back to where we land at for those two planets. Yeah, this is indicating an absence of divine masculine energy as a counterpart from your world for a little while longer. Um, on his side, because he just doesn't think it's going to be smart. He's really worried about um, what he's trying to build with the fullest transit to the ruler of your divine masculine energy through the house or through the sign of things trying to get built. And I also see the absence here marked by Neptune's retrograde back and forth over divine masculine energy here. Neptune draws things back, puts them back into the fog. So he may be a bit evasive, a bit elusive, a bit non communicative through the end of this year because these two planets move real slow. Um, so never fear, it sounds like you already have your hands full with things that you need to do. She's counter petitioning, not biologically his. Ooh, Missy. But they both signed an acknowledgement of paternity. Girl, sound messy. A very tricksy situation. He doesn't want to mess up. Yeah. Yeah. So if he draws back, that's the reason, Missy, is because he's just trying not to mess stuff up on his side of the things he's trying to build for himself. And if he does end up getting custody of the child with the Capricorn energy here, he may really wait until this child is settled in its adjusted life with him before bringing you into the picture, is the other thing that I'm seeing here as well. So, um, I don't think you're going to get radio silence. I don't see that. But I do see that communication may be sporadic, it may be unpredictable. It is certainly not moving in the direction of building anything at the moment. This is more about he's kind of withdrawn at the moment so he can handle some issues in his life. And as soon as those things are a bit more steady and a bit more handled, you're probably going to see a lot more from him in the second half of next year, as opposed to any sooner than that. I know that's a very long timeline, but if you are still married, you got plenty of work to do in between now and then. Wink, wink. Good luck, Missy. He sounds like he's a stand up guy trying to do stand up things. which most divine masculines are. You know, I have yet to meet a divine masculine who's not out here falling on his sword for some chick. Very rarely his divine feminine, which is typically annoying to see, but I digress. Let me not judge. This is what they are here to do. Let me just check the payment apps one more time. Thanks for booking a reading with me, Missy, a mini reading. Hopefully that provided you some clarity and a little bit of timeline in terms of what you could expect, and also set you up to kind of, know, okay, if it's that much time, here's what I want to do with it. Here's how I want to navigate it. Okay. So no new payments came through Vimeo. Oh, look at you, MY. Okay, girl. I got you. I got you. MY, and then Rosanna, I got you as well. All right, I got 2 more spots available for mini reading. And then we're going to call the list closed. Catherine, are you ready? Where's Catherine? Did she? Really does sound like my DM too, Bonnie. I think the online connection's been okay. So Catherine didn't post her question yet. It's okay. Catherine, it's your turn, baby girl. Let me get your question and let me get your birth details. After Catherine, we have Diana J and then Preet G. So Diana and Preet, if you two can get your questions together, that would be great. Let's see. Missy says, it's a blink of an eye in the past 11 years. Totally. My husband's soulmate is well aware of the whole dynamic. Beautiful, Missy. Incoming communication. I will address that. Yeah, cool. Elvin, it's really hard to be a DM. It's extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult. There are some who are here literally doing earth things just because their divine feminine is here and has work to complete in the earth realm. So he showed up just to be of service to her in her presence here. He's not really here to do anything else other than that. But he still has to go through all the human trials and tribulations. And it's not easy. All right, Catherine, my DM and I are meeting for the first time on July 16th, and I'm real nervous about whether he is in the place he says he is. He says he's ready for us to move in together and start a family. Whoop, whoop. All right, Catherine. I actually meant to purchase 2 charts because my DM and I haven't met yet, so there's no location for our union chart. I'm not reading union charts today, Catherine. That's in the description box. He told me I need to buy 2 readings, 1 for both of our charts. Right. No, I'm not reading union charts. I'm just doing your chart or his chart. So if you tell me your question, I can tell you which chart I need. Okay. Where's my chat, my live stream chat? Let me get back to it. Okay, perfect. I can work with your chart. Just let me know your exact question. You must be. All right, well, while she gets her question together. Okay, Bonnie, great to see you. I can't wait. All right, Bonnie, you have a great rest of your month of June, and I'll talk to you, or month of May, and I'll talk to you in June, sweetheart. Thanks for joining us. All right, I am going to pour a little more smoothie while Catherine tells me her question about the circumstance, because it seems like a cool circumstance. I just want to know what I can tell you that would be of service to you right now about it. Oh, is he in the place that he said he was in? That's what she wanted to know. I remember. So you asked me, is he in the place he said he was in? Hoping you'd look at both. That's what, yeah. No, I may not have understood, Catherine. I can't do all of that on a reading, on a mini reading with all these people here, hun. I can look at one chart and one question, but I can't do kind of both in that way. Okay. Got it. It's just whether we're going in that direction or if there's anything on the horizon. Thank you for clarifying. I did not understand that's what you wanted, hun. You wanted me to look at his chart and your chart. I mean, okay, let me just think about this. Can I do that here? Because the issue is just I want to be really respectful for everyone else who's also in line. Typically, Catherine, when people um do mini readings with me, if they want to do a second question, I have them go to the second question goes at the end of the line. I know a lot of other YouTube readers who do mini readings will set you up and kind of do it all at one time for a special price and this and that. I don't do that. You want me to look at his? Okay. I'm happy to look at his. I just want to make sure that I'm being fair to everyone else who's here and the time that they have. Because these can go on a bit long. And if you want me to really dig into his chart and your chart, and all, the best thing to do is just to book private time with me. That's the best thing to do. Or you just catch me on another live and I can do his. But either way, now that you have clarified, I will send you back, Catherine. I will send you back 22, so that you, since we're only doing one question, one chart, I will make sure that that is what you have paid for, hun. I don't want to take things from you that I didn't deliver. All right. Um, okay. Okay. You're open to me looking at the end, Catherine? If you're open to me looking at the end, that's okay. I can do that. I can do one now and then one at the end. If you're open to that, I'm open to that too. Okay. But let me start with you want me to start with his. So let's just see. April 9th, 1994. Okay. Four. Thank you for working with me in the way that I work. I really appreciate that, Catherine. I do understand that a lot of readers on YouTube will do other stuff. And I apologize if I said something that sounded very different in the past. That might have made this confusing. United Kingdom. Rock. Oh no, S. Rockford. Okay. CH. Rockford. Okay, so your counterpart, let me share screen. All right. You asked if he was really in the place he said he's in. He says he's ready for us to move in together and start a family. All right, let me look and see what kind of place he's in. Oh, yeah, girl. He's been ready for a little bit. He's 1994. Got it. Okay, you're welcome, Catherine. I can hook you up at the end. Thanks again. Thank you for your understanding and flexibility. I'm just really trying to be as fair as I can to everyone here. Okay. Yeah, he's ready. He had a Uranian transit to the ruler of his fourth house, and that ruler sits at home in house 4. Uranus brings big changes, revolutions, about faces, turns at 180 degrees at lightning speed. And so if he was like unready as of last year, and then now it just seems kind of like suddenly he's ready, believe it. He means it. Especially with the Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle coming. It begins this fall, or I think this maybe this summer. Um, he's in that eclipse cycle, hitting his roots and home and work axis. Like he's legit ready. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but if he told you he's ready, I can see here just based on both the kind of person he is and the transits in his chart. If that's what he said, he's not fooling you. He's not pie in the skying. He's not making it up. He's not hoping but not acting. He's legit ready. Okay. Let me come back and see what else you have to say, Catherine. Um, yeah, 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 it's nice. It is very exciting. That's what the situation was. Yeah, he wasn't ready, and then it almost seems like almost overnight he was like, "Boom, let's do this." That's what this looks like. Like almost overnight, he's like, "Okay, let's roll. I'm ready to do this." Um, so that's what this looks like. It's great. I mean, I'm really happy to see. Let me put it this way: I'm extremely grateful to not have to deliver bad news. Because I don't like having to do that. But this to me is talking about having gone through a period of having refined his character all of last year and into this year with Saturn through the first house. Going through a period, yeah, he's here getting a promotion. So that was the final thing for him. Yep. Having gone through a period of, the last several years, really, like since 2018, have made significant changes for him in the world of work. Um, he's job sent him there for 3 weeks in January. And then I can also see here that he is your natal Mercury. This is going to set you guys up. If he hasn't yet proposed, it looks like that's going to come in a couple years' time. You love me so much. Listen, I'm just telling you what I see. I could have had some other news for you, so don't put it on me. I'm just telling you what's here. It does look like he will be working up to a proposal in about 3 years' time if he hasn't already proposed to you. And that'll be something nice to look forward to. So yeah, there's a lot of change for him with the Sag Gemini eclipse cycle and the way he's viewing life, his creative potentials, his goals. Some of the things he had in mind as goals have started to really, like, something about 2020, I can see shook those things up and clarified some stuff for him in the world of what he wanted to manifest. So if this man is telling you he's ready based on what I'm seeing here, believe it. It reminds me of the song by Party Next Door. I love Party Next Door. It's like Party Next Door and Rihanna. It's such a cute song where she's like, babe, if you really want this, you best be prepared to make me believe it. It's a really cute song. It's a very sexy song. I love Rihanna though. I find her sexy on every front. I'm like, gosh, woman, you are like the epitome of femininity. Like, how are you doing this? So yeah, that's what's up, Catherine. Go ahead, girl. Move in with your man. Ground some union energies for the rest of us. For the rest of us, best of us, for the rest of us. I'm excited for you. Hang tight and prepare your second question. I've got a ways to go before I can circle back around to you. And for some reason, Catherine, if I can't get to you and you have to go and I don't get to you fast enough, I will refund your 22.22. Okay, sweetheart? I know Rihanna is a goddess. It's like, oh, can I just come to class, Rihanna? Open up the classes on how I can be like you. Thank you, Catherine, and good luck with it. Okay, beautiful. Thank you so much. I'll definitely check it out. Okay, cool. You guys have talked about getting married. Okay, perfect. Good for you. I think you don't really need to look at my chart. Well, you might listen in and decide you have another question as you're hanging out with us, but you let me know. Okay, Catherine? Now that you're kind of clear on how I work and stuff, you're welcome back anytime, sweetie. Diana J, is your question ready for me? Did you already paste? No, I don't have anything from Diana yet. Okay, Diana, love you too. I love all of you guys. Thank you guys so much for being here. All right, Diana, where you at, girl? Preet and then Carol in that order. Diana, Preet, and Carol. Preet and Carol, if you could get your questions ready, that would be fantastic. And then after that, we'll move on to Pallavi. And then we'll go from there. Let me just see if Diana is even here. Okay, thank you, Diana. All right, let me pull up the chart for you first. Diana J, Bridgeport, Connecticut. 8/18. I think somebody else, I just read for somebody else who had an 8/18 birthday. Okay, so sunrise chart. If you have a birth time, you should let me know. But if you don't, Diana, it's totally okay. Okay. What am I supposed to be focusing on right now? Life has been out of balance since meeting my twin in 2009. Since our separation in 2018, I've been trying to find better balance. 2020 brought me forgiveness. Oh, Diana, that is good. Really good. Good work. Wow. Forgiveness is one of the biggest lessons we can learn as twin souls. It's a really significant one. 7:24 a.m. Very helpful, babe. 7:24 a.m. We want to do a glasses chart. Okay, very helpful. Thank you. Well. What you're supposed to be focusing on. Oh, I didn't share screen yet, did I? Here we go. What you're supposed to be focusing on right now is about recovering some of the routines of your daily life and regrounding yourself in your lifelong lesson. With Saturn transiting your North Node at this juncture, North Node is all about what we're here to learn, do, and give to others, but specifically what we're here to learn is a big piece of this. North Node Aquarius, sixth house, this is really talking about twofold because the ruler sits in house two, which is about the way you make your money. House six is about service. This is about learning how to value what you give to other people enough to charge for it and to claim it as something that makes you a valuable, viable, desirable, beautiful, worthy, worthwhile human. A big piece of the way you operate and what you give to others with the Aquarian North Node, it's very easy to devalue yourself, devalue your needs, devalue what you give to other people. But what you're meant to be doing is moving toward looking out for the greater good of other people. That saying with the oxygen mask on planes, put your own mask on first before assisting others. With the Leo South node, you already have that handled. But with the Aquarius North node, you're actually meant to learn the opposite, which is how to put other people's oxygen masks on, without suffocating yourself, but making sure they get theirs first. Because if you feed the whole, you, as part of the group, by definition, get fed because you are part of the whole. And so you're meant to be learning in this whole lifetime how to give, share, and serve others, in a way that facilitates you being compensated and finding your self worth and self value through it. Okay. The Saturn transit to your North Node, literally at this time, Saturn sits at 13 degrees Aquarius, North Node sits at 14 degrees. The Saturn transit at this time is saying, Diana, I need you to, um, I really need you to rise in the world of what you're serving and what you're giving to other people at this time. And so this may be a bit about taking some of that forgiveness lesson and all of the ways that you came back into balancing yourself, because the ruler of your North Node does sit in the sign of balance, which is Libra. You're meant to turn around what you received from the work and turn around and give that to others at this time. You're meant to expand in your work in the world and your service in the world by sharing with other people that which you had been gifted with through your work efforts inside of this connection. And what's interesting about this is, as I look at this for you, I know you guys moved into a period of separation, but from a timeline perspective, um, as soon as this transit to the North Node wraps up, right around the same time, the Divine Masculine re-arrives here in House 7 in committed partnership for you. So whether it's him or someone else that has Divine Masculine energy who's preparing to come into your world, that's on its way for you, Diana. But what the lesson of right now is giving what you have received to others. That's what you're meant to be focusing on at this time. Okay. All right, Diana, thank you so much for letting me read for you. Hopefully, that validated some of your own intuition and experiences. If you want to go deeper, I recommend doing a private reading with me, so we can really look at this from a few different angles and really help you nail down, how that light work plays out. Okay. Close this. Okay, there we go. Beautiful indeed. Yeah, Elvin. I agree with Elvin. You can hook me up with that forgiveness class, Diana. I'll take it. Very nice. Okay. You are free of the things you forgave. Beautiful. Thank you, Preet, for being ready to go, girl. I love it. Okay. Preet G. Okay. Burnaby, Canada. After I do Preet, Carol, it's going to be your turn. Carol, please get ready. Okay. Burnaby. 1/11/1994, 9:16 a.m. Okay. Awesome. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to turn my mess into a message. There you go, girl. You let it. You let it. You let that mess become a message. Thank you for your service, Diana. Okay. Thank you, Delia. I have to go check the payment apps, Delia. I'm not going to check it just yet. I will check it when I complete with Carol. Carol is after Preet. And when it comes to that, when it comes to your turn, there's multiple people in front of you. I'm going to need you to repaste your message at that time, Delia, only because there's going to be a lot of chat between now and your turn. And YouTube only lets me scroll back so far. So I'm going to need you to hold your question until it's fully your turn. Okay? All right, so that I can find it when it's your turn. Carol, let's roll. Carol, you get ready because you're next, okay? We want to have as little lag time as possible between people. All right. You're welcome, Delia. I'm glad you joined. Thanks so much for signing up for a reading with me. Hang tight. It'll be fun. I'm in the works of starting up a business. I just want to know how to best navigate that through my Saturn return. Ah, okay. Um, Good question. Cool. So Jupiter is the ruler of that midheaven, and we've got Saturn opposing that ruler. Where is, oh, I need to share screen so I can get the annotation tool. Here we go. Okay, so the ruler of your midheaven here is Jupiter. Jupiter is the governor of the sign of Sagittarius, which governs your house of fame and honors. Jupiter is getting a square from Saturn at this time. Squares bring about a lot of tension. So she's supposed to invest. What is this? Where's the natal Pluto? Uh-huh. Okay. All right. So I don't know what kind of business you're trying to create, Preet, but what I see here is that two things are true. One, at some point in the building of this business, it will be necessary for you to take capital from outside people, like investors. If this is the business you're starting at this time, hopefully it's the kind of business that can sustain outside investors and or loans, because you're going to need it. Secondly, I also see here that let's see. I also see here that at this time, let me find you. Um, where's Preet? Okay, I don't see Preet anymore in the chat, but this is also telling me that for the time being, if you can avoid or delay taking on investors for as long as possible or getting loans from other people for as long as possible, if you can avoid or delay that, you're going to find that you do a lot better. And so the best time for taking on investors would be next year, not sooner. Preet. And again, I don't know what kind of, you got to tell me what kind of business we're working with so I know how to interpret this correctly for you, Preet. But this is really talking about the need to kind of work this on your own for as much as possible, Preet. And then next year, put yourself in a position to receive financial investment from others. You'll be in a position to get more money and also have it on better terms. You'll get better terms on your term sheets if you are working on some kind of startup that requires outside investment capital. But if you try to get that investment money this year, you're going to find your terms are really crappy, hun. You're going to find that you don't get as much, and the amount that you receive it gosh, at like the terms on it are just, they're shitty. Like the investors want to take like a third of your company and not give you even a third of the money that you need or half of the money that you need. So just hold out for as long as possible. You'll move into a period of time that's far more harmonious. I would also say, if you are taking, oh, it's Akashic record reading. This is a very different kind of business. Thank you. Okay, so then let me reinterpret this. Let me reinterpret this for what you just shared with me. The same thing remains true. Like, you don't want to take on any business partners or anything anytime soon, but you definitely want to give yourself a lot of permission. I will say the start, like between now and the end of the year, looks I'm gonna be honest, hard. It gets a little easier June and July, but then it's the second we end July and move into August, August through December looks dry. Now, when things start to pick up for you, you start to get a real boost financially in that business come next year. And it's like May, June, July of next year through the end of the year. Financially, and actually all of next year, now that I look at it, financially, you're just in a really good place next year. A lot more opportunities to do more of the work you love to do. But this first little bit between now and the end of this year, ooh, it's hard. I'm not gonna lie. You're gonna be really huffing it to find clients, to get yourself out there. So what I would say, if you've got a day job, do not quit it right now, because this is just not the window of time where this business is going to just take off. It will grow, and it's going to grow steadily. But this is the window of time where you're going to be asked to do more work than you actually get out of it for a little bit. And then when you're ready, next year, it's like all of the hard work of this year pays off, and then money just starts to flow. And you have more than you kind of know what to do with in terms of opportunity and finance and income coming in. But that's next year. Be prepared for the remainder of this year to just put your head down, work really hard, get your name out there, find clients, establish your way of getting clients on a consistent basis. It's Carol's turn now. Carol, please paste your question. It's going to take a little bit of time, but as soon as you are able to kind of, just get yourself out there, you're going to find that the rhythm you've established with marketing at this time and through the end of this year brings you consistency in terms of client flow. And then next year, you'll be able to kind of leave a job if you have a day job. Okay. All right, Carol. Thank you. Ooh, Carol was ready. My girl. I love it. After Carol, I'm going to check the payment apps, and then I'm going to do Pallavi. So, Pallavi, please get your question ready. You're so welcome, Preet. I appreciate you as well. Thank you for being here. All right, Carol is Canada. Oshawa, 3, 23, 1962, 12. Yeah. Ouch. Hit my elbow. All right, let me share a screen with you. Awesome. Pallavi and Isaurus, get ready, because you two are right after this. Pallavi and Isaurus, and I'll check the payment apps as soon as I'm done with Carol. Okay. Okay, so Carol says, when will I be back in full communication with my DM? I am a Scorpio. Okay. That's a good question, Carol. Now, I can't guarantee anything. I'm going to be very honest. One of the things about being a divine counterpart is that you and he have free will. And even more so than the others, than like the standard kind of human. You guys have more capacity to wield your personal power to bend a lot of space and time energy. Okay. So, Carol, I will say that I'm going to look for when things look good on your end of things, but that doesn't mean that it looks good on his end. And that also doesn't mean that even so, he's going to want to participate at that time. I've seen plenty of divine counterparts who've had enough volatility between the two of them where the union windows come and go, and they're like, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. It's too painful every time. So you got to keep in mind that I can give you when the universe supports it, but I cannot give you a guarantee. All right. And hopefully, Carol, you can confirm that that is okay for you. Okay. Now, when I look at this, how long have you guys been out? I have one question for you, Carol. How long have you two been out of communication? Carol, is this his chart that I'm looking at? March 23rd, 1962. Is this his chart or is this your chart? On and off since last August. Okay, cool. Okay, this is his chart. Great, thank you. That's very helpful. All right, so I would say, Carol, that the next time that things look to get a little bit more steady, or the possibility, I should say, let me just see what last August looked like. Like, what would have been going on? Mhm, mhm. Okay. Because I definitely see that last August there was an opening for you. Okay. I see there was an opening for you guys last August. So I see that here. Now let me go forward in time. This is now. Hmm. I mean, I do think that there's going to be a real possibility for things to get more and progressively more steady as we hit the end of the year, and even more steady once we get into next year. Um, Next year ends up looking really good once we get into the second half of the year. I know that's probably not a timeline that you want to hear, but that's what this looks like. Like the universe starts to provide a lot more opportunity. Yeah, a lot more opportunity into next year. Um, Good. Well, good. I'm glad you get to meet up with him on his birthday this year. That's great. Um, I mean, I would continue the flow of what you're doing here in terms of staying in touch as much as he's willing to allow it. This is telling me a story as I'm looking at this chart that the flow of communication opens back up in the latter half of next year. It gets more flow like. But as of right now, there's several things that I'm seeing that are letting me know it's just there are other things on the agenda for this person's chart, March 23rd, 1962. This person's chart that I'm looking at needs to do some stuff around cultivation of divinity energy. There's also some stuff going on around integrity and wholeness and restriction and boundaries. He's afraid of change. Okay, yeah. And so, integrity, wholeness, and creating a lot of um there's some things going on financially and in the world of creative work for the chart that I'm reading. And because of whatever's going on in the world of money and work in this chart, this is causing a bit of a focus in other areas of life. And I don't know if he has issues with kids or this person has children. But this also could be issues with children and parenting and feeling like a viable parent, even. This looks really tricky. So those things need to get sorted out at this time. That's what's on the agenda and the connection at this time for this person. But then things start to get back to a place where there's some level of harmonious flow towards the second half of next year. But things like you said, you're still in communication. It's intermittent. You see each other on the birthdays, that kind of thing. So this starts to get to a place of being much better as things smooth out after the end of this year. No kids. Perfect. Okay, great. All right. So I'm looking here at the three cards that I pulled for you. Yeah. Okay. This makes a lot of sense. Because what I'm seeing here, the activation is coming to the feminine energy. Uranus is sitting on top of divine feminine. Saturn is squaring divine feminine. And then what I got in the cards that I pulled is the Empress reversed. There's something about a recalibration of the feminine energy inside of this connection, and that's for both of you. That's going on at this time with Uranus Saturn square on top of the divine feminine energy in this particular chart. This is really telling me that somehow, some way, the feminine energy has been perhaps a little bit out of order in some certain ways. Like, out of order meaning there's been lots of ability to be receptive, but no creation or creative. Or perhaps there's been lots of creative energy, but there's been no flexibility. Or maybe there's been a lot of flexibility, but there's been no kind of softness or receptivity, that kind of thing. And so this transit is trying to upgrade this person's relationship to femininity, and what it means to be vulnerable, what it means to be soft, what it means to be open, receptive, creative, that kind of thing, what it means to go with the flow, what it means to shapeshift. There's a real upgrade going on to the feminine energy inside of this person at this time. And so Empress reverse is telling me that the feminine energy inside this connection is not available for the full connection at this time because it's going through upgrades. It's like putting your car in the shop. That means you can't drive it when you put it in the shop. The car is getting repairs and upgrades. Okay, so 7 of Wands upright and 8 of Pentacles upright. Bottom of the deck, 4 of Wands. With this deck that I'm using, it's a tarot deck. It's a tarot deck. It's the Santa Muerte. It's the Santa Muerte tarot. I'm looking. I'm tuning in. I'm quiet because want to make sure I give you the correct message. Yeah, the way this is working with this deck is I'm getting a lot of internal energy here for this person. And this is the way these particular cards read, is that there's a bit of internal work that is really needing to go on at this time. And I'm also really seeing with these particular cards from this deck that what's happening here is something like this is really divinely guided. The way this is playing out has been almost as if someone has been withdrawn and taken into a very sacred or holy place to create a richer version of themselves and to create a much stabler version of themselves, and they're almost withdrawing to a holy place in order to get divine guidance here, is the way this looks in these decks. Like there's internal work going on. 8 of Pentacles, 7 of Wands upright in this deck doesn't talk about defensiveness, but it talks about withdrawing to a holy place. Empress reverse, the feminine energy is not available. But then at the bottom of the deck, if you just respect and honor this process, 4 of Wands upright comes out. And the 4 of Wands upright really talks about in this deck being in a place of real abundance and ability to share something with other people because of the fact you did the internal work first. And what the other cards were talking about is a need to do the internal work. And if, if you can kind of honor that this is the stage that things are in, a need to do this internal work, Carol, there is a return and a resurgence. But like I said, astrologically, from a timing perspective, that looks to be next year. Okay. Pallavi, it's you, boo. Carol, you'll have to let me know how that resonates for you and your own intuition. Let me check the payment apps. Thank you for choosing me to read for you. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad. It sounds like you kind of know and you get what this is and what it needs to be, Carol. Okay. All right, Delia. Catherine. Oh, Kayla, do I have you on the list? Yeah, I do have you on the list. Okay. Delia, I have you. Thank you, hon. Appreciate receiving your payment. Okay, and okay, got it. Okay. So I have room for one more person on the list. Here's where the list stands at this time. I'm going to read for Pallavi, and then after Pallavi, we have Isaurus. Isaurus, please get ready because it'll be your turn after I finish with Pallavi. After Pallavi and Isaurus, then we go to Lean, Chelsea, Diva, Blaween, Andronette. Did I say Jack Meat? Okay, Jack Meat, Kayla, KB, Jagmeet. Here we go. KB, Kent, Yesenia, MY, Rosanna, Catherine, M, and then Delia. Okay. Awesome. Pallavi, let's roll. Isaurus, if you could get ready, please, because it's going to be your turn momentarily. Let's go ahead and pull up for Pallavi. Okay. Okay. Hyderabad, India. Of course. Hyderabad. Okay. 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 Listen, Pallavi. I just want to make sure, because the way we do dates in the United States is, slightly different. I just want to make sure I have the right dates here. September 10th, 1992. If you could just confirm that for me, that would be great. September 10th, 1992, 10:18 p.m. Okay. Okay. Pallavi, September 10th, 1982. Thank you so much, Pallavi. Okay, let's just see. 9/10/1992, 10:18 p.m. Okay, my dear, we had to separate due to family issues, religion, and case reason. Sorry, hon. I'm really sorry to hear that. He's currently in a marriage with a soulmate. He said that he's recognizing that our relationship is spiritual. Could you please help me understand current energies in the connection? Okay, I can help you understand current energies from his side. If you really want to get a good look at it, the best thing to do would have me look at your chart and his chart and your union chart when the date you two met in a private reading. I can't do all of that here. But I can help you understand things from his side since we have his birthday here. I'm really sorry you guys are separated for those reasons. Let's take a look. Just let me come back into the chat so I can see you. Okay. Right. Gosh. Well, first of all, one thing that really bodes well is the fact that he gets that this is a spiritual connection that he has with you, Pallavi. That's good. That's really good. If he knows that and he's admitted it to you, that's a very good sign that, he's not resisting it internally. He's not resisting it, with his mind, his spirit, or his heart, his emotions. Like he's not in resistance from those places. A lot of times, I would say here in the West, we get a lot of that. We get a lot of mental, emotional, spiritual resistance. But what sounds like what you're dealing with is material 3D world. Here are the rules and who you can and can't be with out external resistance. And so the fact that there's no internal resistance can make this, it's easier in other ways, harder, easier in some ways, harder in other ways. And that in itself, it's never easy, but when there's no internal resistance, you're at least not fighting against a person's unwillingness to be present to their own heart. And when a person is at least present to their heart, they can muster will forces around it to create from there. It's very difficult when a person has chosen to block out their own heart or has chosen to block out what they know in their conscious mind. When a person has chosen that, it gets even more hard to figure out how to work with the energies. But it sounds like he's not choosing to block it out, and that's a very good sign. I see here that in his chart the divine feminine rests in transit through the 7th house. So I would say he's probably getting a lot of downloads that the two of you may have had some past life energy. He needs to be strong enough to break the belief system. That's what we are destined to work through as twins flame couples, as far as I understand. That's my understanding as well, Pallavi, is that there's a lot of molds that we're here to break through when it comes to love and loving and connection and relationship and partnership. So with divine feminine moving through house 7 in this way, what this is saying is that he's got this recognition that there is a pull to you. He sees you as partner, senses you as partner, feels you as life partner. And this is the kind of thing for him that now that he's experienced this transit, divine feminine retrograde through house 7 in this way, he's not going to be able to unsee you in this way. Like he's never going to be able to go back to this kind of, oh, I don't know what this is. I just like this girl Pallavi and I don't know why. I'll just try to forget about her. Like there's no going back. He has kind of crossed into a point of no return in his consciousness around you and the connection, which is really beautiful. I also see here that for reasons you just named, I'm looking at his chart. You're sitting in a position that is square to him. The square position is a position of inaccessibility. And you are at this point inaccessible to him. And it's funny you mention is because of belief systems. Guess what Sagittarius represents? Religion and belief. And so, yes, you are going to have to, he's going to have to break those things. You can't do it for him. But because his seventh house is governed by the sign of religion, one of the big things that he is going to struggle with is trying to understand how. And, it's interesting because, like you said, hopefully you've been able to communicate this with him. For twins, it is a rewriting of the old systems. It is a redoing of the old habits and kind of things we took for granted in the world of relationship. That's what we're here to rewrite, redo, and upgrade for the collective energies. We're here to be leaders of a new energy here on earth, not the old one. And so he's going to have to find where and how in his core beliefs in the world of the faith, right? Whatever the faith says about people and love and connection and energy and beauty and, how we evolve as humans, whatever the faith says about that stuff, that also has all this stuff about caste system written into it. He's going to have to find his way to understand the faith through a new lens. And this, Pallavi, because you're sitting here in this place, this is actually something you're positioned to help him with. I don't know how religious you are at this point. You two's coming together will not be outside of your faith. It will be inside of your faith, because much of what you're here to do, because he sits in the secondary sign of religion, that's Virgo, much of what you two are here to not throw away or escape the faith. You are here to help the faithful understand it from a new perspective in your coming together. And so, to the degree that you're able to, I want you to dig into the text, dig into the scripture, dig into what it says about love and, the value and the power of it. I want you to dig in, not try to walk away from the faith. Dig into, what it's given you in terms of who people can be, when they really lean into to love, Pallavi. I'm discovering my spiritual gifts. Very good. That's a great way to use this energy and time as well. But just keep in mind that because of the placement here, you two's coming together will be inside of the faith, not running away or out of it. And so as a result, you guys have to be able to outwit, outknow, outperform. I'm looking for the word. You have to be smarter than the pundits who keep the belief system together that you and he are from different castes, and so you can't be together. You have to know the scripture so well that you're able to combat what the scripture says with another scripture that makes even more sense. That's you two's path. Okay. And so the first place to do that is you with him, helping him understand it from that place. And then the second place, first place is you with you. Second place is you with him. Third place will be you with his family, your family, the pundits, etc. Okay, Pallavi? Hopefully that helps give you an understanding of the energy of both now and the trajectory going forward. Isaurus, it's your turn. Pallavi, I also want to really encourage you to dig deeply into like some of the hidden texts and the hidden scriptures in your faith that tell the love stories that are rarely known or rarely understood between divine counterparts. I don't know if you I don't know what faith you have specifically, Pallavi, but dig into the hidden texts and the hidden scriptures. I come from the Christian background, and I know in my faith, there's a lot of hidden text around the relationship that um, Jesus had with Mary of Magdalene. And because all of that stuff had been repressed, one of the things I'd done, because there's a similar thing that goes on between my counterpart and I, it's not the same, but there's similar stuff. One of the things that I dug into is I found a Mary Magdalene scholar. And I started going to her talks and workshops in person and online. And, what she really revealed, in the way that she looked at the ancient, like original texts written in Aramaic, written in Coptic Greek, written in Hebrew. She went back to those to read what the scribes wrote. And inside of her uncovering, she discovered that there's a lot of evidence that points to Mary Magdalene being a favorite disciple of Jesus, that it pointed to her being the one that he kissed on the mouth and favored her above all the other men in the group. And there were certain men in the group who were quite jealous and really kind of had it out for Mary because of that. But in these hidden texts, the ones that didn't make it into our scripture, you can find that these original people who wrote down what was going on at the time had said a lot about the fact that, part of the way Jesus educated them was to help them understand love from a new perspective. And he was trying to help them understand the nature of like love coming with equality, love coming with respect, love coming with understanding people as equals and treating people really well. And so there's probably a similar thing in your scriptures as well, but it'll be in the hidden texts. And so that's where you need to go and look to be able to find the validity that you're going to need for him, for yourself, for your connection, Pallavi. Shiva and Shakti. I thought so, but I didn't want to assume Pallavi. I was like, she's probably dealing with Shiva and Shakti, but I didn't want to assume. Yeah, they created this earth at the first place. Exactly. And so, there's a lot there said about Shiva's power and Shakti's power inside of the known scripture, but you're probably going to have to dig into the unknown in order to really understand, okay, these two didn't make these crazy rules just to be crazy. They didn't make these caste rules just to keep people separate. Like you're going to see that inside of their love was the power of creation and the balance of masculine and feminine energy, and that what you and your counterpart are doing are walking Shiva and Shakti's path together. Okay. So, just a little bit of extra encouragement for you as you move through it. Because what I just saw in that chart, it's not easy, especially based on what you described with the case system and all of that. I know that's extraordinarily painful. Um, Lord knows I love my Gujarati friends, but they are snobby about that stuff. Sweet people, but I'm like, y'all, you cannot be like this. This is not helpful for the world. So my heart is with you, Pallavi. All right, Isaurus, where is your question? I keep talking to Pallavi because I'm waiting for Isaurus's question. But hey Maggie, welcome back. I haven't been on live in forever, so it's great to see you here again. William, welcome. Great to have you here, William Lynn. All right, well, I don't know, maybe Isaurus got busy. Talene, let's just see. Miss Talene, you are more than welcome to post. I know it's not been easy. I want the world to know people can't be pulled apart for such reasons. I agree. All right. You pasted it. Dragon satellite. Okay. Dragon satellite, are you Isaurus? Aha. Dragon satellite. Where would it have gone? Because I don't see it. Ah, okay. Great. Now I see it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Isaurus. Okay. New York, New York. Great. August 9th, 1989, 6:57 a.m. All right, cool. Let me go ahead and share the screen with you so that you have it. Oh, Maggie, no, I never signed up for Super Chat. I don't do that. YouTube takes like 40% of everything a person super chats to you. So, I mean, if you want to get a question, you can get on the list, Maggie. But no, you don't need to worry about giving me a super chat. Nothing like that, sweetheart. Don't worry about it. You're walking with 2 pizzas. I want a pizza. Where you live, Asaurus? Where you live? I'm coming by. I want a slice. I really want a slice of pizza, hun. Hopefully, Pallavi, that helped you a bit. Thank you again for coming in. That was a really, really wonderful question. And I'm sorry you're going through such a difficult situation. I just want to really encourage you to have faith that, those bonds that put women in secondary positions, darker skinned people in secondary positions, because of caste or gender or sexual orientation, all of this secondarying of other people, I really believe that we're here to bring that to an end on planet Earth. So I'm really grateful that you joined us today, Pallavi, and I'm cheering for you in your journey. Okay, check it out. Eusaurus wants to know. Make sure 8/9/1989, 6:57 a.m. What does the rest of Sears energy have in store for me? Oh, girl, that's a long question. Specifically in romance, that's an easier question. My twin and I have been in separation for 4 years. Okay, I got you. Isaurus, riddle me this, Batman. Are y'all in communication though? Are you guys in communication? Dragonfly, let me know if you guys are in a communication. And this is important. While she types that, I just want to speak to this for all of us. I said it inside of one of the more recent YouTube videos, Lunations, about this, about twins and union energies and coming together. I see her divine masculine entering her 7th house of committed partnership here, but this transit could begin and end with absolutely no communication. Nope, reached out last year and she blocked. Okay, got it. Okay. And this is why. If people are doing that, like blocking back and forth or unfriending and unfollowing on social media, or doing a lot of storming out and slamming the door, so to speak, the universe can try to bring you guys together, but it can't force you. And it's like a dance. And I mentioned this again in some of the videos. I'm gonna go Sammy and living with an open heart. Very good. The universe can, call the caterer, call the DJ, invite all the guests, even invite you guys, you and your counterpart, and book the venue. The universe can do all of that, and then you guys get in the same room, and all the other kids on the dance floor are shoving you guys together so you can finally dance. But if one of you freaks out and vomits on the other one, and then that one leaves the room, or the other one leaves the room, what happens once you're there is up to you guys. So I say all that to say that I do see your divine counterpart entering into a harmonious position in your chart as of next year. It starts now, um, and really escalates next year. But, if the request was, please don't contact me, if the and a block is a pretty clear request to not contact, the only thing you can do is what you've said here. Focus on me and live with an open heart. Focus on yourself and live with an open heart. Um, so, I'm really sorry that there was a block there that your counterpart chose to block. Typically, I've seen the blocking happen. The rest of this year, communication, I don't see it. Next year, possible. I've seen the blocking happen, Esaurus, when divine counterparts find themselves in circumstances where they feel like either the connection is too strong, or one or the other person was really yanking on the leash of the connection. So these connections can be a bit like a dog leash, unfortunately. They can be like, and I don't know if you've ever seen somebody walking their dog and they're just yanking the dog along by the leash on the neck, like how painful that must be for the puppy, for the dog. Um, when that yanking happens is when I have seen people block other people and like storm out, when they just feel like, oh my God, this person is pushing into my space too much. I feel a bit invaded by the power and the strength of the connection, on top of this person trying to push me in the connection as well, in the physical realm. So, possibility for communication, I would say it's more likely next year. I see divine masculine energy headed into seventh house. It's very quickly going to retrograde right back into Aquarius for the remainder of this year. It's not going to land fully in house 7 until December, January of this year. So about another 6 months is when it fully establishes itself in Pisces. So I see the possibility going forward, but at the same time, I would say if they blocked you, it's really up to them to open the door again and invite you back in. Um, but I would recommend as much as possible, that you utilize this time to transcend any of those kinds of behavioral patterns that would lead to that. Okay. Not to say that you invoked the person blocking you. I'm not saying that. But when that kind of behavior kind of goes on between two people, there are other behavioral patterns commensurate with it that lend itself to that being part of the equation. And by behavioral patterns, I'm talking about stuff like blaming and gaslighting. I'm talking about inauthentic communication. I'm talking about not respecting another person's need for space and boundaries, unwillingness to be vulnerable and transparent. All of those exist at the same level. If you think about this like a store, like a 6-story building or a 10-story building, blocking exists on the same level as all that other stuff. And so if you can do the work that you need to do, Isaurus, to leave that level, you'll find, because the connection, that leash it's elastic, it stretches, but like a bungee cord, that puppy snaps right on back. So if you can do the stuff to depart that level, you'll find your twin follows along at some point in the future as well. Okay. So all of that to say, you're doing the right thing by focusing on yourself. Whatever you find for yourself at that level that blocking exists at, I mentioned some things, none of those may have resonated, but find what's true for you that does resonate. Find the things that you need to work on, just work on those. And you'll find, again, the connection is elastic, it snaps right back. So trust that. Yeah, I did the tug when I first met her and tried to control it. Yeah, you're not the only one, Isaurus. We all did, girl. We all did. We all did. And sure enough, Sure enough, anytime you try to tug on that leash, because spirit is already working it for us. That's the thing that's hard to understand. Celine, it's your turn, sweetie. If you could go ahead and paste your question. Spirit's already working it on our behalf, but we don't know that in the beginning. And so there can be a lot of pulling, a lot of tugging, and again, it's like yanking a puppy on a leash, which is really hard on the puppy. And we don't have to, because we don't have to shout, because spirit's already doing it. That's the thing that we miss. We think, no, why am I the only one feeling this connection? You must feel it too. I can't be crazy. And sure enough, they, on some level, they feel it at their level of consciousness, but that's not necessarily going to be what we perceive. And so sometimes we end up feeling like, oh, I need to pull on this a little bit so that you can see it the way I see it. But I'm telling you, never goes well. Never goes well. 5/7/1985. Zach, I need you to go to 1985. Why is this not changing? I gotta do this the hard way. Always the hard way, Teresa. I don't know if any of you guys watch Queen of the South, but Pote is like my favorite human at the moment. And that's what he always says to her. And that's what I'm saying to my software right now. Always the hard way, Teresita. All right, 10:51 a.m. Got it. Montreal, Canada, May 7th, 1985, 10:51 a.m. Okay, got it. Let me share screen. Thank you so much for doing a reading with me, Isaurus. Hopefully that was a useful share for you. Take that into consideration in your intuition with your guides. And, only take what resonates for you and leave the rest. All right. TB says, I met someone new about a week ago that I've had a very good connection with on many aspects and levels. What is the energy around love for the rest of the year and next year? That's one question. Is this connection here to stay, here to teach me something, or here to help me with something? Or that's another question. Just anything that comes up, that's another question. Okay. Well, let's just see a week ago. Let's just see what's going on with who came into your world. What the energy was ripe for 1 week ago. So 24 minus 7 is 4 minus 17. Okay. What walked in? What would have walked in at this time? Aha. Okay. So all right. So there's some real interesting features going on here, TB. Some really interesting things. What's interesting about whomever walked in, what they're bringing with them is a level of partnership energy and commitment energy. And whether or not that just gets evoked in you or they themselves are bringing it and doing it, it's here. It's here in a big way. And I love this for you because I think that there's with not Jupiter, Saturn transiting through your 7th house of committed partnership. You've been getting an activation of readiness and realness for a long time, and a real desire to kind of settle down, get serious, do the thing, not mess around anymore. only entertain it if it's real and gonna last. And so I would say, as I'm looking at this, a few things are true. One, this person has some of that potential, and or they may just be readying you for that ultimate outcome. And that outcome stands to arrive, I would say, sometime, hmm, maybe this year. Maybe this year. Keep your eyes peeled, because there's definitely, if it's not this person, there's a real opportunity this year for commitment to arrive. Second, I would also say, as I'm looking at this, that this person, yeah, there was Venus conjunct the North Node last week. That doesn't happen all the time, just once a year. Yeah, I would say to lean, but I wouldn't. Here's the thing, you know, let this play out. Don't put too many eggs in this basket with expectation, TB. Let this play out, because when we add a lot of expectation to it or anticipation to it, things get really unnatural and inauthentic without us even meaning to have it go in that direction. Does it have potential? A lot. A lot of potential. Like a lot, a lot. Could it go somewhere? Quite possibly. Like, this could really turn into something real, real. Based on your chart alone. I don't have their chart, so I don't know. But um, there's a few things, interestingly enough, with this person that are hidden from you. And it'll take a little bit for some of those things to come to clarity for you. I don't know what those things are, but I do see with both Jupiter and Mars hidden, there's something missing. There's some pieces to the story that you aren't being shown if they're placed in house 8 and house 12. One thing that I can see is either this person could be potentially a parent and not told you. The other thing that I could see is this person could potentially have been married and not told you, but I doubt that based on some of the other stuff I'm seeing here. I don't really see that as plausible as the first one. And then the final thing that I'm seeing here is like something, it's like super basic to lean. If this is a guy that you're dealing with, I see something real basic um like there's just like a non-confidence in his physical prowess. He may like he may take stuff for like erectile dysfunction or something like that. So that's like I don't, I hate to say stuff like that, but I see it here. Like, it's written here that there may be some issues in the arena of sex and sexuality for him. Even in his childhood, like, I can kind of see there might have been some issues. It could have been, honestly, Celine, that maybe as a kid he was molested. That's what this looks like. Or she, if it's a she. That, and maybe that's what's hidden. And so maybe they have some like hangups in the world of sexuality and intimacy. Um, some unhealed wounds there as a result of that. But could it go the distance? You betcha. You betcha. So hopefully that gave you some insight into what you were working with there. If you want to dig into the other stuff, Celine, I recommend booking a private reading. One of the 30-minute kind of twin flame or relationship readings will get us what we need to help you understand stuff. But have fun. Have fun and good luck with that. Fun and good luck with that. Okay, Chelsea. Chelsea, my love, it is your turn. Maggie, I got you on the list, babe. Chelsea and then Diva. Wow, resonated very much. Okay, cool. Glad. After Chelsea, we have Diva. Don't paste it yet, Diva, not yet. Let me get through Chelsea first. Then we have Blauween. Then we have, I believe it's Jagmeet. Okay. Just try to paste it. I'm not sure what's going on there. You just might need to try and copy and paste it, hon, or click it like a link, William Lynn. Okay, Chelsea says, hmm, okay, great question. What is this doing on the DM side? Okay. Ontario, Wallaceburg, 6/18/1992. Happy birthday to your counterpart there, 7 a.m. Okay. We came back together at the new moon in Scorpio and gone again before the full moon in Gemini. Welcome to the Sag Gemini eclipse cycle. It's so much fucking fun. I mean, I'm a cardinal girl all the way. I really can't stand mutable energy, but I have learned how to live with it and accept it as a part of life. The mutable seasons, I don't love them. I don't know which way is up. Do I wear a coat? Do I wear a sweater? Do I wear shorts? I don't get it. I really struggle with this energy personally. But on your counterpart side, this is kind of to be expected, like a little bit of back and forth, a little bit of, like this energy comes this way, then it goes that way, then it comes this way again. As I'm looking at this for you, just the whole axis is sitting here on house 12 and 6. So a big thing that happens when you have major energetic transits on 12 and 6 in divine counterpart relationships are particularly periods of time where the universe is trying to get you to surrender to the connection. And the reason I say this is because house 12 is the house of subconscious imprisonment. They call it the house of self sabotage and prison and imprisonment, personal imprisonment. House 6 in ancient astrology is where others put us into prison. It's known in ancient astrology as the house of enslavement. And then it gives you this kind of like, oh, this energy of recognizing where there are certain things you have that have power over you. The twin soul connection is one such thing. It's like, oh, okay, got it. I can't have power over this. I don't control this. I can't dictate this. I just need to surrender to this and let it be what it's going to be. And I can't dictate or control them. I just need to let them be what they're going to be and operate the connection the way they want to operate it. So here's the deal, because there's so much activity throughout the entire eclipse cycle, not just this one, but the entire cycle is the Sag Gemini cycle. Your person, because it necessarily includes the divine feminine energy here, which is half of the divine counterparts, your person is getting some sort of insight, I would imagine, about this connection and about the fact that I cannot control my pull to Chelsea. Like your person's probably tried to, no communication it away, tried to fuck it away by sleeping with other people, has probably tried to, work it away by dealing with work matters and all sorts of other stuff. Like I've seen this a lot in divine connections where it's like, no, I can control my feelings. I just need to fill in the blank. No, really, you can't. Nice try. Really cute. It doesn't work that way when you're dealing with a twin soul. Um, and so this particular transit has been working overtime to assist your counterpart with recognizing the strength of the connection through the divine feminine energy. And the divine feminine energy has to do with that, gifting of creativity and love and partnership, that Juno provides, as the divine feminine counterpart. Also, divine femininity, also in general, has to do with, creativity, receptivity, flexibility, vulnerability. And so, in that sixth house of things that have power over us, one of the things that's really been coming up on his side of the connection is, it could be interpreted in any of the following ways, Chelsea. I cannot control Chelsea. I cannot control my feelings for Chelsea. I cannot control the fact that I can't make any of it go away or disappear. I cannot control, my own divine feminine needs and urges. And this could be stuff like my need to create, my need to remain flexible, my need to be receptive and open, my need to be vulnerable. I don't get to dictate or control any of that. That's just a part of life that I have to learn how to accept and surrender to. That sixth house dictates what we have to surrender to. And so a lot of people end up having challenges in the sixth when we have major transits to the 12th house, sixth house axis that are health challenges, which is what that house now stands for. In modern astrology, it's about health and well being, because our health and well being has control and power over us. We don't get to dictate it. We can foster it, but hey, it is what it is at the end of the day. If we're sick and we can't work, we are sick and we can't work. And so he's been learning how to surrender in this process, or at least that's what the universe has been trying to teach him. So hopefully, all of that, he's been taking it in and not fighting it. Like we were talking about earlier, like it's easier. You see those crime shows and those like action movies where they're like, the guy comes up and like strangles the person. Gosh, we live in a violent culture right now. And they tell the person, just don't resist. Don't resist. It's horrible, but that's exactly what the universe is trying to do with him at the moment. The universe is like got its arm around his neck and is going, don't resist. Do not resist this. So that's a bit of what's going on there. Okay. Thank you, Diva, for being ret to go. I super appreciate it. After I do Diva, I'm going to do Blaween. Blaween, little flower. I love it. It's so cool. Okay, Diva G, what do we got? Hopefully some of this resonated for you. You just saw him on Friday for your son's birthday party. I've been seeing his number literally everywhere and feeling him like crazy. Yeah. So yeah, that's all it is the universe trying to tell you you cannot you're not going to be able to control this. Good luck trying, but you don't get that choice. So there's that. But not getting my hopes up. I think this full moon might bring something forward from him. It might. It might. But remember that the full moon is part of the eclipse cycle, and the eclipses never work one at a time. They work in a group. And so you want to listen for what's going on in the group. Okay. I have an opportunity to change careers from law to medicine. Wow, that's a big change. Is this just a dreamer phase, or does my chart support this? Great question, Diva. Let's take a look. Lautoka, Fiji. I just think that's so cool. You were born in Fiji. Can I come visit? I hear it's really beautiful in Fiji. It's really beautiful. 10:28 p.m. All right. Let's share the screen. All right. After I'm done, Blaween, you get ready. Blaween and Andronette, you guys get ready, because Blaween and Andronette are after Diva. Okay. All right. Yes. 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 There is a lot of support for this for you, Diva. A lot. Oh, I'm so happy to see this. Um, so happy to see this. Here's what I got. Here's what's showing me that there's this is like good stuff. This is good mojo. Look up there, house 9. Okay. A decade in law. I just feel like medicine was my calling. It resonates more with me as a person. Right on. Yeah. Okay. I see several things here that indicate that could be true. But change at this time is also true. With both Jupiter and Saturn, the teachers, moving through house 9. House 9 is all about higher education. There is this opportunity for you to flow, like to do some more education, take some new classes that will really assist you in understanding. Um, assist you in understanding some new stuff in the world of education. And that would be taking, like, I'm sure you'd have to go back to school in order to become a doctor from where you're at now. But yeah, this is talking about applying the work ethic, the discipline, and the opportunities to take on that field of study coming forward for you now. I would do it. If this were me and my chart and I felt called in that way, I would get after it for sure. This is very harmonious and fortuitous energy for taking on some higher educational work that then lends itself to a new career in a few years' time. I definitely see that new career energy here for you. You also, so that's the change, but I want to just show you your natal chart, Diva, because inside of your natal chart, you have Chiron, the healer, which is indicative. Chiron was a physician. You have the capacity to make money as a physician. That's house 2 is about money making. And then a lot of the people who are in the healing sciences and healing arts are Virgos, but you aren't just a Virgo. You are a Virgo Sun, Virgo Mars, Virgo Creation Goddess, Virgo Nessus, Virgo Shaman's asteroid. You have a lot of Virgoan energy down here. And so this lends itself to you also having this ability. Now, I'm not sure really what you would do. I don't know if you thought about surgery, Diva. You can finish in 4 years as a graduate. Very good. If you've thought about surgery, I see you having the acumen to actually be quite good at it. Any kind of surgery, doesn't matter. But especially if you're working with like kind of newer technologies with Aquarius at your midheaven. Um, so, micro surgeries or things like that. I don't know what those things are called, like minimally invasive kind of things. I see you have surgeon energy here. If you wanted to go in that direction, you'd be phenomenal as a surgeon. I also see that the other energy you have here is great for the neurosciences as well as reproductive health. If you wanted to go in the direction of reproductive health, you'd be phenomenal at that as well. Yes, I always wanted to be a surgeon. Fantastic, Devo. Good. Well, I'm glad I could validate because your chart speaks to it. Um, I see you could potentially go into pediatrics. If you were, I would say don't try to be a pediatrician. Maybe do pediatric surgery, or think about like pediatric, like cancer care, that kind of thing. All of that is indicated here in your chart as something that you could succeed at quite well. All right. So, and the only reason I say like don't try to be, a pediatrician is because I think you would get bored because there would be too many aspects of your chart that would be underutilized. We tend to find most fulfillment when we are exercising the chart in its fullest expression. And so, my recommendation, Diva, would be to go in that particular direction, like pediatric surgery, pediatric cancer care, that kind of thing. It's something to consider. and working with like new technologies and things like that. Okay. All right, Diva. Thank you so much. Blaween was ready to go. I love it. All right, after Blaween, we have Andronette. Yes, thank you so much. This makes me so happy. Oh, I'm so happy to hear it. Good. I'm glad I could validate, most people who are in tune, intuitively in tune, they don't need like you don't have to have your birth chart read if you're in tune. If you're already paying attention to the energies, and you're not resisting yourself, resisting your soul calling, the things that I'm telling you shouldn't be a surprise. Okay, good. Thank you, Wealthy 310. Appreciate it. You're almost up. Okay. So the things I'm telling you should not be a surprise at all. In fact, they should just be validation for things that you've already known. A lot of people, especially as their ascension process really begin, Blaheen, Blaheen, Blaheen. Okay, I got it. Blaheen. Thank you. And what is it? Limerick. A lot of people, as they get further and further into their ascension process, they can feel the movements of the planet sometimes even before they're already happening. They can feel the energies already starting to take off. And this is your birthright. We were created to be able to sense the subtle energies in our realm. And so as long as you're not resisting, I should be telling you things that you already know on a lot of levels. All right. Isn't it nice, Elvin? I love it too. I love seeing people on their true journeys. It's one of the things that brings me the most joy in life is to encourage people in their fullest self-expression, in their truest expression of who they are. So thank you all for being here and being a part of that. Love karma and separation from my DM. How can I encourage union with my DM based on the current energies? Are there any signs of renewed communication? I understand that you can't guarantee anything at P3333. You got it, girl. I'm pulling out my decks. Let me just see. Signs of renewed communication and current energies. I'll do my best to just give you the current energies around communication. I'll combine your two questions into one question. Aha. Okay. So in your chart, Blaheen, the divine masculine counterpart just arrived inside of the communication house. And so two things are true. Oh gosh, this is never more true than for anyone but you, Jesus. So I don't know, Blaine, if you had a chance to listen to the video I just put out for the full moon that's occurring on Wednesday, the solar eclipse energy full moon, Sagittarius full moon. There is something here. I spoke about this in the twin soul energy update. But the divine masculine counterpart's arrival inside of Pisces means that the thoughts that occur inside of our masculine energy fields, your part and your counterparts, have the capacity to get extra broadcasted right now. Holy cow, and there's a grand trine. Extra broadcasted right now. They're extra loud. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, so Blaheen, I'm going to recommend something for you. I'm going to suggest that at the time, at this time, you do as much as you can to go about the business of communicating in the subconscious realms rather than communicating in the material. And this is why. Pisces rules the subconscious mind, and you've got this grand trine going on between your moon, which sits in Scorpio, Scorpio's secrets, and then Cancer, seventh house, which is where your natal divine masculine sits. Here's what I want to suggest that you do. Number one, if any kind of forgiveness needs to be given or any kind of forgiveness needs to be requested, if you need to apologize for anything, do it now. This is a great transit for healing the past. The second thing I would say, and even if you weren't the one in the wrong, but you just recognize there are some things on your side, you're like, I could have done that better. I could have risen to a higher level. I could have been, held myself to a higher standard, even if he did some messed up stuff or she did some messed up stuff, Blaine. You want to go ahead and do the work now to lay the foundation for that apology, lay the foundation for that cleanup, that cleanup energy, because there's a lot of really harmonious emotional energy here. But this is really telling me with that moon in Scorpio, you may actually be holding on to some aspects of the past that have you feeling a little bit like, I don't know, you know, and not even because it's moon in Scorpio, not even recognizing that you feel that way. You may recognize it, but you might catch it after the fact. The moon in Scorpio person I have seen can have very strong feelings, take a long time to really get past hurts when they have happened. But the interesting thing about it is that's part of what, like, when they have those strong feelings about people, and that strong connection with someone, it's part of what makes them so effing loyal. Um, Scorpios and Scorpio moon, Scorpio sun and moon people, they're known to be extraordinarily loyal people when they are in touch with their true self and their true nature. But that's the trick, because Scorpio is like kind of the hidden, it's what's the behind, it's what happens on the other side of the veil. It's very difficult to know at first. So if there's anything in you that's holding something against him, the first thing I'm going to ask you to do with this energy is to forgive yourself. And after you have forgiven yourself, then I want you to forgive him. And then if there's anything that you've done that's kind of holding, that you recognize in yourself, like, okay, yeah, I really didn't need to do X, Y, or Z, ask him for forgiveness, apologize, and give the most sincere apology with no request as possible. Okay. Then, because what happens is this, it's the Scorpio moon piece that's letting me know that that's the work that has to be done. But the rest of this, Pisces, Cancer, this grand trine, this energy is wonderfully fruitful for you all the way into the middle of next year. Like, you've walked into a window of time, at least on your side of the connection, Blaine. I would need to see their chart in order to see for sure. He pulled back, I feel, because of the intensity of the connection. Got it. It's possible. But this is not a surrender transit. Surrender transits will come for you, but this isn't one of them. This is really talking about, like, finding your way to take a stand for love energetically and verbally inside this connection. Nothing happened to apologize for, just the silence. Yeah. Okay. I got you. And so you want to do what you can to talk to him at night before you go to sleep, because I do see with that Pisces third house connection and Jupiter's arrival there and trine to your natal Pisces, this person is going to appear for you inside of your dreams. This person is going to start, you guys can do a lot of work in the 5D together and in the dream state to heal this connections triggers, heal its ability, or heal the ways in which it kind of made you to want to step apart from one another. So, to the degree that you're able to, I would open the lines of communication. I would also, I don't have you here, so I don't know your story, Blaheen, but to the degree that you're able to, like, if you're able to get like a private reading, and just a 30-minute one will be enough to really look at how to work with the communication energies inside this connection. Good grief. Um, we'll just work with those since they just wanted to fall out for you. This is very powerful energy between the two of you, Baheen. It's beautiful. It's beautiful energy. But I can see where it's overwhelming for him and for you. Oh, there's another one that wanted to come out. Yeah. Okay. And that makes all the sense in the world. Okay. So for your tarot pull, I'm using my Santa Muerte deck. And we have up all uprights. We have the star, we have the Ace of Cups, and we have the Knight of Pentacles. And when I put all these together in that order from this particular deck, I agree. The emotional intensity of this connection is something that he just couldn't do. Like, this is showing me a person drowning in emotions. Um, and that a lot of the time he's able to keep his head above water, but every once in a while stuff comes up that even he doesn't understand. It could be from past life. Um, but it's just like emotionally overflowing for him with the way the Ace of Cups looks in this deck. There's a lot of emotional overflow and no sign of emotion stopping or letting up. And so he may just need to take a break from all the stimulation so that he can integrate, which is some of what goes on here with the Knight of Pentacles card. Is that's why things move in the way the Knight of Pentacles moves so slow. It's because time to integrate this into the material realm, to bring all that water into the earthly realms is required. It can't all seep in all at once. If you know how, as things are going very slow, I totally understand. No, you're not going crazy, but he does need time to integrate. It's like, like after a really big rain, the roads can kind of flood a little bit. And not only do they flood, but, they kind of pile over the road and onto, the sidewalk or, the grass nearby. The earth gets a break so that it can absorb things when it stops raining. And so some of what goes on when he kind of steps back a little bit is he's trying to get it to stop raining so that he can absorb everything that's occurring. Okay. So that's what I got for you, Blaheen. I'm getting ready to launch the next Q&A with Kay. I hope you're a subscriber to the channel and to my private list, because inside of that Q&A with Kay, I'm going to talk a lot about spiritual union, which is what I'm seeing from your side of the connection, is a lot of spiritual union energy. And there are a couple of exercises that my guides did with me very early on. I wouldn't say too early on, but they did some exercises with me, and my counterpart, in as we were starting to come into spiritual union, that I want to teach you guys so that you guys have the capacity to navigate some of this and diffuse some of the energy that gets caught up on the emotional band of the connection and move it through the spiritual band and the physical band, so that you have the capacity to, like I said, integrate it. So there are exercises and meditations. There's at least two of them, and I'm also going to be talking a lot about mirror work inside there as well. The next Q&A with Kay, and the types of mirrors that the twin soul can provide to us. So I think you'll find that particular course very useful. We start in June, but I'm going to announce it at some point in the next week or so, the next 10 days. So keep your eyes open for it, because what I just saw in your chart, I think you'd get a lot out of it. It would help you ground some of this energy a lot. But yeah, communication, definitely, most likely on the 5D. Most of the time I don't encourage 5D communication. Like extensive 5D communication, if there's literally nothing going on in the material, because it can make you batshit crazy. It can make you really lose your mind if you get too far out in front of your connection. in the 5D with nothing happening on the 3D, it causes a split in the spirit and mental cohesion in your field. And when you have that split, that's what drives you mad, like literally crazy. You get, to straitjacket levels that way. And so my recommendation would be to work as much as you can on the 5D at this time, but then be prepared, because there's going to be a need to bring some of this into the material, as that card was saying with the Knight of Pentacles, to slowly start bringing some of this into the material world. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, Catherine, I agree. Boheen, huge thank you, Kay. You are such a beautiful and uplifting presence. I really appreciate that, Boheen. I really value what was shared. I'll be reaching out for a personal reading soon. Fantastic. I really want to see your video on this. Yeah, I can't wait to put it out. I'll be getting some videos out about spiritual union in the next week or so as well. Tons of Kundalini. Very nice, Catherine. Okay, Andronette, my girl, are you here? Yeah, Salome, I'm still accepting payments for readings. You can go ahead and get on the list. So I have Andronette, Jagmeet, Kayla, KB, Ken, Yesenia, MY, Rosanna, Catherine, Delia, Maggie, William Lynn, and then if anyone wants to jump on it next, we can. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Wealthy 310. Let's roll. Initials are AL. Got you, girl. Okay, 10-4. Let's do it. Thank you for being ready, Wealthy 310. I really appreciate it. After this, we have Jagmeet. So Jagmeet, Kayla, and then KB. Okay. Let's bring this 10-4-1991. And where were you born? Los Angeles. .49 a.m. Okay. I'm going through a tower moment financially. Okay. I was told by my spiritual advisor there's something about sudden wealth or a financial gift in my chart. Huh. I'm looking for this. I don't see it, but I'm looking to see how I can help you. Oh, I see how they could have arrived at that. But that it doesn't, I don't know that it expresses that way. Why is she going through a tower moment financially? Let me just see. Oh, okay. Okay, what this is talking about, as far as I can see it, Wealthy 310, as far as I can see it, there's a few things going on here. There's something in the world of work that you're needing to realign, and it has to do with the way you make your money. I don't know how you've been making your money prior to now, but at this time, whatever you were doing, you're supposed to be changing it up for what you're meant to be doing. That's the first thing. The second thing I'm seeing here is that you are being asked at this time in no uncertain terms to raise your rates. Wealthy 310, what were you doing work wise? How were you making your money before or up until now? You're being asked to raise your rates, to ask for more, to reset your value in the eyes of the world as a higher value than how you've previously valued yourself. Now, what's interesting about this for you is that this may come with a real need to get some additional education because all of this is going down in the education signs on the house of value. Gemini and Sag, the Gem Sag eclipse cycle, are education signs and they're marketing and PR signs. So you may need to learn some things about marketing and PR. You may also need to, or if not that, just something to increase your value in the world so that you're in line for a promotion. um, Maybe learn how to sell, maybe learn how to close. I don't know what you do for work, but if you're an entrepreneur, it may be about marketing and sales. If you work for someone, it may be about educating yourself a little bit more around things that facilitate you being able to get a higher salary. If you work for yourself, this also may be about setting higher rates inside of your business, like raising your prices. Much of this and all of this has to do with you coming to terms with your innate value, that you are a valuable person with Juno conjunct the south node, that you have a lot to offer, that you are giving a lot to the world, and that what you give does deserve to be compensated. This also, because Gem Sag is about communication in the mental realms, this is also a lot about releasing from your mind, your conscious mind. Again, earlier we talked about money stories, Wealthy 310. I'm not sure if you heard the conversation around this. This is about creating new money stories for yourself. Hey, spiritual baddie live. It's so great to see you. Creating new money stories for yourself and understanding the money stories that have really kind of run your life up to this point. Gemini is about storytelling, and you're being asked to really take pen to paper in your private time, Gemini 8th house, and rewrite your money story. Create an entirely new way of interacting with money. If you've had the old belief system, this is about reprogramming a lot of that. The old belief system, like, oh, people who look like me can't make that much or can't do this, or people who have my level of education, they can't achieve X, Y, or Z financial income. This is about, no, my name is AL. I have the power and the right to command what I deserve, what I want to get paid. The universe is my game board for life. I get to choose, and I choose to be compensated X. I am a wealthy woman, and as a wealthy woman, I know that wealth and money flow to me easily and daily. I release the strongholds from my family around money and wealth. I now claim wealth as my birthright for me and my generation. Like, this is like going that level. It's like going the affirmation route and really spelling out for yourself what you intend to claim for yourself, all of which is based on, look, you need to get aligned with the work that's meant for you, not just the work that you're currently doing. Okay. So, whatever you feel like, okay, this is what I know in my heart of hearts I'm called to do, starting the process of like, okay, let me figure out just how to get paid for this. Starting the process of figuring that out is what this period of time is for. And this is why you've been getting this kind of like tower moment in the world of money, because it's trying to get you to get on that path and get on it like now. Okay. Elvin is an awesome mod, Marie. I agree. I really agree. Marie, I did my homework. You'd be so proud of me. I did the hair done, nails done, everything did. I did it all, girl. You'd be so freaking proud. Um, Took myself out on a date, dressed up, got me some shoes, boo, because I have a wedding I need to go to and I had no shoes but sneakers. And they weren't going to look right with a dress. I mean, some sneakers look great with dresses. That's how I wear some of my dresses with these really cute white shoes, but not for this wedding. I took myself out. I was like, Marie would be so proud. Went myself on my own little date. The only thing I didn't do was take myself out to eat, but that's next. I smell crab legs in my future. Let's pull your cards, AL. And then Jagmeet, if you would go ahead and place your question inside of, ooh, I didn't mean to open that link. Jagmeet, if you would place your question, and after Jagmeet, if Jagmeet's not here, Kayla, it's you. Right? The right sneaker dress combo can be really cute. Real cute. All right. So let me get these other cards going on for you. Okay. Can I ask you a personal question, AL? Did this oh girl, this is good. Okay. Did somebody not pay you back, or did somebody owe you money and not give it to you, or did you invest money somewhere and then that investment didn't turn out, AL? Because this is what this is looking like. It was like you were supposed to get certain money and that money is not here. And it's causing you a lot of freaking grief at the moment. And it could just be like maybe your job promised they were going to open back up and then they didn't. And instead they fired you and you're like, oh crap, I can't pay for anything. Let me know what the situation is because I'm looking at this and to be honest with you, it looks so good after we get through this moment in time. It doesn't look good yet, but it gets really good. And so the reason why is because your spread starts off with the 3 of Hearts, which tells me there's been a lot of heartbreak around I couldn't file my taxes. Oh, missing my pin to file. Oh, okay. Girl, that's not the end of the world. Unless that is impacting like 3 or 4 other things. But this is really talking about a couple things. So 3 of Hearts upright, Hanged Man reverse, Knight of Pentacles upright, Queen of Cups upright, and Queen of Pentacles upright at the bottom of the deck. So I'm only supposed to pull 3 cards. And so I went for the second pull and all the 3 of these came out at the same time. So this is really telling me that, and you missed the deadline. Girl, they ain't gonna kill you. They ain't gonna kill you. Trust me. I've been in enough trouble with the IRS. You're good. Just file as soon as you're able to. You're gonna have to pay a late fee, but you'll be fine. Okay. So, yeah. This is talking about like, okay, there's disappointment here, but you know what you need to do. And this Knight of Pentacles is saying it's going to take a little bit, but you'll be able to do it. You will be able to do it, but it's just going to take time. And then much of this is with the Queen of Cups upright and the Queen of Pentacles upright. This is telling me if you can just get emotional control over the situation and not wallow in the frustration, not wallow in the disappointment, not, get yourself to a place where, this has been where you're beating yourself up about this. If you can get emotional control here, it's going to be a lot easier for you to just get on with it. Look, people miss these deadlines all the time. The IRS knows it and they are so backed up. And I know that because I have so many problems with the IRS. I'm only going to leave it at that. Back to my smoothie. But I will say you're going to be fine. It's just a matter of getting these things kind of in order and treating it like business instead of being in Queen of Water, Queen of Cups energy around this. You're being invited to get into Queen of Pentacles energy around this. Like, this is a business. I just need to do what I need to do, put my emotions away, and just move through the steps one step at a time. All right. I hope that's helpful for you, Wealthy 310. You are going to get through this, I promise you. Let's go ahead and have Jagmeet. Are you here? Are you here, Jagmeet? Let me find. This is. Okay, Yesenia, you on the list. You're welcome, Wealthy 310. Where is Jagmeet? Jagmeet. All right, Jagmeet. What's going on? Where's my girl at? And why? Then that was a message for you too, girl. I know we just spoke about the IRS earlier this week, and I was like, oh, I hate them people. And you were like, yeah, me too. But they're so backed up. They are so backed. That's why it's going to move slow to get out of this with that Knight of Pentacles in your situation there. It's going to move slow to get out of this. But don't take it personal and don't get in your feelings about it. All right, Wealthy 310, just do what you got to do. Just boss up in that Queen of Pentacles energy. This is a business, and you're just going to keep following the steps you have to follow in order to get done what you need to get done. I wanted to know, what is my DM energy in regards to our connection? We've been in separation for 6 months. Okay, he was born in Cincinnati, Ohio. Let's see. After Jag, we're going to do Kayla. We're also going to do a 3-card pull for Jag. Just make sure I don't forget that, guys, that I'm going to do I'm going to do a 3-card pull for Jag. Let's see. 7/26/1988, Cincinnati, Ohio. Okay. 7/26. Okay. IRS audited me. I said I owed 10 grand. They messed up. Turned out they owe me 2 grand. See, they just, the IRS is just on their own fantastic voyage, man. Like, you cannot make this about you or your self-worth or your emotions when the IRS is doing their own thing. Like, just come out your emotions and let's just deal with, the tactical practicals. That's what your card pull was saying. Thanks for letting me read for you, Wealthy 310, and good luck. Jag wants to know separation is date of birth. Okay. Yeah. What's his energy regarding our connection? Let me see. 6 months means you guys separated in, oh, I see. Okay. Y'all would have separated in December, is what this is telling me, that the separation would have taken place inside of the November, December, January timeframe. All right. So I have some questions for you. Who am I reading? Jag. Jag, I have some questions for you, hun. First of all, are you two in communication? Meaning, A, no one is blocked, no one has been told, please do not contact me. No one is, red lighting. And by red lighting, I'm talking about, like, they slow down communication. They don't respond to things as much. They aren't slow down, don't respond, or they just straight up told you, don't reach out, or they blocked you, something like that. Has there been any red lights, and are you guys in communication, Jag? Because I do see a resurgence and a possibility for some communication to be happening if there's not any. But that really begins to unfold in this connection next year. We communicated last month, but I sent him a text last week and he didn't say anything. Yikes. Okay. I hate that. I hate when people aren't responsive. Okay. Where's Uranus and where is Saturn? Okay. All right. So, yeah, I see when the separation occurred. He's much of what happened, Jag, back in that November, December, January time frame. Much of what happened was a lot of clarity on the masculine side of the connection. And again, this is not just like, oh, he was born into what we classically call a male body with male genitalia. This is just in the world of masculine energy, much of the masculine energy, both for you and for him, was invited to get clear about two things. One, is this connection something that I have the capacity to expand right now? And if it is, then I'm going to deepen it. And a lot of union energy started to unfold between divine counterparts. But if the answer to that question was no, then a lot of separation energy began to unfold, because what we had at that time that continues into now and continues into next year, or to the end of this year. Yeah, end of this year until the divine masculine gets out of Aquarius. What we had is this energy of like an unwillingness to split self, like an unwillingness to like stay on two sides of the fence, like try but not do, be with a spouse but love my twin, be living in this place where my job is but not able to follow through in the location where my twin is. You would have just seen where they couldn't get it together to get aligned, they dialed back because it just didn't make sense to be in split energy anymore. There was a real light bulb moment for a lot of divine masculine counterparts. This isn't aligned. I can't move forward. And because I can't move forward, I'm not going to pretend anymore like I can. And so you would have seen this separation energy occur for counterparts in that circumstance. So I don't know what specifically in his life wasn't fully aligned. As I'm looking at this, I was looking to see if there was, another person in the mix at that time. I don't see that there was, but you would know better than me. This just looks straight up like he kind of got to the clarity or she got to the clarity. I'm just not ready. I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for anything more than what it already is. So I just need to dial back. And that's what you're experiencing here. At the same time that all of that went down, Saturn opposed your counterpart's sun. And this would have again called all of their integrity cards on the carpet. Like basically the universe basically showed up and was like, yo, have you cleaned your room? Did you do your homework? Have you taken a shower? Have you bathed? Oh, you didn't do any of that? No. Okay, you don't get up to go outside and play. You need to finish your homework, you need to bathe, and you must clean your room before you get to go outside and play. And so that's essentially what the energy has been for him in the world of connection on the whole. So I don't want you to concern yourself that this is like, oh, he ran off with somebody else. I don't see that. His finances is what he said he needed to focus on himself. Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world. A lot of people can't focus on love if their finances are a mess. Like it just doesn't really work. It doesn't work particularly well. And I do see here where his financial card like really got pulled middle of last year. Like his finances had a few tower moments middle of last year. So energy toward the connection, I don't want to say non-existent, but I do want to say he's not allowed to play outside until he's cleaned his room, taken a shower, and done his homework. Once he's done those things, I'm sure he'll be back along. um, so you, hopefully that metaphor made sense for you, hun. And you were able to, take something out of that that really served you. It's not that he's not thinking about you, but it's that he can't focus on an us until he's right with me, like himself. And that's what's going on here. Okay. All right, Jagmeet, let me get the tarot pull going for you, sweetheart. Let me get the tarot pull. What's going on here? What happened in my connection to you? You're not alone. Yeah. It happened to a lot of people. Like I read for a lot of people who, that union window opened only for one half of the connection to go, whoop, I was not ready for that pull. Let me go clean my room. I was not ready. All right, Jagmeet, here we go. Oh, yeah. The first card out is the Three of Pentacles, and that's all about building financially, building in the material plane. Okay. Yeah, and I see the Six of Pentacles here as well. Wanted to peek, but it didn't come out all the way. And that's about kind of figuring out how to give and receive and balance. Not having the feeling of not enoughness. Ooh, child. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this man is, yeah. Okay. So that it all makes sense now. Three of Pentacles upright, Eight of Swords upright, and the High Priestess upright. And I see some stuff that just popped out off to the side. Five of Cups reverse, Judgment reverse. He's really trying to avoid a craptacular situation financially. I don't know what the situation is that he's worried could happen, but I see here that he has a sense that if he doesn't figure some stuff out financially, he's going to be in a really bad situation. One that's going to greatly limit his ability to have a life, period, not just a life with you. And so he's really harnessing as much of his power as he can to bring his finances together in a better circumstance. But this is going to take a bit, to be honest with you, because I don't see him starting from a place of plenty. And even if, let's just say he's an investment banker and he's really wealthy, his idea of a plentiful starting place is not here. He thinks he doesn't have enough, like he's starting from behind. And so he's really trying to marshal his intuitive forces, because there's some things he doesn't know about why he's in the circumstance he's in. Like, why is his money like this? And so he's trying to figure this out for himself, why his money is like this and what he can do to not be in this situation anymore. And this is why, bottom of the deck, Four of Swords, he has placed himself in time out. He's trying to figure it out. So, yeah, it's interesting. You asked what his energy was toward the connection, but his energy was, to your point, squarely focused on his money. He's not interested in connection with anyone at the moment. You're special and different, but he doesn't have anything to offer that he feels like is like he needs his full attention right now in order to get things to where they need to be. Okay. Let's see, Jag. Kayla, it's your turn. Kayla, KB, and then Ken in that order. So Kayla, if you could paste. And after Kayla, KB, and Ken, we have Yesenia, MY, Rossana, Catherine M, Delia, Maggie, and then William Lynn. Oh, child support is a mess and he's behind. Yeah. I get it. Okay. I'm sorry. You're welcome, Jag. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's why he's sitting over here like trying to figure out his life. Cause if he can't get that together, them people are they gonna get up in his account and just take his money and garnish his wages. That's why he feels like he won't be able to do anything if he can't get it together. All right, let me get more smoothie while Kayla posts her question. Okay. All right. I know lots of K's, right? Kayla, thank you so much. Let me go ahead and open up a chart for you. Pennsylvania. Johnstown, Pennsylvania. June 23rd, 1988, 42 a.m. Let's share a screen. Okay, Kayla says, what are the biggest energies at play right now in my life? I've gone through a series of drastic changes since meeting my counterpart in 2017. Welcome to the show, Kayla. You are the next contestant on Twin Flame Blows Up Your Life. And I have been trying to follow the light, and I think I'm on the verge of something. Let's see. Mhm. All right, Kayla. Changes for the positive. That's good, Kayla. I'm happy to hear it. Listen, when I look at this, and you said, what is it? What are the biggest energies at play in your life? Okay, the biggest energies in anyone's life are always the same. It's the placement of transiting Saturn right here. It's the placement of transiting Chiron. Neptune, if Neptune is talking to anyone, but at the moment, Neptune is sort of in a conversation with your divine feminine and your natal Mars, sort of, but not really Mars. It's mostly just divine feminine. And then the placement of Uranus and Pluto. These are always going to be the biggest energies. Okay. So here's what I would say. Let me just see who they're all talking to. Chiron, thankfully, is done talking to your horizon. Seventh house cusp. Okay, thankfully Chiron's not a major player at this moment. Let me just see who Uranus is talking to. Thankfully, not a major player at this moment. Woo-hoo. Okay, yeah. So the toughest stuff is really behind you, to be honest. That Neptune is having a conversation. Who's Pluto talking to? Okay. Yeah. All right. And then who is Saturn talking to? Saturn is talking to your moon. All right. So funny you mentioned you led off by talking about your connection because the divine counterparts are indicated in your natal chart because of who is talking to them by transit now. We have Pluto talking to divine masculine, and we have Saturn talking to your moon, but Neptune talking to divine feminine. Okay. So right off the bat, when I see Pluto and Neptune having conversations with the divine counterparts, this is telling me that the two of you are not in a together place at the moment. That this is a period of time where the two of you have been placed in a bit of a timeout for some learning and growth in your own classrooms. Neptune, it would be, you could survive this together, but it would be hard. I'm not going to lie, because each of your stuff would be up so hard. You'd be triggering each other so badly. It would be really painful. Okay. So Neptune is talking about what Neptune is trying to do for you, Gayla, is it's trying to assist you with understanding the subtle nuances of divine feminine energy. It's trying to get you to surrender more to your own divine femininity. So I don't know what you consider divine feminine or how you explore or express that energy, or if you have some story in your mind about what a divine feminine is supposed to be. Universe is really trying to get you to understand what it actually is and relieve you from the ideas that you may have had about this is what it means to be the perfect divine feminine. It's trying to set you free to be your version of divine feminine, Kayla. Inside of the Jupiter conjunct or Pluto trying to divine masculine energy, this is also trying to help you strengthen your masculine energy. A lot of this for you is about confronting your fears, Kayla, and getting to a place of understanding that, sometimes what we fear, we can't control the things that we fear, but we do have to, that doesn't mean that we can't face them. And this is about learning how to face those things that really kind of, you're being asked to open up and surrender. This is a big surrender lesson for you. Big lesson in surrender. Yeah, you're being asked to surrender to the process and to relinquish trying to control where this is going and how it's going as divine counterparts. So, all the funds, I'm sure you're enjoying this immensely. That was a joke. I'm sure it's been quite difficult, Kayla, to be honest. When I look at this, I see this has been tremendous growth, tremendous challenge. It's like just this to me looks like just when you thought you were going to catch a break, like here comes the universe again with a deepening of a new lesson or an old lesson that you had. It's like, fuck, like just when and I think a bit of this is really trying to help you understand, Kayla, like just when you thought you might get your life back on some sort of track, this is really trying to help you understand your life isn't on that track anymore. And not only is it not on that track, it's not going back. Um, and you're being asked to make sense of this new you in this new reality. And I can see it just feels it's just hard. It's hard. There's a lot of part of why it's hard is because there's a lot of ways in which you're meant to be changing your mind at this time, changing the way you think about things. So hang in there. This process continues through the end of this year, Kayla. You're going to be in a different energy next year, and I recommend a different reading for that period of time. Okay. Thank you for choosing me to read for you. I really appreciate it. It is KB's turn now. So, KB, if you could place your question, Ken, if you could get ready. Ken, you're after KB, and then Yesenia, and then MY. So great. DM and I have been talking again November, end of January. Cool. When I found out at the end of January, he had a daughter born with someone else and trying to keep it a secret. Oh gosh, KB, why do they do that? I find it so amusing that they try to keep secrets from counterpart. It's like what made you think that I was not going to find out? Like, where in your right mind did you, like, what was it? What was it about our connection that had you believe I wasn't going to find out? Help me understand. KB, I need some dates, hon. I need a birthday, his date, your date, and a question. Oh man. KB, just give me the date and the question, honey. The birthday and the question. He said he was not seeing anyone else. I sent a text saying upset, but giving him space, not in communication. But he started with it's intense with the eclipse. Eclipse bring us together in 3D or apart? Okay, good question. The very odd situation is info. Okay, perfect. Thank you, KB. Now, it's funny that Marie just posted right after you over here at Spiritual Baddie Live, because what I would recommend for this situation, and she put the little cowboy hat there, just giddy on up with Marie, because she'll tell you everything you need to know with the snoop on boo. I recommend Marie's services highly for a circumstance like this. Because this is like, well, if you didn't tell me that, what else are you not telling me? Like, can I trust you at all? I get it. I get it. All right. Washington. But subscribe to her channel, Spiritual Betty Live. She tends to go live a couple times a week, or at least once a week. And she'll get you a lot of detail. I can kind of give you sort of like the energetic overview about the eclipses, but she'll help you, like she'll get you the nitty gritty. I'm so sorry that happened, KB. It's one of the things about the process with unconditional love is that we learned that there just aren't any conditions that could occur on their side or our side that would make us love them any less, would make the connection any less strong. And so wherever we had a deal breaker in our lives, oh, if you have a kid with somebody else, that's a deal breaker for me. I'm walking away. Oh, if you cheat on me, that's a deal breaker for me. I'm walking away. Oh, if you know, lie to me, that's a deal breaker. I'm walking away. Oh, if all of that stuff. Love doesn't recognize deal breakers. Relationships do, but love does not. And love exists regardless. And that's a lot of the lesson for a lot of us, is learning how to remove the deal breakers and conditions from our love as a term of loving. So now I'm on the eclipse date. Okay. Let's answer your question more directly. Okay. Oh, he knows I forgave him. Very good. That's all, folks. TM hiding big secrets was new. Oh, happy birthday, KB. Happy birthday, sweetness. All right. Well, look, what's interesting, like I've been saying, is that eclipses work in tandem, right? They work in groups as part of a cycle. They never work solo. And this eclipse cycle began with a series of closings. lunar eclipses, and it completes with a series of new beginnings, solar eclipses. And so you guys have been about a closing cycle, according to this chart, on axis 12 and 6 since the middle of last year. So June of last year is when the eclipses began on this axis. And this axis, as I was saying to someone else earlier, this is the axis of where we're being taught how to surrender to things that have greater power over us. So I would say the closing out of the cycle that I'm seeing here has a lot to do with, one, secrets. I mean, when you get eclipses or transits of Uranus to that ruler here of the 12th house or the 12th house cusp, secrets just come out. Like, you just can't keep them anymore. Anytime you have Uranus talking to the ruler of the 12th or the 12th or the 12th sign from the sun, your secrets are today's headlines. That's just how that goes. You don't get to keep anything to yourself anymore with that transit. So I'm not surprised you found out, to be honest, when I look at this. But what I also see here is that there's a big chunk of clarity and enlightenment about the nature of life for him, things he can't control that are about to unfold. Um, and there's also a big chunk of clarity for him coming in the next year about his own divine feminine energy inside of himself. And then, yeah, girl, okay. And then what's interesting is it's the Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle that's about to kick off. And that's what's going to make this whole thing a completely different ball game, because he's going to have to, on that eclipse cycle, make some choices, or the universe will make them for him, about what's going on in the world of children, but also in the world of what he wants to manifest. Because Juno sits here, fifth sign from his sun, Jupiter 11th sign, that those are the axes of manifestation. He's getting some clarity about, okay, I'm going to need to manifest some new stuff here. And in order for me to manifest it, what's going to need to happen is he's going to need to make some new choices for his world. Interestingly enough, I do see here that, did you say he didn't know if the child was his? Is that what you said? Let me go back up here. Yeah, that's what you said. Okay. So, I mean, frustrating as this is, Elvin, for you, sorry, KB, for you, this is about to be a waiting game. I wish I had your chart in front of me so I can tell you what you're supposed to do with all of this. But on his side of things, I see a lot of confusion, a lot of like new things coming into focus that he can't control, that he is going to need to learn how to surrender to. And in learning how to surrender to them, he gets more in the flow of life. But this is not without its, kind of like cost, as you can see, and as you are presently experiencing. So, hang in there, I really wish that there was something else I could tell you. I'm glad you know the truth at this point in time. In terms of whether the eclipse brings you together or apart, I don't know that the eclipse is going to deliver that for you. Based on the placements here that I'm seeing in his charts, this eclipse cycle isn't speaking to you two being together or you two being apart. It's not speaking to you. It's dealing with other matters in his life. The next eclipse cycle will deal with y'all, but this eclipse cycle is just not about you two. And so, that's why I say for you, this is about to be a bit of a waiting game. And, it's never really waiting as long as you're learning stuff. Perfect, KB. I'm so glad we get to talk in June because, girl, I have some questions for you. I have some things that we want to know for you, girl. Okay. So, yeah, just hang in, because this is he's got some things he's gonna have to figure out now, and then next after he figures that stuff out, the universe will be like, all right, now we're gonna bring KB into the mix and we're gonna deal with the two of you together. All right, Ken, it's your turn. Thank you, KB. I look forward to reading with you. Because like I said, that next eclipse cycle really is about you guys. This one, not so much. It's about other stuff in his life. Um, all right. After your video that talked about twins and babies. Yeah. Yeah, that was probably, I will have to say, Ken, go ahead and paste your question and your birth data for me, or let me know what chart I should pull up. After Ken, we have Yesenia, then MY. So Yesenia and MY, please get your questions ready. Hey, Penny. Oh, great. Looking forward to speaking with you in June, Penny. Yeah, I gotta say, that was just Ken, which chart do you want me to pull, sweetie? Her chart or your chart, hon? Um, yeah, that twin baby thing. That was one of the hardest things, hardest messages I ever had to deliver. I was like, because I really had to, okay, I will pull her chart. Because I'm not doing union charts in these lives anymore. Um, I really had to, for myself, and it's just kind of letting you into my process. I really had to get right with the fact that, okay, if this is for the highest good of all in my connection, that this happens, that I have a baby with somebody else, or my counterpart has a baby with somebody, not me. If that's what's in the highest good of all, then I surrender. It took me a minute to swallow that and to get to get there. I was like, you got to be kidding me. And it killed a lot of false dreams and false hopes in my mind. It really, and those didn't die quietly. They didn't die, like painlessly, but I just kept having Morgan's words in my head. Because Morgan, I did an interview with Morgan and Todd, twin souls, on when I was doing union interviews last year. And Morgan kept saying, you know, I, if whatever happens, if it's for the greater good of all, I choose it. Um, and she said divine kept presenting to her either or choices, like this connection or, what's in the greatest good, this connection or what's in the greatest good. And she kept choosing what was in the greatest good, and her connection continued to maintain itself. And so did Todd. Todd Medina talked about that too, where he just said, I kept choosing what was in the greatest good, and the connection maintained. And so, when that message came in for me, I was like, you have got to be kidding me. I am not interested in that storyline for my life. And, they didn't say it was for me. They just said it was for all, and that it had a lot to do with the changes on earth, and that they were going to really be needed as they moved into young adulthood and adulthood, these souls that were coming through. And that there's just a signature, an energetic signature that they receive from coming through a twin, as opposed to coming through a person who is, just two non-twin people. There's an energetic signature that they receive that then makes it possible for the entire genetic line after them to be born with certain traits and gifts, and to also do a particular type of light work on the planet. And so it didn't matter if it was which twin or both twins, it just mattered that they got onto the planet as quickly as possible. So that was kind of what that was. But that message came through, and I was just like, fuck you, life. Fuck you. You don't love me. I don't love you. Leave me alone. So that's how that was for me. But yeah, it was a tough message to deliver for the reasons I just explained. Because I had a lot of ideas about my own connection that I really, I wanted things to go a certain way, be a certain way, look a certain way, have certain things. I had to give that up. Like, you may not get that. You got to surrender that too. You got to surrender everything with these connections. And that's how that goes. All right, Mr. Kin, first call from her in almost a year. Good long convo. Yes, I'm so happy to hear that. She said she's emotionally raw. Okay, what's going on in this connection? Oh, um, oh, I think that might be the list. Yeah. Oh, well, damn, this girl is so young. She still has so much more to go. I'm like, did Uranus hit her Chiron? No, that's a much later transit in her life. Did Uranus hit her moon? No, that's a later transit in her life too. Uranus hasn't even hit her divine feminine yet. Jeez. Because that's typically what causes us to feel raw is a transit of Uranus or a transit of Pluto to a personal planet. And neither Pluto nor Uranus hit anything personal. Um, Looking to see if Neptune did, but I don't see that either. Where's her sun moon midpoint? 3 degrees. Taurus. Okay. 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 That's probably what it was then. Is Uranus is kind of creeping toward her sun moon midpoint slowly. It's still a ways away. But what I look at this, what I'm seeing here, this is telling me that there's a way that she has moved through life, Ken. Let me just see. There's a way that she's moved through life that she's been kind of powering through stuff. And Pluto just kind of, what did it blow up? Saturn has really kind of crashed the party at her Lilith point. Um, where was the Plutonian thing? Uranus is about to, or just crashed the party with her natal Pluto. That was the Pluto thing I was looking for. Uranus crashed the party with her natal Pluto. Saturn crashed the party with her natal Lilith. And Pluto, there's nothing with transiting Pluto. Not this year. Um, oh, maybe a little bit. She might still be reeling from Pluto speaking to her natal Jupiter. Okay, her natal Jupiter is retrograde. Jupiter brings luck and opportunity, but when it's retrograde, Jupiter doesn't really provide that as much, to be honest with you. Jupiter provides more spiritual insight and fortitude than it provides, what's that called? Luck and opportunity. And so, with that energy there, one of the things she's dealing with, Lilith is one of her ways that she gets her way in life, and her natal Pluto is connected to her intrinsic sense of personal power. And with Saturn and Uranus blowing up both of those two planetary energies, the universe has kind of knocked her on her ass yet again, around this time. I mean, around the way that she's handling getting what she wants in life. This is an energy that's telling me especially with Lilith square Pluto, there have been times where she's been manipulative in ways that she didn't even want to be. It's like she saw the manipulation coming out of her mouth and she like could not even help it. Because I see the charm, I see the charisma, I see the magnetism that's built into who she is, how she is with all of the Scorpio placements that she has, but it's the Lilith square. It's the Lilith square that's telling me that she doesn't mean to kind of twist people into getting her way, but she does. She ends up doing that a lot more often than is probably helpful or healthy for her. Saturn trining her natal Mars, opposing her natal Lilith, and then Uranus opposing her natal Pluto is basically calling her out on that behavior. And so when your coping mechanism for getting through life in a way that you can deal with, in a way that you can stand, when that coping mechanism is taken away from you, after you've been through a world of hurt in your own childhood, and you've been through a world of hurt inside of, all the things you did to cope with that childhood, you get to a point where you either those coping mechanisms either become stronger or they get broken down, right? when we are when we have like addictions or addictive behaviors, or we have these kind of painful ways of dealing with some of the trauma of just being a human being incarnate. um this is a moment in time where the universe is saying, you've come this far, but you can't stop here. You've changed a lot, but you have to keep going and growing. This, where you're at, is not a resting place. You must continue to evolve. And so it's continuing to strip her. The universe is continuing to grow her and strip her. And this is probably why she would say precisely what she said, feeling emotionally raw. Okay. I didn't see any specific transits to divine masculine and divine feminine in what I saw there. What I saw was more kind of like the universe kind of knocking her on her ass and asking her, like, okay, have you had enough? Have you had enough? Get up one more time. You want to get up? Get up. Fight me. Fight me if you want to fight me. Get up. But this is really kind of the universe saying, with you, like the universe is kind of going, you're going to have to stop fighting, stop charming, stop manipulating, and start being real at some point. Are you going to do it now or not? That's what's going on in her chart. And so that necessarily can, by design, includes her connection to you, and getting to a place where she is honoring herself enough to not run from herself, not run from her thinking, her feelings, her authenticity, her vulnerability, not trying to cover it up with, charm and manipulation and good looks and all of that. She's those gifts that she has to be able to do those things. She's not able to use them, and life has really been calling her out about it. And that can leave a person feeling very vulnerable. And as a result, she's really being asked, like, okay, you want to keep trying to go that route? You can try, boo, but this is not going to go well for you if you keep trying that. And so, is she accepting the connection? I think what she's going through is a deeper acceptance of herself, much deeper acceptance of who she really is. And because she's more deeply accepting herself, she is necessarily going to accept more of the people in her life, the people who've been there for her, etc. Let me find my book for this one, Ken. Hang on one second. I don't even know what I did with it. I guess I'm not using that deck today because I don't have. I need the book for it. It was the same deck I used for you the last time we were on live together, but I don't see the book for it. And it's too bad because I think these two things would probably be very helpful, but it must be that I'm supposed to use straight up tarot today. So that's what we're going to do. Give me 3 cards for where Ken's counterpart is at in the connection. Where is Ken's counterpart in the connection? Where is Ken's counterpart in the connection? Where is Ken's counterpart in the connection? Okay. All right. I'm sure you know these cards very well by now. So I'm just going to tell you what they are. 10 of Cups upright, 8 of Swords upright, and Knight of Wands reversed. Bottom of the deck is what I call my Bachelor card, and that's the 9 of Cups upright. So with 10 of Cups upright, yeah, I would say there's some questions she has because the 10 of Cups and the 8 of Swords upright came out together. It's funny because I've seen this 8 of Swords a lot tonight. Yeah, it's Mercury retrograde at this time is not doing any of us any favors. It's creating a lot of confusion. It's like she knows that there's, happiness is possible in the world, maybe even with you, Ken. And she's like, nah, can't be right for me. And so she resorts to this Knight of Wands reversed behavior. And what she's the 8 of Swords upright is literally sitting in between the 10 of Cups and Knight of Wands reversed. Knight of Wands upright is not our friend. This is somebody who comes in with that kind of in and out behavior, kind of like, Knight of Wands, wanting Knight of Wands activities, like I will just hit it and quit it. But Knight of Wands reversed is someone who like manipulates to get that. And so here she's like, okay, I could continue down this path of getting validation from sex and sex only, continue getting validation for my looks, continue getting validation, for my Knight of Wands behavior, just getting by on what I need, getting by on my looks, my charm, etc. Or I could move into this 10 of Cups energy, which is like me being a whole person and then having a whole relationship with someone I can build a whole family with. But this is about, does she believe she can have it? And this 8 of Swords is about her getting to the place where she can believe in herself to that degree. The 9 of Cups energy, that Bachelor card energy, wish fulfillment card energy, the universe is really trying to show her, yeah, she can. You really can have what you want. It's 100% possible. And for now, you do need to be a little bit solo in order to make that happen. Like it's can you do it? Yes. But do you need to kind of do some deeper focusing on yourself to make it real? 100%. All right, Ken, that's what I got for you. Hopefully that helps you understand some things about where things are at in the connection for her. Yesenia, it's your turn. And then after Yesenia, we have MY. And then we have Rosanna. Rosanna, Rosanna. All right. All right. I know Maria is such a queen. She is the real goat. She's the greatest of all time. Okay. Is Yesenia here? Rosanna. Okay. MY, are you still here? Yes, Yesenia. Hook me up, girl. Okay. Thank you for being ready. And Ken, thank you. Yes, Mystic Rose. Yes, girl. It's a nice song. Okay. Watsonville, California. Um, 26 p.m. Okay. Okay. Let me get to the transit since we're asking about work. Ah, okay. Nah, girl. I see you employed by June, honestly. Okay. Another potential employer wanted me to do skills assessment. I was told that someone in the office was going to contact me, but never heard of anyone. This is good you're not employed right now. Since things with potential employers tend to die off, I find myself questioning my career path. Does my natal chart support my career change? Yes, it does. It's just not time yet. It's about to be time. The time window opens up in June. And it's literally like from June 10th till the end of the year, boom, you're off to the races. There is a lot of supportive energy for you to get a brand new start in career with the eclipses in the second half of the year because they're solar eclipses, which portend new beginnings. Those new beginnings are opening up in that 10th house of career. But it looks like the universe is trying to keep you safe from a couple things. The first is there's a series of retrogrades that have begun. Pluto retrograde, Saturn retrograde, Jupiter is about to go retrograde. Let's see. Pluto is your communication and mind house. Saturn is your creativity and home house. Jupiter is your roots and communication house. Yeah. Okay. Some of the places that are not working out are not working out because these are not communication fits for you. They aren't places where you would be able to grow. And these are not places, there some of them were places that they just almost as soon as they hired you, they would have to let you go because they're not stable in certain ways. I don't know what ways that is, but I'm looking at these and I'm seeing instability in the places that reach out to you. They wouldn't be able to sustain taking you on. And so they're not high, they're not what's happening isn't necessarily a rejection. What's happening is you witnessing them being not ready. And so one of the things that I suspect will happen is as we get on into the solar eclipse cycle, which begins in June, Yesenia, you're going to find that several of these places, some at least one of them may call you back. They may call you back and be like, "We weren't ready. We're so sorry. We didn't mean to fall off. We want you to come in for a second interview, or we want you to do an XYZ, or we want you to do blah, blah, blah." You may hear some of that come forward, but that's after they kind of get their ducks in a row. So, somewhere between June and I would say September, I see based on what I know about these planets and the way they're moving, maybe even as late as October, I say you're going to end up being employed. But some of what's happening is God is protecting you from their internal chaos because they kind of pulled the trigger on hiring before they were truly ready to receive someone. And so that's some of what you're seeing here. Is the chart supporting the change? 100%. Will the change happen this year? I absolutely think it will, especially since you're actively in the process of applying, putting yourself out there, following up, all of those things that you're supposed to do, Yesenia. I recommend it. The final thing I would say is if you haven't reached out to cousins and friends to let them know that you are actively looking for a job, I do see here that there's some energy here that's supportive for you from cousins and friends specifically. just you let them know, hey, this is what I'm up to. Hope you're doing okay. Looking for a job. Let me know if I can do anything. I mean, that's the shitty way to say it, but you find the way. You know how to interact with your cousins and your friends. Find the way to just talk to them and let them know, like, hey, I'm looking. Have you heard of anything or do you know anyone? And it looks like it may come through someone you already know at that level, cousins, friends, an older brother or sister, younger brother or sister of yours. It may come through one of those people. Okay. Miss Yesenia, this is great. Let me see. Yeah, it supports your change, but you just need to remember that the mutable eclipse cycle is like and what it's about. Mutable energies and mutable weather, the mutable seasons of the chart are the seasons that go one step forward, two steps forward, one step back, two steps forward, one step back, two steps forward, one step back. That's how mutable energy works in order to get to where it's going. Good evening, Kylie. Good evening. Good evening, Sokka of the Water Tribe. Momo of the Momo Dynasty. Who knows what that's from? Okay. Miss Katara Water Tribe. Mr. Sokka of the Water Tribe. Momo of the Momo Dynasty. Okay. So hang in there. There's a lot of confusion going on around right now. If you can, I mean, it's going to be, I know financially, like you can only hang on as much as you can hang on, but this looks better for you and less confusing for you at the tail end of the year. The beginning of the year looks like it's just like, ooh. Go ahead, Kylie. Yes, that's exactly it. um, so that's kind of the thing there. Um, that's kind of the thing there. It's going to happen, but you needed to get past some of these confusing energies of the start of the year, and not just you, Yesenia. They did too. They needed to get past the confusing energies of the start of the year because there's been a lot of that. A lot of really like, oh, which way is up? All right, MY, I'm gonna pull your chart up. Let me get back here to your question. Both mutable, and I'm Sag and my sun. What should I prepare for during cycle in this union? I'm not sure if that's my chart or his. Well, seeing as how I know enough about your personal situation, let me just pull his chart up. And let me just see what's what. Okay, but Kylie, can you name which episode? What is the title of the episode? There is no war in Bossing Say. All right, MY, let me just do something really quick to kind of give you a little bit more privacy. Okay, now I can share the screen. Because you like me with your privacy, mad paranoid and shit. I'm sure I totally understand. I don't want my name out there. Okay. Okay, so let me just pull up the transits so I can see what's going on right here. Oh dear. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff. So it's true. You are a Sag. I forgot. I didn't realize he had heavy mutable energy in his chart. He's a Virgo. Okay. All the funsies. All the funsies. Okay. You, my dear, no, what was the name of the episode, Kylie? What was it called? Okay, so these changes for him, I can see already they've been kicking his booty. As of last June, these changes have been really putting him through the ringer. And why? What's going on is he's getting a restructuring in multiple areas of life all at the same time. And this is really, eclipses are restructurings that are almost like, this is when the universe forces our hand. This is when the universe kind of goes, yeah, maybe you dragged your feet, or maybe you just didn't know. It was just time for you to go in a different direction. Either way, I'm going to make the change for you. And that's a bit of what's going on here with these energies in his chart. I see here, because most of these are squaring his sun. Sun governs his subconscious mind. I see squaring to Venus. Venus is making changes, big changes to his money, which probably got a little funny last year. I think I remember saying that to you in 2020, his money was going to be funny. Um, and then to his ninth house, which is higher education. And then I see Mercury making changes again to his sense of self and his career, which we know there were some big changes to his identity and career. And then I see Mars, which is making changes out here in his not subconscious mind, but it's funny. It's funny, we were talking about secrets. Um, there are some things that he's just not going to be able to keep to himself much longer in the world of his identity and who he is in the world of relating. Because his Mars sits at that 0 degree mark of Libra. And Mars governs the eighth sign from his sun, and the eighth sign from his sun governs his secrets. And so I see a lot of stuff here for him where it's almost like the universe is just trying. Yeah, the universe is trying to get him to be more congruent. MYA. The universe is trying to get him to be a more congruent person on the whole, and is really forcing his hand around this, like giving him no quarter to be a split person or an incongruent person anymore. That's not um that's not going to be possible. This is going to be one that a period of time where, like, I just see that these changes, because we know what the career changes are, the amount of spotlight he's about to be under, it's just not going to be possible for him to continue to kind of sideline pieces of himself and aspects of himself in ways that he's done. And because you and he are part of a singular self, that also includes you. So similar to last year, because I remember when what happened between you happened last year, literally at the same time. Juno went retrograde and you were on that bus, and then there was a conversation, and then there was silence. And I remember that. Juno went retrograde. You said some things, and then there was silence. And so, what I'm seeing unfold here is a similar process, but at a higher level. So, it's important to remember, our universe and time works in this spiral that moves upwards, right? And so, you two will spiral back into communication before the end of the year. But what's interesting is the universe is placing so much demand energy in his space, like a lot of demand energy in his space. Like, you must do this, you will do that, you have to evolve in this way, and then you have to do this. That when that comes from other people, even if it's just, hey, consider me, um, he is going into a space of like, it's like the Virgo paralysis. Like, "Ah, I don't know what to do. Like, I could do this, I could do that, but if I do this, then that, and then it is, and then and it's like, when you see the cartoon character start to think at warp speed, and then the smoke starts to come out of their ears. A little bit of that is some of what's going on, or what has been going on. And so, the thing that I would recommend as I'm looking at this energy in his chart is the way you did it last year was perfect. You kind of found your way back into communication with him. Um, And it would serve, I would say, to get into a place of just, easing on back, easing, and not easing back in terms of um backing away from him, easing on back in terms of easing back into an easy and steady flow of communication. But the way it's going to have to work, given what I'm seeing here in his chart, is um, it's got to come with no expectations, no demands. Like the same way it is with me when like you see me doing 50 things and you don't hear from me, you're like, oh, she must just be busy. Whatever. I know she'll get back to me. Um, or you might be like, text me on a completely other subject. Like, I know you didn't get back to me yet, but I wanted to also share this with you. Like, keep it as easy and as casual as that. And this really looks like, honestly, you kind of end up going along for the ride because I see here the divine masculine energy floats right into that seventh house. And just knowing you for as long as I have, seventh house of committed partnership. What's interesting about that is, from all the times I've read for you, you present as the divine masculine energy in his chart. So I do see you two coming back into communication. And it's just a matter of like, okay, let's just flow with this since, we're in the place of, okay, we're certainly energetic union is happening. And, at the moment, we're just friends. So let's just operate this. Fine. That's how you want to play it. Let's play it like that for now. But then we both know something more is likely to unfold in the next year or so. So just keep that in mind because the universe is really pushing him hard at this time, like really hard. So he's just trying to keep up. And as you saw, I mean, everyone's just not good at getting that kind of, they're not good at, everyone's not great at handling the way the universe pushes them, and what you're witnessing is just his response to being pushed by life. It doesn't mean don't consider yourself, obviously, but it does mean, right size and explain, right size the expectations for where things are at this time in the connection, because the place and the time for expanded expectations will come. I definitely see that coming. Okay. And why, let me know if that resonated, if there was anything that wasn't clear. Okay. You're welcome, beloved. You're welcome. I'll holler at you later, girl. All right. Rosanna, it's your turn. And then Catherine M. Again. Catherine, if you're still here, go ahead and prepare your question. Elvin, I totally understand. And I thank you for being here. It was a treat to be able to read for you. I deeply appreciate your mod skills. Thank you, hon. I'll see you on the YouTubes. I'm sure. I'll see you in Marie's live at some point. Have a great rest of your day, Elvin. I'm almost done anyway. All right. So, Russ Anna, it resonated. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, thank you, Mystic Rose. Let's do it up. Okay. Quito, Ecuador. Okay. No, the list is still open, Kylie. It's still open. I can take one or two more. Mystic Rose says, after watching, oh, Kim, I'll have to go check. Kim, I'll check after I'm done with Rosanna and Catherine. Okay. After watching your Sag full moon video on your other channel, since we're Gemini and Sag, what's going on with our connection? We're in long separation. Last time was in December 2018, connected in the 5D, happy doing my inner work. But what can you see? Um, Sounds good, Pallavi. It was great to have you here, Pallavi. All right, Mystic Rose, let me pull up his chart for you then. Okay, Finland, Helsinki, 12/2/1975. Okay, let me just see what was going on in December of 2018. It's an interesting time to connect. Oh, okay. Let me share screen. Okay. What caused me to say that this is an interesting time, that was an interesting time to connect, is the divine masculine in his chart was nowhere near harmony with divine feminine energies at that time. And it wouldn't have been the entire year. It was actually in a square, which is inharmonious, and it would have rendered the connection very inaccessible at that point. So you may have noticed there might have been some tension in the connection or in your connecting in December of 2017. Sorry, 2018. I just make sure I have this right. December. Sorry, his birthday is 12/2. Yeah, December 2nd, 1975. Okay. Um, I know. So that's why I was trying to understand like what would have brought you together. Because if a square brought you together before, a square will bring you together again. Um, as opposed to one of the other things, which is good for you because the next square isn't for ways away. However, you will get an opposition, which is another inharmonious angle, and that'll come as early as next year. And that opposition will give you that opportunity again. What would have begun at that point in time? It so what I'm looking for now is what would have started then that carries into now, and when will it be over, so that I can see what might cause separation energy from back then to be present in the now time. I see. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it was Saturn. Saturn was the issue. And the separating influence. Where's the natal Mercury? Natal moon. Yeah, okay. So the issue that was happening then was a back-to-back transit of Saturn that caused that separation. And I'll get into what that means in a moment because I want to see how much longer this energy is going to be in play. How much longer is this the issue? I don't like that answer, but let me just see if there's anything that can be done. All right. So, on the one hand, Mystic Rose, we go back almost 20 years, long story. Okay, thank you for that added question. Um, what I'm seeing here, did he end up getting in connection with somebody else at that period of time? Is that what happened? Because I don't know what I just saw, but it looked, if that wasn't you, it was somebody else that I just saw from back then, and that connection could have carried into the now time. But if it was you, then it was like a quick reconnect, and then you guys were going to separate. What this is telling me is that the next connection point is up ahead. It does occur um, next year, but I still see a measure of unavailability on his side, Mystic Rose. I don't know if the unavailability is that he's dealing with somebody else, or if the unavailability is that he still just isn't quite ready for a connection of this caliber. But the unavailability is here. That much I can see. Um, and I don't know that he's going to be forthright about his non availability. He may not tell you straight up, that he's not available. It may just kind of be a quick in and out, to be very honest about what I'm seeing. Um, the next time I see things kind of get, the possibility of things getting really harmonious for you guys isn't until the second half of next year. I see that he might be in a place of greater readiness next June to be a more consistent part of your world. But that's going to be real contingent upon whether or not he dealt with the Saturnian energies that made him not ready back in 2018, all through 19 and 20, and have carried into 2021. So, assuming he has dealt with those things by this time next year, could he make a reappearance? Yeah. Would he? Will he? I don't know. That's also going to depend on how the two of you broke things, how the way things ended and completed. Because the planets can, urge him, but he's got free will. He's more than welcome to ignore the urge, just like you are. So I wish I had better news for you, sweetheart, but this is difficult energy. When I looked at those Saturnian transits, those back-to-back years at a time, it just looked like there were things he needed to sort out within himself that would make it plausible and possible to be in a connection. But he still has a little ways to go before he's able. Even if he was or is dealing with somebody else, Mystic Rose, it's definitely not a connection that's of the caliber of divine connection, because the universe, from what I'm seeing here with these transits, has really kind of been handing him his little booty and saying, in one measure, grow up, in another measure, like, get it together. And he's been being asked to really like deal with some of his own issues around his integrity around certain things. So um I don't think that he's out for good, but I do think that he's been needing to do some work in a separate classroom at this time. And that there's nothing wrong with that. That happens for twin souls a lot, where you end up needing to be in different classrooms for a period of time. Hopefully that made sense. I don't know all the specifics of your connection, but hopefully that gave you some insight from a timing perspective around what to expect and when, as well as, what the holdup has been and why. Again, it would serve us for me to give you more specifics. It would really serve us if we did a private reading, because without the specifics, it's hard for me to know how to interpret what I'm seeing, because there's so many different ways that these things can play out. But the one thing that was very clear was that he was getting some hard lessons from life and needed to go deal with those. For those, it almost looks like a period of about 5 years, Catherine, where life just was like, and it was double transit, because Saturn takes 2.5 years. So 2.5 times 2 is 5. So it is a 5-year transit of Saturn being like, not so fast. Whoa there, bub. Okay. Got it, Mr. Gross. Okay. Well, good. I'm really, really happy to hear it. Okay. Glad that it resonated. And it sounds like you're flowing, you're trying to flow with the divine order and sequencing, divine sequencing here. Okay. All right. So Catherine M. And then we go Delia, Maggie, William Lynn. And let me just double check my apps here. See if anyone else joined our list. No one else joined. We'll be done after that. Woo! Oh, perfect. I'm so glad. Okay, perfect timing. That'll be perfect. Okay, so I have William Lynn and then Kim Mai. Okay. Oh, and then wait, Maggie. Here's the order for the next few people. Cecilia, you're on the list. And then Kim. Okay. Now to the end of the year. That's a very general question. So it's going to get a very general response, Catherine. I just want to make sure you know that. Post your birth details and I'll do what I can with it. Okay. Post your birth details, Catherine, and we'll get up to it, okay? Mhm. Okay, thank you, Catherine. Appreciate that. September 2nd, 1981, 3:40 a.m. 9/2/1940 a.m. Okay. Well, I mean, if you have specific things in mind, that's always helpful so that I can speak to how you prepare for those things. Or if you have, specific things that you want to do between now and the end of the year, I can speak to how to make those things successful. But just very generally speaking, um, this is really talking about, let me get this thing together. Here we go. Generally speaking, this is really talking about you have some changes coming in the world of money and your manifestations. So I'm not sure what you've been up to, but if you started a business, Catherine, or if you have, oh, you want to talk about moving. Okay. That's good you told me. I'm glad you got more specific because that's not what this is talking about at the moment. Let's see, natal Venus. This is talking about something entirely different. You want to move. You'd be moving away from your mom. Okay. Well, that's been on the agenda for some time. I'll be honest with you, Catherine. Since I would say the middle of last year, a window opened for you to relocate. And I see why. I can see in your natal chart who your mom is. And I see why you're like, okay, I can't live here no more. This isn't going to work for me. Um, so yeah, do it. As soon as you can do it, Catherine. Because this window for you to relocate for those reasons opened, I would say last June, July, August. So if you're still living with her, it's time to go. This is talking about giving you a second chance. No problem. Yes, it has. Yeah. Yeah, this you're getting a second chance at kind of life, love, and independence the minute you move out. And I see because of the way Saturn is aspecting that energy in your chart, this move window hit a real peak in the middle of last year, and it's going to peak again in the middle of next year. And you're really going to feel like, oh my God, like I've got to get out of here, but these two peak moments are specify like a duration window in which you're supposed to be heading out in another direction that allows you to feel like you can. Because one of the things this is looking like from this aspect and this angle is that it actually looks like it's very difficult for you to date and relate and mate and connect in your mama's house. Now, I don't know what her blocks are around you being a person who has relationships and intimacy, but this is really telling me that all of that frees up the minute you leave her house. You have like the possibilities in the world of dating start to open again. But I would say the time is literally now. Um, that's exactly what I'm doing. Hopefully, moving in August. Okay, good. Yeah, the sooner the better. Don't let this drag into next year if you can avoid it, because whatever blowout y'all had last year, mid last year, whatever, that's going to happen again. You have another transit that's going to be indicative of like, okay, I see who I'm living with here, is going to remind you because you already know who your mother is. She's been this way since you were a little girl. But you're going to have another situation that reminds you of why it's not tenable to keep living with her as an adult, um, as an adult woman. That you need your own space. And so the sooner you're able to kind of just rock that, the better off you're going to be across the board, across the board. Um, and just yeah, it just looks like it looks like you'll be able to breathe in your new space. So the sooner the better. The window opened last year. It remains open into next year. So you've got a nice long stretch of time to kind of figure out money, figure out neighborhood, prepare your mom to be in a good spot, and then just get on with it. Um, just see, is there anything else about this that seems important to tell you? Um, Other than your dating life and relationships, they'll all open back up once you're not in her house anymore. No, the only other thing I could say is that doesn't make sense to say because that's too contradictory. But yeah, it's a nice long window. Go, go now. Go as soon as you can. Oh, that's wonderful. Perfect. I'm going to live with him. Oh, nice. Nice, Catherine. Oh, that's right. I totally forgot because I try to just leave each person's energy in their reading and not carry it. I totally forgot you were moving in with your counterpart. Yeah. So the sooner the better. The sooner the better, my love. Um, but I'm excited for you. It looks like a great new beginning energy. Um, just make sure when you leave, and okay, that now it makes sense to share what I was seeing, that was contradictory. Just make sure when you leave, you're not carrying the way she is with you into the way you are in your new home. Leave her energy, her habits, her behaviors, leave her kind of, those default things that she kind of just does without even thinking, the nitpicking, the nosiness, the overbearingness, all of that. Leave all of that, the trying to conduct your life for you. Leave all of that with her in her house. Don't take that into this relationship in your house with this man. Leave all of that in her house with her. It's easier said than done. Trust me, I know. Um, but that's what it looks like is going to be required. Okay, Delia, you is your term. Please paste your question. After Delia, we have Maggie S. William, Lynn, Cecilia, and Kim. Okay. So good luck with it, Catherine. Good luck. Like I see why. Like I saw who your mother was in your chart. I see why you needed to move. I really do get it. Like as a grown woman, that's not a tenable situation. Um Good, Catherine. I'm so glad to hear you've been emotionally prepping. You're so welcome, hon. Glad I could catch you here today. Thanks for doing 2 questions. It's always good to read for you guys. Okay. Um, will he recognize our love connection? We have a 5-year-old son. Gosh, I hope so. I hope so, but I can't guarantee that he will. Hey, Miss Kylie. Thank you. Oh, there's a magic wand. I didn't know there was a magic wand. Okay. So he's born in Mexico. No, he was born in California. Oh boy. You were born in Mexico. Just gonna make something up. I don't know if he was born in Sacramento or not, but he's in a current relationship with somebody else. Okay. Zacatecas, Sacramento. 1/8/1988. He's young. He was born in California. Okay. He was born in San Diego. Okay. So sorry. Taylor, this just already sounds hard, and I don't even have all the information. Okay. He said he loved me since our 7-month separation. Well, that is great. Thank God. But love is not really a factor that makes men want to do stuff. It makes women want to do stuff. Men factor in all sorts of other stuff, and none of it has anything to do with love at the end of the day. It would be nice if it did, but it doesn't for them. Okay. I want to say he's being prompted to, Delia. Based on what I'm seeing here in his chart, the universe is really working hard in order to get him into a place of really being open to you, open to the connection, um, being drawn toward you, surrendering to the connection and what it is. Like it's really working hard, Delia. But that's the thing about it is I can see here that this is really kind of in the divine's hands at the moment based on your positioning in his chart. There's just not a lot you can do other than just kind of wait out his resistance, to be honest. I don't advise waiting. There's always growth. As long as you're growing, then you're not waiting. But the minute you switch into waiting energy and you're no longer growing, then it's time to kind of do what you can to detach a little bit more. But in your case, Delia, I do see that the universe is really trying to help him, like really trying to put you guys into alignment and being together. There is a union window opening in his chart. It opens in the now time and it remains open into the middle of next year. Um, it actually opened for him, I would say, earlier this year. The second Juno hit Sagittarius, it opened up. Um, and that was actually last year. So it opened up last year and it carries into June of next year. It would be great if, I mean, what's being indicated on his side is he needs to talk to you. It's communication stuff. The divine masculine energy, not just him, but your own masculine energy as well, needs to speak, needs to say something. On your side of the connection, on the divine feminine side, both him and in you, Delia, um, this is talking about the need to start the process of facilitating healings, facilitate and doing as much healing work and psychic work as you can do to kind of clear the way for this to land. Um, Healing things in your subconscious mind, I highly recommend work with Lee and Sherry for that. Healing work, if there's any sickness on your part and there's anything you need to heal in your physical body, I highly recommend looking into that. And if there's anything in the world of spiritual stuff, like just, if you've been finding your thought forms are compromised, like you're kind of feeling hopeless or feeling like, this will never happen, or why did I let this get so far with this man? Or, if you're feeling hopeless or dark energy, getting clearings will really help you as well. Um, this is a period of time where that's the work for the two of you in terms of coming together. Let me just see if there's any blocking energy, Delia. 1 second. From his side, because I only have his chart in front of me. Pluto over his natal Mercury is not helpful, but it could help with unlock some of the communication pieces. You have also, yeah, this is your time to clean that stuff up, Delia. That's what this is talking about. Okay, but this is not bad. This is, you can work with this energy. This is, I don't see anything from the outer planets that are like, nope, not right now. I don't see any of that. I actually see really good stuff here. So if you can foster communication from your own divine masculine energy and just staying in communication, not forcing it, but making it regular, keeping it consistent, keeping it positive, and then do the business of purchasing some healings to really um, assist you in this connection. Um, that'll help you a lot. All right, let me pull these tarot cards for you, hon. Okay. He left in October 2020, said he tried hiding that he was in a relationship. Yeah. They all do that. That's pretty common. Probably because he didn't know if it was going to work out or not, All right, the 3 cards that came out for you: 4 of Swords reversed, that's coming off of a break. 4 of Pentacles upright. And the Page of Wands reversed. Yeah, what's at the bottom of the deck? The Empress reversed. Okay, yeah. So this is really about you not forcing this as I'm looking at this. These cards from this particular deck are telling me a particular story about not forcing it, but instead letting the universe, work its magic here. The most I would recommend you do is like purchase some healings and, for the connection, like a twin energy healing. Spiritual Baddie does a lot of healings. You can also work with Pink Healing Light. She doesn't have a YouTube channel, but she does SRT work and twin energy healing. That would be great. You can get skio healings. I did that interview with Michaela and Ella who do the skio work. This could work really well for you, the healings. Um, but yeah, the divine has its hand on this and is trying to bring you both together, is what this is showing me from these cards. The Four of Pentacles upright in this particular deck has like a divine figure holding up a person who's trying to focus on material world things, but the divine figure is what's making it possible. So and then the Page of Wands reversed, like the time for small communication is kind of done in the way that this is reading. Like be in communication, communicate about things that matter. But this is in the way this card reads, this is about, not kind of holding back anymore, not getting by on text messages or getting by on emails, and starting the process of like really using your voice, using your words. And that's what your own divine masculine energy is asking you to do, and his too, Delia. All right, sweetie. Hopefully that was helpful. Thank you so much. I appreciate you letting me read for you. Maggie, it's your turn. Hopefully you found something in there that resonated for you and allowed you to validate some of your intuition about the circumstance and things get better. Um, um, so after Maggie, we have William Lynn, Cecilia, and then Kim. And then we're done. So let's go ahead and just close the list. Yeah. Well, that's my smoothie done. You're welcome, Delia. Okay, where's Maggie? Maggie, are you still here? I love your yeah, you can get, I love the stop sign you put, Kylie. I like your emojis, Kylie. It wasn't Nightmares and Daydreams, Kylie. It was a different one. I think it's called The Walled City, maybe. Yeah, you can send the difference and add the oracle. The difference is 1111. Just send 1111 and we can do the oracle for you, Kim. Um and yeah, Delia, if you don't have the birth time, it's okay. As long as you have the place of birth and the date of birth, I can read with that. That's fine. Where's Miss Maggie? William Lynn, are you still here? All right. Maggie and William Lynn, if either one of you could place your question in the chat, that would be great. Maggie, you sent your question. Where is it? Because I'm down here in this chat having dealt with Delia. I don't see you here, sweetie. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the restroom and then, oh, like City of Walls and Secrets. I think that's what it's called, Kylie. City of Walls and Secrets. Since I was a small offspring. I know, that show is probably one of my favorites of all time. City of Walls and Secrets. Okay. I know, right? It's a good thing to watch in the gym. Like when you have like 20 to kill on a treadmill, that's a great show to watch. Okay. Let me see. Maggie, I just need you to repaste it, hon. Why can't you repaste your question? What's the issue here? Because I have all sorts of stuff from Catherine, Mystic Rose. I have Kylie. I have Delia's stuff here. I do not see yours, hon. I'm gonna give you some time to retype it out. Maybe you need to retype it. Maybe that's what you need. That's okay. Take your time, Maggie. William Lynn, are you here? And Cecilia. And then after that, we're with Kim, and then we're closing out. Okay, what's happening with you and David? I need some dates. Maybe I mean, I don't really know. You would need to tell me what's happening with you and David. Are you in communication? You got to tell me, like, some information here. I need your birthday and whatnot. I guess William Lynn is gone. So I might have to not read for this person. And then Cecilia, I don't hear Cecilia either responding. No problem, Maggie. I understand. That's one of the things I really hate about YouTube chat is it doesn't let us do exactly what you just said. I really hate that it does not let us copy and paste. That's really annoying. Okay. All right, let's take a look. Where was he born? Okay, perfect. Cecilia, get ready because I'm gonna read you after I read Maggie. Get ready, hon. Um, start typing your question so I can and paste it when I call your name, Cecilia. Don't paste it yet, okay? Just when I call your name, because if you paste it before I call your name and I miss it, you're gonna have to do it again, okay? 4/29, 1967. Okay. 6:11 a.m. Okay. Let's see what's what. Let's see what's what, Miss Maggie. Miss Maggie. Share the videos. Okay. Yeah, Diana, I wouldn't know, girl. I wouldn't know the answer to that now. Um, Yay! Okay. After he came back 1 week ago. Okay, so you guys are talking. That's good. Maggie, that's great. I'm glad you guys are talking. All right, let's see what's going on his side of the connection. Trying to figure out your path forward. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, so here's divine feminine and masculine at the bottom of the chart in his chart sitting together, which is always nice to see when they sit together. Um, okay, and Saturn is done transiting both. Thank goodness. That's not an issue anymore. Unfortunately, Jupiter has kicked up and started transiting him, but that's not a bad thing. Pluto actually kicked up. So funny. Had it here waiting to send for 2 hours. I know, Maggie. It's one of those things where you're like, YouTube, you fix all kinds of stuff on a regular basis. Why can't you just fix this? Why can't I go back in and edit my comment? What's wrong? But I guess they probably do it for security reasons. Okay. Divine Feminine is out here retrograding South Node in the 7th and 8th house, which is a great place for her. She's harmonious to his vertex point, which is nice. He opposes her, but by mid next year, he's in harmonious placement to her. I mean, this looks really good, Maggie. I'm going to be honest with you. What are you saying in here? I see lots of stuff going on in the chat. Okay, hang on. They're trying to figure out our pathway. Yeah, okay, that's perfect. This perfect time. Because this looks like you guys, I don't see no communication here from his side of the connection, Maggie. I see lots of opportunity here for things to start the process of coming together in a harmonious window. In fact, I would almost say that a union window is opening up for the two of you on his side of the connection. Now, I don't have your chart in front of me, so I can't really say for sure, but when union windows open up, there's a lot of energy that's like really supportive of, the universe kind of pushing you two together, trying to bring you two together, which is really nice. You can see a lot of, just really beautiful energy here. Marie, if you want me to read for you, go ahead and put your payment in. I think you asked me to read for you, but you insisted on paying me. So if you want me to do it here, that's fine. I'm good. Otherwise, hasta la próxima. But I love this because honestly, this is also telling me that for you two, I don't know if you guys have talked about this, but in your coming together, there's a real possibility of you guys like moving in together, Maggie, and being in a home together at the same time. This is looking really good for that. This window opened up for you, I would say, probably in February of this year, and it just continues. It continues. February would have been difficult, Maggie. We don't know what to do with our careers. Ah, yeah. This continues into April, May, June, July. Well, this continues well into 2022. I would say you have all of this year and all of 2022 to figure this out, the both of you. Exactly. Well, the interesting thing, that's part of how I read it, Maggie, is that the partner who's been resistant is the chart that we're looking for union windows to open in, because the partner who's non-resistant, they tend to kind of be willing to work with the energy no matter what. So if he's been resistant, then I would say the universe is working on breaking down those barriers and those walls based on what I'm seeing here. And it looks like a real possibility that coming together, and specifically in your case, I don't always see this living together, if that's something the two of you want, becomes very plausible before the end of next year. So yeah, hang in there. I think there's a few different ways this can go based on everything I'm seeing here. I definitely see it. You mentioned something about career. I see the career issues here for him. He does need to figure something out on that front. I can't get into that here. But if you want to do a private reading, we can look more deeply at it. What was the exact question you used? Maggie. What's happening? Okay, let me get the deck out and let me see what's going on. I think he felt that, which is why he ran for 6 weeks. Oh, okay. Yeah, that can happen. But that's also the nature of the eclipse cycle we're in. The eclipse cycle is like, the section of the book or the chapter of the book. And inside that chapter, a lot of different things can happen. But this particular chapter, part of your union window is occurring inside the chapter called 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. All right, let me pull these cards for you, Maggie. William Lynn, which is Michelle W. Are you here? Cecilia, if William Lynn's not here, then I'm going to go with you and you're going to be next. Okay. So just get yourself ready. Let me go ahead and do, who else came out quick? Yeah, buddy. Both majors. Oh, okay. Maggie, this is good. This is really, really good. The universe is trying to help y'all figure this out. Yeah. Just get the third card. I need one more. Gosh, and these keep coming out. Okay. And it's the same ones, and they're telling a singular story. So let me just figure out what they're trying to say. Okay, so the first two out were Temperance Upright. Hey AL, so happy to see you here. Thanks for stopping by to say hi. You should hit me up and let me know how coaching is going. And whether or not I can, if you're looking for clients, I'm happy to interview you and send people your way. Thanks for saying hi, sweetness. Okay, so Maggie, yeah, that it's funny because this is how your cards came out too. Like on the one hand, Temperance Upright, which is all about balancing out energies, but on the other hand, Judgment Reverse. It's like, well, it was coming together and resurrecting, but then it wasn't. And so what I have here, like the final card, I kept trying to pull one card, but then the same 3 popped out the second time. So I was like, I guess this is just how this is supposed to be. Magician reverse, Lovers upright, and then 3 of Cups reversed. Some of this has a lot to do with just the two of you not necessarily doing anything, but actually deciding. Like once the two of you just make the decision, the universe can help you guys. But what I'm seeing here when I look at these cards is there's like decisions that are kind of all over the place. They're over here, then they're over there. Like we want this, then we want that. And the universe is like, okay, what do these children want? How do we help them? And they're just kind of standing back a little bit, trying to figure out what you want, where you two are at. because it's like one day you guys are in one place about the connection, but then the next day the two of you aren't doing anything. You're like, no, we don't want this connection, let's not do this. And it's like this ping pong game of like reactionary responses is what this looks like. And the universe is like, oh, okay, they don't want it, well, we'll back up. Oh no, wait, they do want it. Okay, well, we'll lean in and we'll help them. They're really trying to let you get to the place of decision so that they can support it. Now, what's interesting about this with the magician reversed is that it's basically talking about, look, you don't get to manifest this. All you get to do and all you have to do is choose, and then stay in steady state around your choice. Don't let your choice take you to all, like, get you ungrounded. Because one of the things that does show up here, and I saw it in a flash when I was reading for you, and I don't know if this is how you guys roll, but like I would just like this flash that came through was just like two people having this glorious evening of like laughter and hilarity over drinks. Like you guys were drinking in the kitchen, you guys had just been hanging out like on the front porch or wherever in the yard, and you went in the kitchen, there were these drinks happening, but you guys were laughing at the absurdity of life and the absurdity of like specifically the jobs. Like, can you believe my boss said this? I'll do you one better. My boss said that. And then there's just this hysterical laughter about it, primarily because you two are kind of drunk and ungrounded. Now, I don't know if the two of you drink, but you may not drink, but what's being presented through that card and through that vision with the Three of Cups reversed and this other stuff was like, get yourselves into a grounded place of decision making. Like, get to a place where you're not just trying to make merry or think this is going to be a cakewalk, or be like, oh, I've been through so much. If it's not going to be a cakewalk, I don't even want it. I don't know what to do. Just call a shot. Call a shot and get grounded in the fact that you're going to back it up. You don't have to back it up now. The universe is going to pull it together, but just get grounded in the fact that you're not kind of lost in the soup, lost in the sauce around it. And then from there, things will start to really unfold. All right, Maggie, that's what I got for you, sweetheart. Hopefully that was helpful. Um, hopefully that was helpful. You have to let me know if you guys compare notes of the hilarity of life over drinks. That's one of my favorite ways to compare notes of the hilarity of life. Nothing goes better with the hilarity of life than a glass of champagne, I'm telling you. Okay. I guess William's not here. But Cecilia, it's you. And after Cecilia, then we have Kim, and we are done. AL, are you still here? Let me know if you want me to read for you before I log off then. Cecilia and then Kim. Kim, are you ready? Kim, are you still here? Are you ready? You are welcome, Maggie. I told him today the universe just wants us to take a step and the universe will do the rest. Yeah. All right, cool. Good. That's pretty much what those cards look like. And it sounds like you're pretty intuitively tuned in, Maggie, for you to have told him that, because that's how you felt. And then that's precisely the information that comes through from me, a complete stranger. It sounds like you're pretty tuned in about what needs to unfold. Over natty lights. Yeah. Let's give it a go. Let me book it real quick. I have a slight curiosity, I gotta admit. All right, AL, that's cool. I'm happy to read for you, hon. Go ahead and book it. All right, thanks, Kim Mai. Let's go ahead and do this, girl. All right. Okay. Oh, okay, Kim. Got it. Got it. Got it. Thank you for that. All right, let me see. I mean, I did look at your chart and I remember saying that to you like, okay, the universe has you in time out. But you're dealing with the Taurus. No, Cecilia, I don't see anything from you, sweetness. I all I saw was just now, can you see my question? But I didn't see anything else come through from you, Cecilia. So go ahead and let me finish with Kim and then try pasting your question again, Cecilia. Okay. You're welcome, Maggie. Good luck. Have fun. Have fun. But maybe, a little less natty lights and a little more making some grounded choices. Trust me, I know champagne and problems go together great. Just maybe a little less. All right. Hang on. Let me deal with William Lynn real quick because she's behind. Okay. Let's see, Kim Mai. Yes, it's a slight motto. You know what goes great with problems? Champagne. All right, let's see. Um his birthday is from Everett, Washington. Okay. 5 16 1994. Girl, I love how you dealing with somebody that you're not even sure you're gonna deal with, but you were like, let me get them birth dates. Let me get that birth time. Let me get that birth state. I love it. I think I was looking at Marie's Instagram and she was saying, forget about there was a meme that said, forget about what that mouth do. Let me see what that third eye do. And it made me chuckle. Okay, so for him in the world of relating and connecting, let me just see let me see how I can explain what I'm seeing here, Kim. All right, there we go. For him in the world of dating, relating, and connecting, woof. Okay. Um, he may be experiencing a little bit of it's probably not gonna kick in until next year. Where's his moon? Right. Okay. He too, it's interesting, Kim, because he too, you're close friends for the longest time before it got romantic. Okay, that makes more sense. Because I can see here, he does like, you have problems, but he has problems too. He's not, I don't see him being in a state of real readiness at all at the moment. He's got some stuff he needs to sort out. Um, with Saturn having just opposed his moon, I mean, he's in a little bit of a better space, to be honest with you. But I don't like Pluto conjunct Uranus for him at this point. I do like Jupiter moving through the first, which will happen at the first part of next year, and that'll be better. Jupiter will retrograde and be in harmony with divine feminine. So it's not bad. It's not bad, Kim. It's not bad at all. Um what this is telling me and what this looks like is this energy of um it's this energy of like, this feels right, but there are so many other things in my life that seem to need my attention. Is this even the right time? So, the same questioning that you kind of alluded to in your question, I see it here on his side as well. Um, Saturn's preparing to square his sun. It just opposed his moon. So he like literally just got out of something difficult and it's going to get difficult again next year. But there's this kind of 1 year window where things seem to be kind of smooth, where things seem to be kind of like possibilities feel kind of open for him. And that's a good thing. Um, but at the same time, he said he want to be together in 1 year when he's done with school. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because I see, yeah, that now I understand what I'm seeing. He's preoccupied. Like he feels really torn, like in a few different directions here. So my as I'm looking at this, Kim, what I'm saying is, you two could try as hard as you wanted at this point in time to bring this together, Kim. You really could. Like both of y'all could be like perfect on your P's and Q's. You could be perfect about communication. You could be perfect about quality time. But with Saturn transiting house 12 the way it is for him, and with um yeah, his divine feminine energy here in the top part of his chart about career stuff at this point in time, like even if you were all good about all those things, this is telling me that life is coming up at the moment and asking him, and potentially you, based on what I saw in your chart, to be in just a different place, to be in a different place doing some other things. Um, here she go. I'm tired of his shit, but he has good qualities about him. I have no patience. Yeah. And that doesn't surprise me, Kim, because what I'm seeing is he's trying to maintain probably his school as his focus. Let me just see. Scorpio, Pluto. Pluto's home in Scorpio. Where's Mars? Over here in Aries. Yeah. Woo, it was hard last year. Okay. And where's Jupiter? Yeah, he had a shit year. And next year's not going to be any better. Listen, Kim, let me just tell you, if he's telling you next year, I'm going to tell you right now, next year's not any easier for this man. Not in the least. So he may get to a point next year where he's like wanting to kind of do and communicating in a new way around like wanting to be together. But the challenges that are unfolding in life for him are going to make it difficult for him to pull the pieces together next year as well. It'll be a different set of challenges, but it'll still be hard. So you're going to need to do two things. One, this is going to take a lot of patience. Two, like I said, you're the universe's girlfriend. He really comes second or third at this point after after you are wifey to yourself and wifey to the divine. He's really like number 3 on the list at this point. And as long as you can kind of keep that perspective, Kim, given the transits I saw for you, that look, you're really number 3 on my list. If after I have had time to, work my 3 jobs and get my bubble bath and pedicure in and sleep an appropriate amount of time, if after I've done all that, I still want to hang out at the end of the weekend, we'll make time. But if I don't, look, I'll catch you next weekend. You said you had to study anyway, right? It's kind of that kind of thing, Kim. Like you two, like there's just so much going on in your individual classrooms. And certainly for him, looking at his chart, that I would struggle to see how this could solidify any sooner than what it already is. lots of changes. I do see he could become more serious next year. I'm not joking about that. That could really happen. Um, but at the same time, just because he's feeling more serious doesn't mean his life has changed any. And that's the problem you're going to run into with him, is that his circumstances are not set up yet to have the space to date and court and be a boyfriend in the way that you might really want him to be. And that's the issue here. Let's do some tarot. Let me see what these cards talking about. I kind of told him that and he got upset. Oh no. I'm sorry, Kim. It sounds like you were honest though. He has stuff, you have stuff, all the people have stuff. Let me just see what the what's going on with the connection? That was your question. Okay, what's going on with, I had to scroll back up and find it. I'm sorry, Kim. What's going on with Kim's connection? What's going on with Kim's connection? Let me do these 3 cards and see what we got. What's going on with Kim's connection? What's going on with Kim's connection with the Taurus? What's going on with Kim's connection with the Taurus? I'm getting hit to use the other deck. What's going on with Kim's connection with the Taurus? Okay, so first card out is the 2 of Swords, but in this deck, the 2 of Swords is a pair of scissors. And they are open and ready to cut. Let me just see what's going on in Kim's connection with the Taurus. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so here's what I got. I got the 2 of Swords upright. I've got the, 2 of Swords upright, which in this deck is a pair of scissors. I've got the 6 of Pentacles upright, which in this deck is a ticking clock. Tick tock, tick tock. It's a grandfather clock. And then I've got the Ace of Swords reversed. Bottom of the deck, we have the Knight of Cups reversed. Yeah. It's interesting because I'm just, even in the way you described it, Kim, and now that I'm seeing this spread, what's not here, no problem, AL. I have like 2 other people. I have 1 other person. I have Cecilia and I have Cecilia left. And William. Did I read for Cecilia already? Yeah, I have 2 people left. So AL, if you want to try for it, great. If you don't, I understand. Listen, so here's what we got. There's no cups here. There's no emotion here. These scissors cutting shit out that just don't work for you. Like getting to a point of, your own clarity about what works and what doesn't work. The 6 of Pentacles is really talking about time and time passing. But when I see the 6 of Pentacles with this particular 2 of Swords, this is telling me like I only have time for so much of this, of how it is. And if this can't change, I'm not interested in what could come after this, or what, like the impatience energy is here in this spread. The Ace of Swords reversed is letting me know, like, you're not even willing to kind of talk about it. And to be honest with you, he's not really either. Like, neither one of you wants to talk about what needs to be done in order to facilitate this. Furthermore, there's kind of like a lack of thinking about it too on both sides, where there's this, It's what I sense based on this and what I saw in his chart is he's kind of in the same place as you about this. Like, I don't really know if this is working. It's a situation. It's here. It's fine for now. But what this is really telling me is that this situationship has an expiration date that's approaching. Um, because neither one of you's heart is in this, and neither one of you has um a willingness, because your heart's not in it, a willingness to kind of get about the communication, change the thought patterns that could make this last and really make it work. Like there's just the emotional investment is missing on both sides. And so because of that, there is an expiration date on this connection that is approaching. That's what this kind of looks like, Kim. So, I mean, that's the current energy, but things can change, and then the energy changes, but that's the way it's reading for right now. Okay. So you let me know. Hopefully I'll catch you in Spiritual Baddies live stream and I can get the rest of that story and understand. But yeah, TikTok. Okay. Let's see what's going on with my girls, William Lynn and Cecilia, or my boys, William Lynn and Cecilia. Okay, Cecilia's stuff came through first. Downey, California. What can I expect for career, money, and love? Okay, I can do one of those unless I find out by looking at your chart that they are linked, Cecilia. In a mini reading, one question, one chart. That's how this works. So you let me know which one is most important to you. Career, money, love, which one is most important at this time, Cecilia? And I will read on that. Unless, of course, they're all linked. And sometimes I open up a person's chart and they're linked together, but that doesn't always happen. Okay. You want to talk about love? Okay. Well, let's see. Maybe we'll see if career is linked to it. All right. Thank you, Kylie. All right. So when I look at this for you, and he disappeared in January. Well, let's just see about this. Jupiter, Saturn, in November. Yeah. He'll resurface. Cecilia, this to me, hang on. I don't think I have your birth time correct. Cecilia, let me go back. Why do I feel like I don't have your birth time correct? 2/26/1964, 2 a.m. Yeah, let me edit this. Here we go. Display. Turn the Bible now. Okay, let's see what he did. Okay. Cecilia, when he rolled through, speaking of money, did he say anything about his money being funny? Because I see this here. I mean, if what we're seeing if he is your divine counterpart, what your chart is really showing me is that his money got really funny. Like as quickly as he came in, his money got weird and he probably felt embarrassed about it and backed away. That's what it looks like to me. November disappeared in January. That's so fast, though. So fast. I see where he walked in, too. Something happened on his end with his self-worth and his self-esteem and his money, Cecilia. I don't know what it was, and I could know better if I was looking at his chart in a one-on-one reading, Cecilia. He cannot leave a karmic due to money. Got it. Yeah. This is I knew it was a money problem based on his positioning here. So this is telling me that because that money issue was that's why he like just rolled like two steps forward, one step back, like it was like that. So okay, what was the question? What's coming forward in love? Was that the question? Let me go back, Cecilia. What can you expect in love? Okay, so the funny thing is I think you're going to hear from him. If you're not already hearing from him, I suspect you're going to hear from him during this Mercury retrograde now and the Mercury retrograde over here inside of Libra at the end of the year. I also think that when Venus goes retrograde at the tail end of the year, you're going to hear from him again in Capricorn season. When Venus goes retrograde in Capricorn, he's not done. He needs to fix his life, fix his money situation. So that, and the issue isn't the money. The issue is how he felt and the stories he was telling himself about being in the financial circumstance that he was in. That's the issue. He was feeling a type of way about his financial circumstance. And I do see the soulmate person here in his chart. So um my suspicion is that those two will call it quits and come back together at least one or two more times in the next year. Between now and this time next year, they're going to call it quits, come back together, and then call it quits before things kind of stabilize and we end out this Sagittarius Gemini eclipse cycle. My suspicion is that you're going to continue to hear from him, but it's going to be sporadic, like real intermittent. Do not count on any of these times that you hear from him that these are periods of time that he's going to stay. I think that when you hear from him, he's going to be checking in to make sure you didn't like completely disappear and go someplace else with someone else. I also think he doesn't necessarily want the connection to end based on what I'm seeing here. He just doesn't know how to facilitate a way towards it from where he's at. And he's got some stuff he needs to solve for in order to facilitate it. Let me just see. Am I pulling cards for you, Cecilia? No. Okay, I'm not doing that. You need to pay for that. Perfect. So that's what I got. Where's your natal Mercury? Yeah. It's gonna be a little Aaliyah up in here. Back and forth and forth. It's gonna be that for you with his man for a little bit. But that's okay. That's fine. You're just going to need to get to a place where you can be really surrendered to the process he needs to go through to release that connection and be present enough with himself to surrender to this connection. Surrendering to a connection like the one that, twin souls have, it takes a real willingness to be present with oneself. And until he's really able to do that, it's going to be difficult. So get your Aaliyah records out. I don't know if you know who she is. She was like a 90s R&B queen until she died in a tragic plane wreck. Back and forth and forth. That's how it is. I would say so, Cecilia. I don't know if it's about having fun because I don't have your chart up, so I don't know what you're supposed to be doing. If I knew your chart, I could look at your lessons and what you're being called to focus on right now, and we can do that in a private reading. But it's going to be a little back and forth with him for a little bit longer. Okay. But expect communication. I don't think he's cut you off at all. I think he's going to come through. He doesn't want to leave because he don't want to be the bad guy. Yeah. Oh, all kinds of DMs falling on their swords. I got a message for them because my guides have been coming through about that. I have William to do. Let me go ahead and do William, and then we can wrap up. Because that's not how this is supposed to go, where there's like, oh, we're sacrificing ourselves and killing ourselves in order to make something viable that we don't even believe in or love. Um, Diana, you know I'm talking about? You know that song with Aaliyah? You're welcome, Cecilia. You're welcome. I mean, the lesson for you may be about patience. The lesson for you may be about having fun. The lesson for you, Cecilia, may be about surrender. The lesson for you may be about boundaries. I don't know. I would need to see your chart to know what you're supposed to be doing with all of this. I mean, he may be sidelined because there's somebody else that you are soul contracted to have a thing with coming in. I don't know. We would have to look at your chart to know for sure. Okay, so William is a DF. Okay. Diana, you know that song. Awesome. Let me scroll because William pasted. Okay, me, him. Last communication. Have had a challenging year on all fronts. Don't know what the universe is trying to tell me. Okay, well, we can find out. Let's find out what the universe is trying to tell you. Miss William Lynn, when were you born? Bethesda, Maryland. 1963, 3:58 a.m. 1963, 3:58 a.m. Okay. You want to go again, Diana? You funny. Let me just see. No. No, let me hang it up for tonight, Diana. I'll be back either probably later on this week or this weekend. I'll be back, hon. Um, Let me hang it up for tonight because I gotta read all day tomorrow too. Thank you for asking, Diana. I was willing to make an exception like 10 minutes ago, and now I'm not. My energy is like, haha, you think you have more in you. Na, 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 na. No, you don't. Okay. Um, Lynn's question was, what is the universe trying to tell me? Go back the DF. Okay. Okay, got it. The universe is trying to tell you and I got a 3-card pull for you, just making sure. Okay. Ah, yes. Okay, so you're getting the surrender transit. It's so much fun. And I say that euphemistically. It's the worst. Um, just see. Ugh, yeah. Where's your natal Neptune? Dang, girl. All right. Yeah. Okay. So what this is talking about overall, and who is your chart ruler? Mercury. Yeah, and that's why it was so shitty last year too, at the tail end of last year. Okay, this is telling me that you're going through some significant changes. On the work front, I'm being shown that there's a big, like you're being moved to a new place, a new location, a new way to do service, a new way to be a light worker in the world. I don't know what you're doing work wise, but I do see here that you are being asked to relocate yourself. And it's almost as if the universe is going to do the relocation for you. Um, and you just need to kind of be willing to go along for the ride and not fight it. Because the more you fight it, the harder this is going to be. As I see this. This is just, it's not going to be easy. The second thing I'm also seeing is that there are new work opportunities coming for you, but they don't really arrive until next year. But then when they come in next year, they come in like gangbusters. It's like there's nothing you can't do when we hit early next year, late this year. And that also, just so you know, comes with an opportunity for new money, new visibility, the opportunity to, up, uh, uh, increase your pay, but like your standing, you get a greater standing in life. You get more kind of clout and responsibility, upward mobility. That was the word I was looking for. Upward mobility in your career path next year, and it looks really good. But some of what just happened, there's a few things that went on. I see here, you basically went through a period of time where life kind of picked you up off of one train track and put you down on another one. It's like, okay, wait, what direction am I going in? And it really didn't tell you it was going to do that. Nor do you, it looks like you don't really have a lot of tools to kind of operate the new track. What does this say you have? I've been out of work since last February. 3 offers, then rescinded. Ugh. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. A lot of that. Um, and I was telling somebody else earlier, I don't know if you heard me say this to them. Um, there's just been so much back and forth in the career in industry at this moment. A lot of the players, they're jumping the gun because they're ready. They're ready to get on with their lives. They know who they need to hire, what they need to hire, but a lot of them just are not ready to bring someone on board the way they think they are. It's like, it's literally the same thing going on with the restrictions. One minute your state is open, the next minute your state is closed. Like, okay, well, which one is it? One minute they're hiring, the next minute they're not. And that's a lot of what you're seeing here is you're kind of in a holding pin until life gets itself back together again. So I don't want you to feel bad about yourself or take this personal. It's not. It's like the universe moved you into position so that you could be ready to take off when it green lights you. But it's moved you into position just in case the companies that need you will be ready in the nowish time. But what this is telling me is that things don't really get ready until like we get to December and it's like, okay, boom, William Lynn's off to the races. Like it's like everything opens up for you at the end of this year. And what this is telling me at this juncture is that you just need to surrender to the process and not beat yourself up about the fact that these things haven't come through yet. Don't destroy your intuition. Well, if that's what's going on, like don't crap on your intuition or your intuitive senses about things. Don't crap on your self esteem or your self worth. That's not what this was for. Don't give yourself a hard time about it. Life is still resettling and figuring itself out. And once it settles around you, your guides will know where to position you so that you can get the most out of it. But I definitely see big new money, a big new career, and it really opens up for you at the end of this year. And in the meantime, it's just about surrender. Okay. Um, all right. Yes, exactly. Okay, good. I'm glad that that made sense for you and resonated. All right. Um, word up. This is great. Oh, shoot. Okay. AL paid. All right. Well, if I'm gonna do AL because she's a friend, then that also means Diana, I'm gonna do you too. Diana, go ahead and put your payment in, girl. And then the list will officially be closed. Because I can't leave you hanging, Diana. I told AL I would read for them, so I'm gonna do you too. That's cool. No, it's cool. I like to do it. It weighs on me it weighs on me really heavy when I receive money for something I didn't deliver service for. So I'm gonna go ahead and read for you, AL. I saw your question there. I'm also gonna read for Diana. Diana, go ahead and put your payment in. Put your payment in. Get it in. All right. So let me pull up your counterparts chart AL. I'm gonna do you, Diana. I'm gonna do you. Ah, let's see. Let me pull up your counterparts energy information, okay? Okay. Let me share the screen. William Lynn, does it mean no love? Oh, what do you mean, does it mean no love? You asked me, let me go back and clarify something for us. I don't know what the universe is trying to tell me. Have it had a challenging year on all fronts? No, William Lynn, it doesn't mean no love. It means I can't do a love reading, a career reading, a family reading, and a children reading inside of a single one question, one chart reading. If you want to dig deeper into the energies, I can certainly do that in a private reading. But what I'm going to need to do is have more time with you in order to do that. And the time that I can do in a single question private reading, I can really look at kind of one area of life, unless your chart shows that those areas of life are interlinked. If they're interlinked, then I can certainly talk about the two things at the same time when they open up at the same time. But frequently, most people have them a bit separate. And that, so what I looked at your chart, what I was really being shown with every single transit was a lot of career stuff. So that's what I spoke to. But if you want to dig into love, we can always do that. We just can't do that here and now. Okay. All right, William Lynn. Oh, nope. You did get a card pull, so let me set you up. Let me set you up. And Diana, go ahead and get your payment in if you haven't done it yet. Let's see. What do we have for William Lynn? What is going on? The things were so rough. What was life trying to give her, show her? This beautiful DF. What was she getting? Oof. I do not like that card. What was life trying to give William Lynn, show William Lynn? All right. Here's what these cards say. These cards are talking about, so we got the 9 of Swords upright, and then we have 3 of Wands reversed, Queen of Cups reversed, bottom of the deck, the Lovers reversed. What this is kind of telling me, I mean, the universe, I was like, I can't answer it now, but the universe is saying, well, I can. No on love for right now. That's really what this is talking about. This is really talking about the way this card looks inside of this particular deck. The 9 of Swords is typically a card that really represents like a lot of like despair and sleepless nights when we've had kind of a lot going on that is causing us to struggle mentally. And in this deck, what we have is a person with a vice around their head, um, and like all of the different swords like sticking into their head, unfortunately. And so this and they're holding a book. The book is closed, and the book has a lot of information in it, but it's like just trying to get to a place where you're able to see the information is really difficult from the place that your head is at. And so this is really talking about getting to a place in terms of what's going on in your life right now, William Lynn. This is telling me that what's going to be required is that you get to a place where you have more mental stability. Now, I don't know what mental stability looks like for you. Um, for some people, this is about just kind of getting emotional control. For other people, mental stability is about getting control over, negative thinking and negative thought forms. For other people, this is about getting more information so that they can think different thoughts about what's going on. And so I'm not really sure what the illumination needs to be for you because it doesn't indicate that here. What it does indicate is that there is a need to get control over your mind so that you can really see things in a clearer fashion, understand the information around you, and that you really can get your own enlightenment out of the hands of worry and anxiety so that your higher self can guide you. Three of wands reversed, queen of cups reversed. I mean, I think you're doing a decent job of being outside of the emotional world. Like you're not letting your emotions run your show too much. But I'm really just getting a sense that this paralysis and anxiety is just eating you up, and until that's really resolved, some of the creativity and some of the versatility that allows you to create and generate with the Three of Wands is going to stay reversed. But there's really a real need to kind of come out of the head and the worrisome thinking. Hopefully the things that really showed up in the reading around, like, don't beat yourself up, this isn't about you, this isn't a commentary on your self-worth, this is life is halfway open, halfway closed, then it goes back to closed, then it goes back to open. Who knows what the state is going to do next, what your city is going to do. Hopefully you're able to ground the experiences you're having with these offers coming forward then being rescinded in that particular way and not get all up in your head about it to a place where you get into paralysis. Because with the way that card particularly looks, there's a vice on the head that causes a lot of paralysis and an inaccessibility of information that could help you get to where you want to go. Thank you so much for reminding me that I had a 3 card pull for you. So pulled, thank you, and good luck. I mean, it's not an easy time. And if you want to look at other stuff, happy to book a private reading with you, or you can come back. If money's tight, just come back on a mini reading another time. I'll be back either this coming weekend or next week to do more mini reading stuff. Come on back and I can look at love stuff specifically. Okay. All right. Let's dive in. AL, what did you ask me? Do I have the right one? Yeah, May 19th, 1971, Ann Arbor, Ann Arbor. Energies at the current moment. Let's see. Mm. You're welcome, William Lynn. You're so welcome. AL, did you feel a disturbance in the force in this connection? Like, have you felt it on your side? Because I see it here. A union window has opened up between you and this person. Because this is telling me that the energies have shifted in such a way that the universe is trying to bring you and this person back into communication, back into each other's lives. And this union window on their side stays open until, yeah, until June of next year. He said, I sure did. I bet you did. Yeah. There's some different energy going on their side, and the universe is kind of pulling you two back together, or toward one another in the now time. What's interesting about this is how can I say this discreetly? I think your person watches you on the internet. Let me just put it that way. Based on what I'm seeing here and the positioning of these planetary energies, and I don't know, I don't recall if you shared, your public life with this person, but um whether you did or whether you didn't, this person I can see, I think, has found you on the internet and is, let's just say, an avid consumer of your profiles and trying to understand what's going on and what's what. And let's just say the other thing, if that's the case, you and I both know that there have been some changes to your life that are visible from your profiles that this person has probably picked up. Um, all of that to say, I see there's a real possibility that this person may step forward in some way. Just see the natal placement. Yeah. There's a real possibility. Okay. You felt a pull lately. It's not physically. You didn't share, but I know she knows. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, this is telling me from these positions that she is all up in it, all the way up in it. I wouldn't be surprised if you hear from her at some point. Um, this eclipse cycle is working overtime to bring you two back into each other's worlds. Um, and working overtime to bring you into a place where the two of you can kind of sort through some of the stuff that happened in the past and get a new beginning. Pay attention to the June 10th eclipse and then the remainder of the eclipses throughout the year, because these are solar eclipses and these solar eclipses are new beginnings. This new beginning energy is happening in house 7, which is committed partnership. And this is precisely where she's landed. She's landed right there in that house, trying to make a comeback through the South Node, which is the past. And an additional comeback through the vertex point here in her chart, which is her gateway point for divine masculine energy. She's gonna make a comeback. Just be prepared for it. You have not heard the last from this human being. Not only that, but we're also getting ready to start the Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle. I see here she is a Taurus. This is going to impact her in the world of relationships greatly, this eclipse cycle, and it's going to set her on a new path with new energy in the world of dating and relating. So, I would just make yourself available if you're interested in any of that for conversation. Meaning you don't have to reach out, but just make sure your contact information is findable. If you ended up changing your phone number, or if you ended up changing your email or something like that, or changing your public profiles in any way that she would have contacted you through in the past. If you changed any of that or kind of blocked her out or anything, just see if you can open some stuff up, because there's a real opportunity for healing for the two of you. A huge opportunity for healing as we move into this union window on her side of things. And that'll just position you for things to get back into a really good and far more balanced place than they were in before, because there was just so much imbalance and back and forth between the two of you. Okay. Let me just see what the tarot has to say. I'm actually gonna pull. Dang, I don't have the book for that deck. I really want to utilize that deck, but I'm not going to be able to today, unfortunately. Okay, fine. Not going to be able to use that deck. We're going to have to go with this. I believe you're asking me to pull cards, but I get it. We'll make it happen. You say interesting, that might explain the latest energies. It might. Because I definitely see here there's room to feel a disturbance in the force. Because her energy has shifted faux show, faux show, faux show. So it'll be interesting to see where this goes from here. Let me go ahead and pull 3 cards for AL. What is going on in the connection for her counterpart? Who's the counterpart? This just doesn't get any better. Yeah, okay. Well, look, what we have here is King of Wands upright, Tower upright, and eight of 8 of Wands upright, bottom of the deck, 8 of Swords upright, followed by the Knight of Wands upright. Look, you're going to hear from her. As long as you have made, you haven't completely blocked her, expect a message at some point before we close out the year. Expect something. This is telling me that there's an energy here inside of her that wants to communicate, that wants to be in communication, but there's so much anxiety. She's angry about the way certain things went in the past. She's still holding on to the past in certain ways. There's enough change going on in her life that it's outweighing. You said I love me some cards. Yes, yes. There's something from the past that's really, it's she's she hasn't fully let it go, because bottom of the deck there is that 8 of Swords. And so she's in her head about whether or not you've let it go, whether or not it is she can reach out, should reach out, especially given the changes that she's probably perceived or have happened in your life. Um, can I reach out? I don't know. Is this the right thing? How could this have happened? Like, there's just a lot of like questions that she has about what happened here that she doesn't understand. And so the thing that's a saving grace here is the King of Wands energy, because that's the energy that's allowing her to at least be open at this time. I mean, she hasn't completely lost her mind, thank goodness, but there was just enough stuff that has happened that I think she's ready to be in communication about. She just doesn't really know how to be in communication about it with this energy. So a couple of things to keep in mind with it. Jupiter is going to retrograde back out of Pisces and go into Aquarius at the end of July. And as long as Jupiter is in Pisces, that's where the harmonious energy is for you two. And that hit May 12th. May 12th was when Jupiter entered Pisces. And that was probably when you really felt it, like the beginning or the middle of May, like, something's different here. And so, this has been building for some time on her side. You probably got cued into it around that period of time. And so it'll dial back just a little bit while she, does that in her head dance to figure out, like, okay, am I going to communicate? Am I not going to communicate? What am I going to say? Round and round, 8 of Swords upright. But as soon as Jupiter hits Pisces again towards the end of the year, December, January, she'll have come out of that. The energy will have shifted again. And we should look again to see, okay, where's the energy at now? Because I don't actually see her communicating before then. I see her all up in your energy before then. And she's probably in her head about it quite a bit, trying to figure out, what is this? Why is this? Why do I dream about this person, etc., etc., etc. So hold on to your hat. It's about to be a fun ride, AL. Hold hold on to your hat. Diana, if you want to go ahead and place your question for me, I will read for you. That would be fantastic. All right. Got it. Thanks a lot for clarifying all this. Yeah, May is when it started. Dreams, energies, the pull. Yeah. Yeah, it'll die down just a little bit once we get into the fall, but not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. Um, a collective card for the clips. Ooh. Should I do a light worker card, Kylie? I really like that question. I'll hold the well for next time. Oh, I don't remember saying that. I remember you typed that. I don't remember it exactly. I'm sorry. DM. Okay. What's going on with my DM? That's a good question. Let's find out. What's the universe trying to invite him to do? What are his invitations at this time? Ogdensburg. That is way north. That is Canada north. Seven something a.m. Okay, that's all right. I know. I love that deck too. It's such a beautiful deck. I mean, God bless Alana Fairchild. She really channeled that one in for us. All right, let's see. What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? Working on work stuff. He has a lot of work energy going on right now. Let me see, Diana. Yeah. Oh, he hit the year running. Okay. Did he go back to school, Diana? Um, if he didn't go back to school or something, like there's a lot of expansion in the work world for him at this moment in time. And he's really got his nose to the grindstone on making some things happen. This is telling me that if he maybe there was a marketing campaign that got launched that he had to work really, really hard on, or some secondary education he needed to do in order to keep up in the world of work. I don't think that he got laid off with the pandemic. I do think you both moved to Indiana in 1974. You're from Connecticut. Oh, nice. Midwest. Okay. So this is telling me that he's either there's like some kind of marketing campaign or PR something, or he went back to school. Or I think he wants his office to reopen, but these transits are telling me he's gonna have to work from home. Good. I've been praying for that. Yeah. He's gonna have to work from home for a while. I don't see him going back into the office anytime soon. So hopefully his home is set up to be work from home situation. Um, but yeah, I do see that there's lots of opportunity around him, lots of growth career wise. There could even be as early next year a potential raise for him, but it looks like he inherits the position before he gets the money. So they want to offer him more responsibility with the same amount of pay that he's got. And he may not love that, honestly, as a Taurus sun, but as a Taurus sun, he's also kind of down for the cause. Like, okay, let me just try and get this handled, like do some things. He's self-employed mover. Okay, got it. Okay. If that's the case, then this is good energy for him because I see this Jupiter transit to the fourth house, which Uranus the fifth, yeah. But what's interesting is he's going to have to learn how to do some new creative something in the world of marketing. Something is going to have to shift in the way he puts himself out there, according to this. Um, And he's probably already started that and been working on that for a little while now. Um, his work is very sparse. It's about to open right back up. I see it here, with Jupiter moving into his 10th house. But what's interesting about it to me is that this is telling me that part of the way it opens back up is it's like either he takes on another aspect or some other type of work, like a side thing, and or adds another revenue line to his business. He starts working in a different way with people, in the moving business. He does something else in addition to moving. If he can creatively figure out for himself what that's going to be, telling you, this is going to be a bang up year for him, 2022 and the tail end of 2023. But he's got to get into those creative juices, as indicated by this transit, and really pull the trigger on some things. If he has been holding back on any big ideas, like, I've always thought I should do this with my business, or I should do that with my business, or I should do shipping or something with my business, or distribution with my business. I've got the trucks. I can run some errands for people who have stuff, who need regular deliveries, something like that. I don't know. But if he's in the position to add another revenue stream by thinking creatively about the resources he has and who needs those resources, the manpower, the capacity to travel, etc., he's in a really great place to make new money in 2022. 2022 seems like when financially things pick back up for him, but it's not before that, unfortunately. It's like he's hustling hard, but the money's not showing anything for it until next year. So that's what I see going on here for him. Is there anything else? Not really. Not really. Happy belated birthday to him. Um, that's the big thing. I mean, if you want to go deeper, I would say let's get in a private reading. Um, out from under his current partner. Oh, yeah, he might need to do that if he's in a business partnership. It might be time to complete it. What's interesting, I'm glad you told me he was in a business partnership, because what I kept seeing about the creativity piece is the placement here of Uranus in the sign of partnership. Uranus is the ruler of his career house, but it's placed in the sign of partnership. But what happened when Saturn hit in December was a need to, if the partnership wasn't working, to sever it, to complete it, to bring it to conclusion. And so that occurred in December. We're now 6 months out from that point in time. This is, the time in which, if he's not already made the move, he's probably going to start to really feel like, I really need to figure this out. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what he does with this energy, because there's something else here for him that he can do, work wise, to really get money flowing. And it's as soon as he picks up on that second thing, as soon as he picks up on that, it's like, boom, that starts to build and build and build, and he gets better money in 2022. So it's really lovely energy. It ain't worked in years. Oh, their partnership hasn't worked in years. Yeah. Let me just see how he's built for you real quick, Diana. Oh, yeah, he's good. He's pretty even, cardinal fixed mutable. So he'll get out of it. He'll get out of it. He just doesn't want to get out of it and be stuck with the same nothingness. It's like nothing with someone sometimes is better than nothing on your own. If there's two people hustling business rather than one. The only time this is not true is when nothing is nothing's better on your own, when you're in a relationship and that relationship isn't working, because then it's like it's twice the headache, twice the heartache. They fell out. It's hurting their friendship. Yeah. So at some point, they're going to need to figure out how to come to terms with parting. It might actually take the rest of this year and next year. I'll be honest with you, Diana. Saturn's movement is slow. It's a 2.5 year transit, and it only just got into Aquarius in December. So hopefully, he's starting to plan, at least, because Saturn's about planning, structure, boundaries. He's starting to plan, like, okay, I gotta exit. This is how, this is when, this is what I'm gonna do. Um, but the major thing, Diana, to know is that, the change is here. The money will come in next year, but he can't keep the way it was. He can't go back to that. That's dead. That's dead and that's done. It's not going to be possible to go back to that for him. And so hopefully he's thinking through this in a way that's helping him understand, like, okay, I know I can't go back to that, but what can I do instead? Make sense? Um, Diana. I hate to see divine masculine struggle. I really do. I really hate to see it. It's painful. I mean, I hate to see divine feminine struggle. All right. All right, so here we go. All right, let me get the energy for the eclipse. What was the question you asked, Kylie? Collective card for the eclipse. Okay. What kind have done Reiki and Qigong? That's a good idea, Delia. You can do that. You're welcome, Diana. Thank you for letting me. I really appreciate you being here today. Delia, you could do that. You could do spirit release therapy. That's a good one. You can just Google that. You'll find plenty of people who offer that. I would do a twin energy healing, Delia, with pinkhealinglight.com. I would do a twin energy healing with her. Lana is great. Lana Healer, Medicine Woman. She's got a great YouTube channel. You can find her at soul-rising at gmail.com or soul-rising.com. Any of those are great. Oh, I forgot to do your cards, girl. Let me pull his cards. Let me see what's going on with your man. What is going on for Diana's counterpart? What's 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 going on for Diana's counterpart? Seven of Cups reversed. I don't like that as a starting point, but let's see where it goes. What's going on for Diana's counterpart? Let's put Queen of Wands reversed. What's going on for Diana's counterpart? All y'all can't come out at one time playing like you're one card. Come on. One card. Final card. What's going on? Here we go. All right. Bottom of the deck. Queen of Cups reversed. All right. So Diana. Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, Diana, I don't see him. You can't. Okay, listen, Diana, I can only do one question. And that the tarot card pull is to clarify for that one question. It's not to ask another question with tarot and do one question with the chart. We do one question for both. So I'm just going to clarify what I saw there. What this is telling me, unfortunately, about where he's at is Seven of Cups reversed, Queen of Wands reversed, Strength upright. And the bottom of the deck, we have Queen of Cups. He's resisting seeing the options in front of him, and he's really holding on to that connection that he has. He's not seeing this in a creative way or seeing the choices that he has. He's trying to figure out how to make what he has with this business partner work, make what he has at the current time work. Even if it's not fully aligned, he's not really open at the moment to change. He's not open to a different path forward at the moment, or creatively. I wish he was, because that's what was indicated in the chart. He needs to creatively think about some other options and opportunities, but he's not currently open to it, unfortunately. I really wish he was. But for now, the energy is presenting that, the universe is saying, we need you to be open to some stuff inside of his energy. He's not ready to do that yet. He's still holding on to what it was. And so as a result, there's a little bit of stagnation here. And you may even find that in the way he deals with you, Diana, he's a little bit shut down at the moment. With Queen of Cups reversed at the bottom of the deck, he's not really emotionally available. You're getting probably the crabbier parts of him. He's maybe a little bit snappy with Queen of Wands reversed, pessimistic, like really pessimistic with Queen of Wands reversed there. And so, with that energy, my recommendation would be, just hang out, as much as you can and let him come to clarity on his own. He's got a 2.5 year transit to make the change. So, because this is a 2.5 year transit and we're only 1/2 year through it, like 6 months into it, he's going to get there in the end. But it sounds like the universe is going to have to drag him there rather than him going willingly, unfortunately. All right. So let's go ahead and pull. Thank you, Diana. I really appreciate it. So to that end, I would say, this isn't the time to be creatively supportive and like a brainstorming partner in terms of making the change. This is the time to just, be supportive in terms of what he is trying in terms of making that relationship work. Because when I look at that card set, and then look back at what was going on in that chart, Diana, that's a person who's not going to let this go without having left every stone unturned in terms of making it work. And so, if there's anything he feels like he could have, should have done to make it work, he's going to pull out all the stops in the now time before he walks away. So just hold on to that thought and be supportive about, like, well, is there anything you haven't tried that you think you should in order to make this relationship with your business partner work? Is there anything that, you think should be done in this relationship that you just have never really been willing to do? I know it's shitty now. It's been shitty before, and unless something different happens, it's going to stay shitty. So why don't we, I mean, is there anything you feel like you could do to get things moving in a positive direction, at least for you? Even if he's not meeting you halfway, could you make it be a little less of a headache just for you, hun? If you can be supportive in that way, eventually when he exhausts himself in the trying, the universe will peel his little fingers back from that steering wheel and take it off the gas and move him in a more positive direction for himself. It's just going to take a little bit. Had to slap us around. Oh, Diana. I know. Sometimes it's like that. Okay. Let me get into the card for the collective from the Lightworker Oracle deck. What's our collective energy for the people who are just here on this live stream or who will come back and listen? What's the energy that we most need to hear to be at peace with the changes, to understand the changes that are unfolding for us? Okay. So the card that has come forward is a card called Key of Light, number 26. Let's just see what it has to say for us. Number 26, Key of Light. You're welcome, Diana. Okay, Key of Light, number 26. Archangel Michael loves you unconditionally and serves your soul journey. He brings you a spiritual gift now, the Key of Light. This key allows you to open any door, clear away any obstruction, and free yourself from any prison or enslavement, physical, emotional, or psychological. There's no need for you to feel trapped or locked out of a situation you want to get into. You now hold within your hands a divine key that will assist you in many ways. Oh, Delia, awesome. I hope that was helpful for you, Delia. Definitely look into those healings I just recommended. Archangel Michael has a message for you. You have the power of the divine in you. You have the ability to free yourself no matter what it seems that another person, A set of circumstances or the entire world holds more power than you. Your power of freedom is unconditional. It doesn't require that outer circumstances change in order for you to be free, though, as you choose freedom, outer circumstances often change radically. For now, to be free, use the key of light. This means staying true to what you know for yourself. Gently and lovingly assert your truth now. Do not cave in to naysayers and fear generators. Most especially, do not collapse under your own old fears or doubts. Gently and persistently cleaving to the light within will bring you through any apparent obstacle, free you from any apparent prison, and ensure your divine destiny is fulfilled. All doors shall be open to you. You are being given a gift of unconditional grace. Step back and radiate love from your center. That is your way. You do not have to betray your spirituality to fight. You can fight with love and trust, and that can be your way as a spiritual warrior. In each moment you choose love and trust, you are fighting the good fight. You are learning that love is expressed in no and in the word yes. For when you fight against those you want who want you to deny the truth, you are standing clear and strong in loving truth. Michael helps you realize the strength that you already have within to do this. This oracle is a message for you to trust in your own ability to triumph right now. You are the key to success. You must believe in yourself. You don't have to force a door open. In perfect time, according to divine grace, all doors will open for you. Your dreams and actions will prove themselves in time. No person, place, or thing has any power to hold you back. The key of light is spiritual permission from the universe to succeed in your life mission. You shall not be kept back from your divine destiny. You shall be empowered to exceed. So refuse to give up on your dreams. This may mean freeing yourself from situations or relationships that have enslaved or controlled you. When you're ready, this can be done with great gentleness, compassion, and strength. Free yourself with love, not fear. You may need to lock doors to the past behind you. With divine empowerment, you can completely and utterly allow the past to be over. You will find that new doors can then be unlocked for you. And the invocation reads, I call upon Archangel Michael and the key of light. I give thanks for the divine gift of liberation from any restraining circumstance. I give thanks for the opportunity to completely close any door I choose and open any door I choose. I am grateful to the loving encouragement of the universe, reminding me that I will be successful in fulfilling my divine life purpose. May I be assisted by unconditional love to use my power of freedom with wisdom. May all beings be blessed with the grace of the divine, so that the past ceases to hold them in pain and new opportunities of love can be accepted. May humanity open the door of light and love within. Through my own free will and the unconditionally loving guides that serve human evolution, so be it. And that is a read. Thanks, everyone. It was great to be here with you. Love being able to hang out with you guys. Great crew. You guys were so kind and nice to one another, and I love that. Love how supportive and caring you were to everyone who was here. Take it easy with these full moon energies. They can be a little intense. Just know that as one door closes in a cycle that's completing, another opens and a new chapter begins. And with that, I love you guys, and I'll see you all on the next live. Take